peripheral computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Oh my goodness. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, what's happening? Oh, there we go.
Like I've got her on a little chair next to us, just to kind of
Look at her, she's so cute.
like.
All right, Max, how's it going, mate? You all right?
Oh, hello, man.
Hello.
Sorry, we were just having a conversation.
That's absolutely fine. How's it
Showing
going?
off dogs and stuff. Yeah, good, mate. You?
Good. Yeah, not too bad. Collie, thank you so much for the raid, man.
That's all right.
I'm just sorting out the bits and pieces as to where the screen is and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, fine.
So it'll just be 2 seconds. But everyone, welcome in. Welcome in. Mikey, thank you so much for the sub and the gift and the sub to Lorna as well. Right, let's see where this can go. Let's do that. No, that's not working. How is
I need to turn down the brightness on my monitor when I've got this spreadsheet open. Like I've got fucking flashbanged. Yeah, stream was good. Yeah, didn't get any wins. Choked a couple of wins, but apart from that, it was good.
But your thing held up. Your internet held up.
Yeah, so I think it's just an internet thing, mate. To be honest, because like last night, me and Gabby had like a few streams up each, and at the same time, all of the streams buffered, like on my end and Gabby's.
Oh, weird.
So I think it's just like Virgin taking a shit fit, pretty much.
Right. God.
Which is convenient that we've told them that we're leaving, so now they're
really?
switching us. Just like no good internet for you.
A joke, huh? Right. I think that's that, and I think we can hear everyone. Go and just speak both of you, please. We don't mind.
Test. 1, 2, 3.
Hello,
1, 2, 3.
hello.
God.
Hello. What's going on here then? Yeah, perfect. So that sounds good. Excellent. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for being here. So yes, again, Collie, thank you so much for the raid. Rich, Grabby, Ghost, Rolling Thunder, Dax, Happy Adam Found, Grabby, Lorna, Bags, Stunner, welcome in. I missed anyone. Snares.
I'll be rude to
Dan, welcome in. How's it going? Right, yes. So we are back. We did this last year, and we spoke about the Oscars. The Oscars, if you don't know, are on Monday morning, really. So like tomorrow night in America. Mark, welcome in. How's it going? So we're going to go through the different kind of, well, if you saw my tweet a while back, I did a spreadsheet which has all the films that we'll be discussing. So we're going to be going through the best animated feature, best cinematography, VFX, best supporting actress, best supporting actor, best actress, best actor, director, best picture. We're going to discuss the movies. We're going to discuss the nominations. We're going to discuss who we think will win, who we want to win, and everything in between, I believe. So yes, welcome in. Have you guys thought of a name for this yet at all? We did kind of float.
Oh, we did a while ago, didn't we?
No.
Well, it's just 2023. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, fair enough. If anyone in chat wants to come up with a name for this this streams / podcast thing, then feel free. But yeah. I mean, first of all, there's 25 movies that we all went through. I think that you guys got to see them all and do rewatches and stuff as well, right?
Yeah. I rewatched a few. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a couple rewatched as well.
Some won't be ever watched ever again. But yeah.
No.
Yeah, I think we will get to those ones, I believe. I mean, we can just get started if you guys are all good to go. If you're happy enough, I will be. I do apologize for my my voice, and if I start coughing because I do have COVID. I'll try and mute as much as I can if I do start coughing and stuff. But yeah, and yeah, it's a great idea, Mark. Oscar's pissed Storius.
Fucking hell! I'm sure Skip to the End called it that one year. I'm sure they did. Or it was at least floated at one point.
Yeah, and yeah, I am eating as well, so I do apologize. We're a bit late.
Fucking hell, man!
I know.
Amateur hour.
I know. Went out for a walk at 3:00 and we got stuck by there was like deer and people walking about and stuff. So it took a bit longer.
What do you mean people walking about and stuff? What does that even mean?
So like because we've got Daisy, if we take Daisy out, we'll have to like be careful where we're walking and stuff like that.
Okay,
and
okay.
The place the place we go at doesn't normally have folk there, but there was people there, so we just had to like go different ways and stuff. Okay, don't shout at me, please. Enough about dog walking. Let's get started. So if you guys are okay, I'm going to go, obviously, in terms of the spreadsheet, I'm going to go backwards. So from animated feature that way.
Yeah, well, that's how they do it in the Oscars, is it not? So, or not exactly like that, but they always end on Best Picture.
Yeah,
I think that's definitely the way that I would go. So yeah, we can do it in descending order, I guess you could say.
Yeah, perfect.
Is that ascending?
I never know.
Or dick ending.
Yeah, we'll go in dick ending order. We'll go dick ending order. That's fine.
Cool.
So Todd goes first then, because he's a dickest.
Oh, fuck off. That's no need for that. Like,
What? I've been on Twitch in ages. Fuck this.
Okay, so the first one that we're going to talk about is the and I do have the little graphics up as well, so let me just get that one up. The best animated feature. So the nominees for best animated feature were Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, GDT's Pinocchio,
DDTs, yeah.
Marcel the Shell with Shoes On, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, The Sea Beast, and Turning Red. Thoughts on the nominations first of all?
Overall, I watched obviously all 5 of them. I rewatched the first 3 a couple of times, so I thought Sea Beast and Turning Red were like decent enough like to be nominated, but I thought that the first 3 were kind of head and shoulders above the rest. And I guess if we're going to talk about this for a little bit, then I'll leave to who I want to win and all that till the end. But overall, a pretty strong category, I thought. I enjoyed all of them, just some more than others. I don't think there was any ones that I'm just like, oh, this is shit. Like if someone's like, do you want to watch this? I'll outright I'll say like no, you know. What about you, Todd?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think there's a definite. I know, obviously it's subjective, but like there's a definite order for me. And 3 above the 2, and I think there's 2 of them that really stand out that could like, if either of them win it, I wouldn't be upset. I wouldn't disagree with it type thing. I thought it was strong though. I thought largely it was strong. I don't think I'm as keen on one of them as the rest, but again, we'll get to it. But yeah, what about you, Massey?
Yeah, same. I think it's obviously the animation has always kind of been, or has largely been dominated by like your Disney and Pixar and stuff. And I think this year's probably the one where, or certainly for me, this is where you can see like how the tides have changed a little bit. How, you know, the Pixar one isn't the complete standout. In fact, for me, it's one of the weaker ones. As I say, you know, the top 3 are potentially the more kind of stronger ones. Shall we go through each one individually and kind of what we were thinking and stuff as well?
Yeah,
sure.
So starting off with Pinocchio. Now, I know Del Toro is like he's a Oscar darling. I think he's obviously had a lot of wins at the Oscar, or at least a lot of like recognition. But I don't know. I thought with Pinocchio the animation was fantastic. Like, I thought it was so well done. But I don't know, the story and the songs didn't really do it for me. I don't know what you guys kind of thought about it.
For me, like the songs were a bit jarring at first, and I don't know if that's because I don't know. It just seemed as if it came out of nowhere. I don't know if I was not expecting it with it being Del Toro. You know, he's not that type of filmmaker. But I thought the way they took it, they could have made just like a, you know, like how Disney are at the minute, where, and again, I don't really have an issue with it, but where they take an animated and make it live action. He could have just done that. He could have just taken the story that we've already seen, and I think it was like I don't know. I think the way he turned it on its head, with like a lot more fascism in it, a lot more of the darker stuff. I thought it worked really well. I really enjoyed it. Colin?
Yeah, I thought it was good to kind of see the more not darker side of the tale, because the tale was much the same. But yeah, like you say, the whole setting it in Italy during a period of Mussolini and stuff like that, I thought was really interesting. I thought the voice cast was really strong overall. I thought Christoph Waltz was really good as the I can't remember the name of the character, but like the circus owner and stuff. I mean, Christoph Waltz can play a bad guy, you know, better than pretty much anyone. So I thought he was an obvious standout. But the young lad who voiced Geppetto's son and Pinocchio, I thought he was really good. I don't know if he's. I tried to research him, but I don't think he's even got a Wikipedia page. So, like, I don't think he's been in much prior to this. But I'm kind of hoping that either animated or live action, I'd like to see him in more. You know.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, the voice cast, I agree. I think there was strong people voice cast. The kid annoyed me though. Like I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was because of the songs or what, but the kid voice annoyed me.
Yeah, all the songs, like I wasn't expecting it, like you were saying, because it's Del Toro. But then you think like how iconic Disney's Pinocchio is. I don't know if Del Toro is paying homage to that by having songs in it rather than it just being a straight up animated feature. I don't have too much like in terms of like what he said about the film. I know that he's wanted to do this for a long time. He says that this is one of the most the fictional characters that he kind of feels the most akin with, like a sort of kinship with or whatever. Like for some reason he just really attached to Pinocchio as a character. I know it's went through like, you know, not development hell per se, but he's wanted to do it for a long time, and then it was eventually Netflix secured the funding at the end of it to get it over the line and stuff like that. So no, I thought overall it was one of the stronger ones in the category. The animation style was really cool. The kind of, is that stop motion it's called? Is it? It's kind of like
it was, yeah.
Nightmare Before Christmas kind of stuff. But I don't know how much they did practically and how much was.
I think
was
like,
then animated.
Like, most of it was practical, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There's a few videos like on it, like that I've literally just come across Twitter, YouTube, that kind of stuff, where they've just filmed it from sort of like in real time and then obviously sped it up, and it's amazing. Like things like Kubo and all that sort of Coraline, like it's amazing to watch anyway. But I just think they've really gone in on it. It's one of those I'd watch again and again. It's one of those I could put on and just sit through it, you know, a few times.
Yeah, I actually think there's a on Netflix. I think they did a documentary as well behind the scenes. I think.
Okay. Yeah, there is actually, because I didn't watch it on Netflix. But when you searched for it, when you searched for it, it came up with a secondary, like short documentary about Del Toro. I think about how he went about filming it and stuff. So that'll definitely need to be watched at some point.
Is it not on? Is it not a Netflix exclusive? Is that not?
It was. I watched it in the cinema.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, and when I searched for it in the cinema's website, they listed something else. Dick.
Fair enough.
What is it? I took a flight, or I took a holiday or whatever. Isn't that what Mark used
yeah.
to say? Yeah, that's right.
Oh, me.
Wish Massey would take a flight. Yeah.
Wow. So moving on to the next one, we have Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. Now I must admit this one really surprised me. I didn't know what to expect going into it. Again, I think the animation was superb. The mix of like the real life and the I guess was that stop motion as well, or was it more kind of CGI? I don't actually even know how.
I'm not sure how.
Not a clue. Nah, not a
but
clue.
it looks surreal.
I just presumed it was just really good CGI.
Yeah.
Maybe with a mix of some figures or whatever, but yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good film that had a lot of themes that were quite adult, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was a real kind of a real strong point of the category. I don't know what you guys thought of Marcel.
For me, it's the standout in the category. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Like you say, dealt with a lot of adult themed stuff. You know, the dementia side of things and all that kind of stuff's very, very hard hitting, but done in a very respectful way. Doesn't beat around the bush with it either. But I think it's done very tastefully and stuff like that. And it was a very upsetting film in that regard to me. I was upset by it. I'm not going to beat around the bush with it and stuff, but it was really, really well done, and big kudos to the makers behind it and stuff like that. I thought they did a fantastic job.
Mm-hmm. Todd?
Yeah, I loved it. Like, I'm with you. It's Jenny Slate, isn't it? Who is Marcel, which is nuts. Like, never in a million years you would like recognize that. But like you, Collie, it knocked me the first time I watched it, it was the ending that like hit us, and then the second time I knew what was coming in. I assume that we're not going to spoil things for people, like I knew what was coming, and it still sort of rocked us, partway through the film. But yeah, but I think it's interesting because I know Pinocchio's not exactly a kids' film, it borders on it. The other three that we're going to talk about I think this one isn't aimed at kids as much.
I don't think it is.
I don't, like, and it's nice to see that there's. I know Flea was last year, wasn't it? Flea was in the animated category, and I feel like it has a sort of similar scope. I feel, it's aimed at a similar sort of movie go. I don't know that phrase, but like the people, the audience who are going to watch it. But yeah, it absolutely rocked me. Like it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
We only watched it again last night. It was just brilliant.
Yeah, and I think because I kind of did a bit of digging into it, and the guy that's in it is Jenny Slate's ex-partner, and there's like a YouTube short of it before the film.
Yes, I think it was.
3 of them.
Yeah,
there's Marcel 1, 2, and 3, and then these sort of. And the first one came out in like 2010, 2011. This has been in production for like a long time.
Yeah. So I think because one of the things was that they actually split up during the production of it, and I think that kind of played into the themes of like loss or letting go, I suppose, and things as well.
Probably served as therapy for them more than anything. Yeah,
exactly.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is the guy that's in the film is the guy that created it and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was going to say I think you get a feel for that.
Yeah.
Like, him in it, like you feel it that it's not real. I know there isn't a shell cutting about. I know that there isn't a shell cutting about with shoes on and that, but like.
Whoa.
Sorry to ruin it.
It wasn't my Happy Meal at McDonald's the other day.
But yeah, you get that feel for like how much he loves it, and especially when he's on camera for that limited amount of time. That was a really cool little touch. Yeah.
Yep, lovely film. Okay, moving on. So we then have Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Who wants to pick up with this one?
I'll kick off with it. It's one of those ones that like Puss in Boots was in a Shrek film. Now all of a sudden he's become a brand unto his own and stuff. It was good to have some returning characters and voice actors and stuff for it. It's one of those ones that like when I heard that it was one getting a bigger release than expected, because it's one of those ones I'm sure the last couple have probably went straight to DVD sort of deal, and then this one all of a sudden was being pushed so massively, and then obviously it got nominated for the Oscar in that. So yeah, I thought it was thoroughly good. I enjoy DreamWorks like animation style. It's always good. The little dog character, and it was a good sense of comic relief. It's always interesting in the Shrek universe how they bring in the fables and all that kind of stuff into it. And it was like Goldilocks and the Three Bears were prominent in this one and that. Like I thoroughly enjoyed it. I expected to enjoy it because, or at least enjoy it to an extent, because I'm familiar with the character and the banter and the kind of, it's one of those things like Shrek is like however many years old now. You watch it different now than you would when we're obviously younger, and that there's a lot of like adult jokes and adult like banter and stuff like that, which is definitely prevalent in Puss in Boots as well. So I thought it was good, and the inclusion of the Grim Reaper wolf I thought was class as well. It was a good use of that little whistle that he was doing. It was just appearing all the time, and that I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was really good. This is definitely like of the two we've discussed so far. This is like probably third ranked in it. But for me, there's it's still high enough up that I would regard it as a serious contender to potentially win it. Win this, it would be one of those ones that if it was awarded it, I'd be like, fair play, like the other ones are good and this one's equally as rewarding or whatever. It just didn't obviously hit me as much as Pinocchio and Marcel, because I think they're a much more emotional film. But in terms of just a fun kids animated film, which this definitely is, like I thought it was class.
Mm-hmm. I must admit, like I agree. I actually feel like it. So again, some of the adult themes in it, like the whole panic attack side of it, and then like the horror element of the Grim Reaper wolf, and as you say, his whistle stuff as well. I thought it was like phenomenally done. Again, the animation as well. I think they changed it just a little bit from your standard CGI Shrek and stuff to like more like your kind of Spider-Verse sort of more comic booky sort of animation, which I thought was like phenomenal. And I actually thought that like for me it was my favorite of the animated features. I was blown away by it. I thought, and an all-star cast as well. Like Florence Pugh and Olivia Colman and Ray Winston was one of the bears as well. I just thought it was absolutely phenomenal. Like I was really, really, really pleasantly surprised by it. How about you, Todd? What do you think?
Yeah, when I saw this on the list, I sort of rolled my eyes a bit because I don't know how many Shrek films there's been, but towards the end, I haven't seen the fourth one because the third one, I wasn't a fan of.
The fourth one's got the Duro kid in it, I'm sure.
Oh, is that the fourth one?
I'm sure that's the fourth one. Yeah,
but there's also two other Puss in Boots films.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, right, so I haven't seen either of the other Puss in Boots films. I wouldn't have ever bothered going to watch them. I don't know, I just have no interest in it. Off my own back, I'm pleased it was nominated because I thought it was brilliant. And like you say, it's one of those ones I could stick on a weekend and watch and have like a great time with. I love the It's the only way I can refer to it is like that Spider-Verse sort of cell shading animation every now and then that kicked in. That was just like to look at was brilliant. Like you say, the voice cast was amazing. Like Banderas is still, absolutely kicking ass at it. Like he's still top notch. Again, number 3, and I think there's a gap for me between the last two we've talked about, then Puss in Boots, and then the next two. But yeah, really enjoyed it, and like I said, I'd stick it on again.
Absolutely. Okay, so I mean, we'll just move on to the next one then. So the next one is, you can close it. Ignore it. Okay. The Sea Beast. So I think this was Netflix animation, right? Was that correct?
Yeah.
What were thoughts on the Sea? I know you said I think we kind of all agree that there's like a wee gap between the first that you spoke about and these other two. But yeah, thoughts on the Sea Beast.
So, like I say, for me, this felt like a bit of. It was weird because again, the cast is brilliant, and I think the cast did a good job. I don't have it. Like, I'm not saying that it was a bad film. I enjoyed it. I just don't think it's. I don't understand where it's been nominated, other than being like we need 5 nominees. That for me, good adventure film. I had a couple of laughs at it. Carl Urban's brilliant. The boys properly turned me round on him, and then I watched. Was it Dread he was in? And loved him in that. So again, it was a good film. It was like, it's not something I'd ever put back on. And I don't know why. Like, it wasn't as if it did anything that really like upset me. I was just like, oh, I take it or leave it. And I think that says a lot that I haven't had time to go back and watch a lot of them again. But I didn't feel the need to, because it was okay, it was fine, but not an Oscar film by any stretch of the imagination.
Fair, Collie.
Yeah, kind of similar thoughts. I thought it was good. I thought the animation style was like fine. I thought the animation of the beast and that was really cool. Strong cast and stuff like that. Again, like as much as Todd's like, oh, it's just one of those ones that can be chucked on. I'd love to see like what the top 25 animated films were, and if there are any ones better than this. I think it's still a strong film in the category. It's just there happens to be, and this will be the same in other categories we talk about. There's like tiers within the category. There's like S tier stuff, and then this is probably floating in kind of a C tier maybe in terms of the ranking and stuff like that. So it's one that, like, again, if I don't know, we cousins like, oh, can we watch that film or whatever, I'd be like, I sound like, chuck it on, it's fine, I'd watch it. And it has been, like, I think a sequel is getting developed for it, so it's obviously done pretty well, or well enough. And yeah, I thought it was good. Like, the guy behind it did Moana and Big Hero 6, so obviously a guy that's very, he knows the kind of realm of animated films done well. They're both two amazing films. I haven't seen Moana personally, but I know a lot of people say it's really good. But Big Hero 6 is one of my favorite animated films ever. So it's coming from a strong kind of background, and yeah, it's kind of one of those ones that, like, it's like How to Train a Dragon. Like, when that first one came out, like, it was a really good film standalone, but it was kind of like, yeah, it was pretty good. But then I think if more sequels come out for it, and then because How to Train a Dragon, what trilogy or whatever, is really really strong. I think so. Like if this kickstart then another good animated kind of couple of films that you can watch as a trilogy or whatever, then I'm keen, sort of thing, you know. So I think like it's rightfully nominated in my opinion. Like I say, I don't know what other animated films. I've not watched many animated films the last year, so I don't know what else was out there. But yeah, I think it's deserving of its place there. But it's just probably unfortunate for it that there's other far superior films in the category, you know.
Yep, totally. I agree, Collie. I think it was a really good animated film. But as you say, because there's the three that are more or at least given more recognition, that it's just unfortunate there. I thought the animation of the of like the sea and stuff,
the water,
was brilliant, like unbelievable. And also that the sort of the monsters or the beasts were really well kind of made, and like they were scary, but also then they had not so scary side of it when it obviously the film progressed and stuff as well. And I thought it was a really good story, and I'm quite interested to hear that there's that there is a sequel kind of potentially being in development. That would be interesting, as you say, similar to like How to Train Your Dragon, because that series is fantastic.
The boy Chris Williams, right, who directed it. I'll read. So all these films I'm going to list, he was either a writer, a producer, director, story artist, or other. Like he was involved in them somewhat, but it's Mulan, Emperor's New Groove, Lilo and Stitch, Brother Bear, Chicken Little, Meet the Robinsons, Bolt, Princess and the Frog, Tangled, Winnie the Pooh, Wreck-It Ralph, Frozen, Big Hero 6, Zootopia, Moana, Ralph Breaks the Internet, Frozen 2, Raya and the Last Dragon, and Sea Beast. So like that's some of the probably top tier animated films of the last 20 odd years, you know, 25 years if Milan was 98. So yeah, last 25 years the guy's been involved in one realm or the other. So, you know, he kind of knows where his bread's buttered, I guess. Not in a lazy way sort of thing, but I'm saying like if he's involved in something, then it's always going to be pretty serviceable at least, which I would say Sea Beast is more than serviceable. I think it's decent, like it's good, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, moving on to the last one in the best animated feature, we have Turning Red, so a Disney Pixar joint, which yeah, I mean, just quickly kicking off again, I thought it was the weakest of the five, to be perfectly honest. I again, the story of the coming of age and kind of the setting around the sort of Korean culture and stuff as well in San Francisco was I thought was interesting. It was a nice change. But in terms of story, yeah, I mean, compared to others, it didn't quite grab me as such. And it was a bit fanciful as well. But yeah, I thought it was the weakest of the five. What were your thoughts?
Sorry, on you go, Todd.
Go on, Colin. Go on.
I was going to say, I agree that it's the weakest of the five. I think like it's kind of. It's one of those things that we're like, you know, 30-odd-year-old men, white men from the UK or Europe or whatever. So like, the story points probably didn't hit as hard for us as they would for either, you know, a younger girl or even like a girl of any age that's experienced what the subject matter of it is, which is that side of, you know, growing up in puberty and stuff. And then there's the career aspect. It's definitely the career, not the career. That was an inadvertent reference to my Korea joke. I swear. The Korean culture and that, it was an interesting insight to that as to how their family structure works and all that kind of stuff. So I thoroughly enjoyed it. Again, it's Disney very rarely, you know, or Disney Pixar or whatever they are, like very, very rarely miss a step in terms of I'll watch a film and go, that was shite. I thought this was again good. Like it's one of those ones that if it's on or if it's like comes up as recommended when I'm looking on something on Disney Plus or whatever, I'll be like, yeah, I'll chuck that on definitely, like, and watch it again. It just kind of suffers from the same thing as the Sea Beast, where it's just there's different kind of levels in the category, you know. I was really excited to see it prior to all the kind of hype, because it was the lady who did Bao. Remember Bao, the animated short with a little dumpling? Mm-hmm. It was her that did Turning Red as well and stuff like that. So I think because Turning Red's, as far as I know, and obviously it's not Oscar nominated, done really well, I'm intrigued to see where she goes in terms of what she's going to develop next and stuff like that. I thought it was a really strong, you know, film for the director and the people behind it personally, you know.
Definitely.
Yeah, just echoing what Collie said. Like, it wasn't made for me. Like, I felt quite harsh on it when I was like, "That's fucking shite. That was shite," and it wasn't. It wasn't shite at all. It was just, it wasn't for me. It wasn't made for me. I didn't like as well. I wasn't keen on this. The overly uncool to the point that they're cool characters. Like, it was, again, for kids that'll probably be like quite funny, but for me it just felt like it was like slapped on with a trowel type thing. It was like, we're not cool, remember, we're not cool, and it was just sort of forced down your throat a bit, and it got tedious really quickly. But yeah, like you say, it wasn't a bad film by any stretch of the imagination. There are some bigger budget, higher regarded films on this list that I'd rather watch type thing. But yeah, I can't go any further than saying I'd struggle to comment further because it was just, it's made. I know Lorna said about a lot of people had an issue with like the metaphor for it being like about periods, and what an absolute load of shit that is. That people would find that in some way offensive or upsetting.
It's a thing that naturally happens. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what are you gonna do about it?
Exactly. And there's films made about anything and everything else. You know, like we've talked about here about panic attacks, about death, about, you know, fascism. Nobody's got an issue, and then these weirdos are coming up and crying about it. And that was, I think it's good that there is a film made about that, especially for young lasses, like you say, just to kind of help them understand that.
Yeah, I think nail on the head was there. You were just like, it's not made for me, and that's pretty much it. It's not made for me, but you can still like kind of consume and watch it and enjoy it without having to, you know, categorically have to suffer from or not suffer from, but like, you know, like go through the same issues. Sorry, I meant suffer from in terms of, I was a way to say, you know, exactly like for example, like the Pinocchio, the fascism stuff. Mm-hmm. Never had to live under that personally, and that's back to Marcel. Like, the whole dementia thing was quite personal because of family suffering from that. So that's why that hits me, because that's something that I can connect to. It's the same as what was the Anthony Hopkins one? I'll never watch that because of that side of things. You know, it's one of those things that, like, films are, like Todd says, written about everything and anything. You know. Everything everywhere all at once kind of thing, and you know, it's just, we'll get on to that. See, that's a teaser. Tune in later, guys, or stick around or whatever.
Stick around.
I've hooked. It's a hook. That's what it was. Yeah. Perfect. But no, again, like, perfectly fine. I don't know if we're wanting to just go to think and want now for winning, Massey, but
yeah, absolutely.
Overall, to finish on this, I thought it was a strong animated category overall. It's just some are up here and some are like, you know, there sort of thing.
Yeah, completely agree. Okay, so Todd, what do you want to win, and what do you think will win? Go for
it. I want Marcel to win, and I think, like Collie said at the beginning, Del Toro is an Oscar darling. I think he'll
wasn't
get it.
Me.
Oh, was it? No, it was you, Massey. Sorry, I apologise.
I know it was a good point, so you don't want to give Massey credit, but yeah, unfortunately it wasn't.
But yeah, I think Del Toro's got it wrapped up, mainly because it's him. But yeah,
Collie.
Yeah, I'm the same. Want Marcel and think Pinocchio, but I originally, until I rewatched Marcel, I had Pinocchio as both. I just think that you could tell that it was a passion project for Del Toro. You could tell how much I think it meant to him and stuff like that, and it was. I mean, I guess it benefited from how bad the Spielberg Pinocchio was, because that was terrible. Like, I thought that was really, really badly done. So I think, like, a lot of folk were like, why is two Pinocchios coming out at once? It was the same as what came out. Was it Jungle Book? Jungle Book had the two versions come out very close together.
And Circus, wasn't it?
But two very, very different takes, but both good in their own way. Whereas, like, this, there was, like, I didn't like the way that Spielberg handled Pinocchio, whereas I thought Del Toro had a very different take to the kind of, you know, what everyone knows Pinocchio as, which is the animated side of things. So yeah, like I say, like, so just I want Marcel, but I think Pinocchio, but like it was a very, you know, coin flip decision.
And just on that note as well about the other Pinocchio, I believe there's a third one as well that came out just recently, but it's like,
God.
Yeah, I can't remember who did it, but like it was apparently absolute, like, worse than the Disney one, the Disney remake.
No, it's funny. Like the Disney one's not terrible. It's just a very Spielberg kind
Yeah.
of film. I think like it's got Tom Hanks in it, and he's working
Yeah.
with Spielberg. It's kind of run of the mill is probably what I would call it. Not absolutely shite, but just like
I've not even watched
whatever
it, to be
sort of
perfectly
thing.
honest, so I've just yeah.
It's worth watching just
Yeah.
to say that you've watched it. I would say, but for me, it's like Del Toro's one was always the one that interested me more, and maybe that's why I liked it so much more, because I was already invested in it more than the Spielberg one. But yeah.
Yeah, fair. So for me, I actually want Puss in Boots to win. Again, it was between Marcel and Puss in Boots for me, but I don't know. Puss in Boots just I don't know. I just felt it more. I liked it more. But again, if Marcel wins, a completely worthy winner. For me, but I'm the same as you guys for going. I think GDT's Pinocchio will win. I would say because he is the Oscar darling. So yeah. So want Puss in Boots, but think Pinocchio. Interesting that all three of us have said that Pinocchio will potentially take it. Oh, thank you, Mark.
Well, I think because of the I think because of who's made it and stuff like that, I think that kind of gives it that that pedigree, you know.
Completely agree. Okie doke. So that is animated feature done. So we're now going to move on to this is basically two categories: best cinematography and best VFX. I don't know how you guys done it, but I've also chose what I think I want to win for cinematography, and same for VFX. I don't know if you guys did the
So
same thing.
I split I color coded basically the ones from cinematography and then the ones from VFX, and then chose from them. I kind of segmented the category or the box that you gave us for the spreadsheet. Yeah, and obviously All Quiet on the Western Front's nominated for both. So
yeah. Okay, so best cinematography / VFX. I'll just run through the ones that we've all got in here. So we have All Quiet on the Western Front, Bardo, False Chronicle of a Handful of Truths, Elvis, Empire of Light, Tar, Avatar: The Way of Water, The Batman, Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, and Top Gun: Maverick. Who would like to start?
I'll take All Quiet on the Western Front first. I thought it was brilliant. Like we're going to talk about quite a few of these films over and over and over, just because of the category. So I think we'll try and be strict as to what we're talking about. I guess with the film.
Yep.
So if we're purely talking from a cinematography side of things, I thought it was shot brilliantly. One of my favorite films of the last X amount of years, and it's in probably top 10 for me ever. Is 1917, and it was just interesting to kind of the way that it was filmed. It wasn't like massive sweeping things. It was like down in the nitty gritty more than anything on the German side of things and stuff like that. And you could see, I don't know, like just the way that it was shot was very like personal. If that's the way to take it, in terms of like it's there's a lot of close-up shots. There's a lot of focus on the actors rather than the grand scale of war. I mean, there was some stunning zoom out shot kind of thing throughout the film, but I thought it was well shot and very masterfully done. So I don't have too much to say, because obviously I don't want to digress into the rest of the film, but I thought very well because there's definitely, again, to come back to the tiers kind of things, when war films are shot, there's ones that are shot really, really well, and there's ones that are shot probably less well. And this is definitely one that was up there for me with 1917 and Saving Private Ryan, Dunkirk, and stuff like that. Like, I thought it was definitely a very, very well shot and kind of directed kind of film.
Yep, definitely. I think you're right. The fact that it was kind of more into the nitty gritty as opposed to like the big sweeping kind of bombastic side of it. It definitely made it feel a lot more personal, a lot more claustrophobic, especially when it was
some of the shots were like uncomfortably shot.
Yeah,
like I think they were deliberately shot to be kind of, so you can kind of get the anxiety of what these guys are going through, and the panic and the suffering and stuff like that. I definitely think, like, if it was just shot, with like just a zoom out looking down on a scene or whatever, like a pretty bog standard thing, it wouldn't have the impact that it did. So I think the cinematography was vital here to kind of contribute towards making the film feel the way that it felt.
Absolutely. And especially, I think you're absolutely right in terms of the cinematography being something that takes it up another level, because obviously for people in the UK or English speaking countries, it can be quite hard to kind of get in with like a foreign film, but the the fact that it was shot so well, it almost gave you the buy-in for actually enjoying it enjoying a film that you don't speak the language of. If that makes sense. Todd, thoughts?
Yeah, it's one of those films that sort of they crop up every few years where people see these big, grand, colourful things and think that that's cinematography, and that's what makes cinematography good, I suppose. But like the fact that they can make something so dark, like some of the shots in the trenches, were phenomenal. Were some of the best bits in terms of the cinematography for me. And I just think to be able to take something so dark and gritty, I suppose is the only word that I can use. Don't want to repeat, what you have said too much, but like to make that look so good was just like sorry, I've lost the name. In terms of the work that James Friend's done before, I don't know off the top of my head, but I just think, it looked like somebody who's got real experience in it. Looked like somebody who's done this time and time again. And I know, like you're saying, it's up there with the likes of 1917, the likes of Saving Private Ryan, but I think it was done so differently. Like, I think you kind of have that idea in your head of what a war film looks like, I suppose, would be. And this sort of flipped it for me, like you say, being so close, being so personal. Again, don't want to go over the same things we've already said, but yeah, absolutely phenomenal.
I was comparing it to those two because you kind of think of them as the kind of
benchmark
view of on the beaches and all that kind of stuff. And I was saying and that's like kind of what you were saying, Todd. That's what a lot of people be, that's cinematography, but it's just in as much cinematography when it comes to the way like dialogue is filmed and stuff like that as well. It's not all about like, look at the destruction of war and all that kind of stuff that you can see, and look at this planes flying about. It's as much trying to. A lot of this is credit to the cast, but it's all about like picking up the kind of micro expressions of the actors and stuff like that. That I think the cinematographer James Friend really nailed. Again, you look through his like IMDb list and stuff like that. I don't think there was nothing that popped out to me that he'd worked on that was like, oh my god, I remember that being really good for it. So I don't know if it's just like a long time coming for him to get something as good as this, perhaps, or that, or if he's just done a lot of work to get to this point. This is the first time he's being recognized, but I think like previously he's been like cinematographer, whereas like with this I think he was director of photography. So I think he was maybe promoted up to this, and he was allowed to, I think, express himself a lot more. So I'm kind of excited to see what he's going to do next. He's not got anything in his upcoming in terms of like films and that, but I'm keen to keep an eye out. If I see a film that's being shot by him, then I'm going to definitely look out for it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because it seems to be a lot of like shorts and TV shows and stuff that he's done.
Yes,
which is
he shot the Your Honor, which I've not watched yet. But that's the Bryan Cranston Judge TV series. Have you even heard of it, Todd? No.
I've never seen it. No, I've heard of it. Never seen it.
Yeah. So it's supposed to be really, really good, and so I'll definitely watch that with a kind of an eye for the cinematography, not just creaming over Bryan Cranston.
But that'll happen as well.
Obviously.
Okie doke. We'll move on to the next one, cinematography. So, Bardo, False Chronicle of a Handful of Truths. Now, I mean, okay, again, thinking of, I had to. I found it difficult to kind of separate the cinematography side of it and the actual the film, because I hated the film so much.
Well, the film was a pile of wank. Yeah. I'll say it for you. The film was like, and I think the cinematography was shot in as much that it's. Sorry to interject. I know you're going off, but I thought it was so like self-indulgent and just wanky.
Yeah,
it was just like proper like. Oh, I've went to art school. Like, look at all like how I just thought it was pish. Like, I just everything that like exactly what Todd says earlier was like, everyone just thinks, oh, this kind of bright and wonderful kind of stuff is cinematography. This film like completely encapsulates that. I thought it was pish. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, no. I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. It must be when you were kissing me, but like genuinely, it was the whole stuff with the baby in that as well. Like, I was almost sickened by it, by some of the stuff that was happening. But yeah, it felt like he was doing wacky things for the sake of doing wacky things that just didn't have any sort of like we're talking about how All Quiet on the Western Front, the cinematography actually lifted the film to be more than just a war film kind of thing. But this one, I felt like the cinematography was so messy and like just.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Mikey being like, pile of wank. On the Blu-ray cover.
It's not wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just. I completely agree. This self-indulgent, the pretentious, almost like he was like, just jacking himself off in the camera, like kind of thing. It was
Jesus.
That's what it felt like. That's how.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
So yeah.
I think like how shit the film was in general didn't really help.
Yeah.
I don't think there was very much redeeming stuff about this film. So yeah.
I mean, to be fair, there was a few shots where I was like, oh, that's interesting, like how they've done that. But overall, I think cinematography.
The way it opened, like it was that sort of nightmarish dream sort of thing. Like that first bit where he's running, and jumping and like, he's getting higher and higher. I was like, all right, I'm here, I'm in. This is all right. And then it just disappeared further and further up his own ass, and it was like it just got more and more, like you said, pretentious, wanky, like shite. It just and I think that was the problem with it. Was this guy clearly has some level of talent, because like I say, there was a couple of bits where I was like, all right, this looks decent, and then again it just went off.
Did any of you look up his IMDb?
No.
So this guy was director of photography on Seven, amazingly shot film. The Beach, Panic Room, Wimbledon. We don't want to talk about that, but it gets all the way up to one of my favorite films of the last few years, and I think the way that it was shot adds to the fact of why I enjoyed it so much, was Uncut Gems.
Wow.
It was the same director of photography as Uncut Gems, and Uncut Gems, I think, is filmed so well in terms of like I've spoke to so many people about Uncut Gems, and a lot of people have said it to me, and I agree. It's like an anxiety attack. It's just the whole film is like 100 miles an hour, and the way it's filmed is so manic as well and stuff like that. And I think that's good. Whereas this was just like I say, just like arty-farty kind of, skip to the end, I would say, like beret wearing kind of nonsense at times. Like I just didn't enjoy it at all. I even thought like as bad as the film was in terms of like everything about it, I thought like, hopefully at least one redeeming feature was the way it's shot, but I didn't even enjoy that. Unfortunately. And in my opinion, I've spoke too much on this. A pile of wank, full stop. Okay, next film, because there's so many other films that we're ready to get onto that are like, really, really good. And back to the whole tier thing with the animated character, there's S tier, and then this is fucking like fart tier. You know what I mean?
I just
it's annoying me. Stop talking about it.
Sorry, his IMDb. He was also the director of photography for Midnight in Paris, which was like an incredible film. I don't know if you've ever seen that. Like beautiful film. Owen Wilson. So yeah.
What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of a different film.
You're thinking of A Night in Paris, One Night in Paris, aren't you?
Oh, no. From Paris with Love, I was like, what's the bald John Travolta film? And I was like, From Paris with Love. Okay. No, I'm not thinking of One Night in Paris. I genuinely wasn't as well, dirty bastard.
If anyone doesn't know what that film is, you can go and look it up. Okay, so the next one on the list for cinematography, and a film that we'll be talking about at different points of the night as well. So again, as you said, we'll try and keep towards the cinematography style of it. Is Elvis. Elvis. Todd, thoughts? Elvis cinematography?
Yeah, again, I hate to go down a similar route to what I did for All Quiet on the Western Front, but I think there's a sort of a stereotypical way of shooting since Walk the Line, which I think was the big sort of biopic for me, like especially music biopic. One of the first ones I watched. There's like a way to shoot it, and I thought that this again just had those like little individual sort of that little individual flair that just made it just brilliant. Yeah, really enjoyed it. There's not a lot else I can say about the cinematography in particular. Like, it didn't strike me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not something that's memorable. But yeah, well shot. Just yeah.
Collie?
Yeah, I thought this. Like I thought the capturing of Elvis on the stage, and that was really really well done. Because that's kind of like, you know, what the film needs to be about, is him on stage performing and that. So I thought that was really well done. I didn't particularly like the big shots of Vegas, the CGI zooming in on the hotel room kind of from like a mile away, upside down. Like, I didn't really like that. I thought that was a bit cheesy, or I don't know, like just...
Very Baz Luhrmann, I thought those.
Yeah, like, well, yeah, but like I like when Baz Luhrmann does it, like, because that's what his whole film's about. Whereas I didn't think the whole film was like that. I don't know. It just every time it happened, it kind of took me out of it for a little second. And I know that why they had to do that, because of how Vegas is like then and now sort of thing. But I don't know. I just thought it was a bit too flashy and look what we can do sort of things. Whereas when it came to actually like physically like filming like Elvis up close on stage and capturing the hysteria of the fans and stuff, I thought that was really really well done. But like I thoroughly enjoyed the way that it was shot. I thought it was, but it's just every time that they did those kind of weird Vegas hotel sweeping shots, I don't know how many there were in the films, but there was a couple. It just kind of took me out for a little second. That's all I would probably like criticize about it.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think it's interesting what you said there about the hysteria around Elvis, like especially when he first started, or when he was first kind of like found, and the kind of ramping up the tension from the maybe a little bit more than tension for the ladies as well, but the ramping up of that and like how they filmed that, I thought was really well done. Like the way that it just like took over and stuff. I thought that was really well done. Yeah, I agree with the sort of sweeping, like it was almost like dream shots, wasn't it? Where it was Tom Hanks and his like with his little like drip kind of thing that he was wandering about. I completely agree. But absolutely the way that his concerts were shot, and especially the comeback concert that he had when he does the song with the big Elvis in the background and stuff like that as well, I thought was like phenomenally done. Yeah, absolutely. Cinematography I thought was really good. Again, it's trying to think about this whole the cinematography nominations. Again, you can see kind of like different sort of like there's clear kind of better ones and things as well. And I thought this was really good, but again, coming up against a couple of other ones that we'll talk about as well, I thought they were maybe just a little bit better. But yeah, so Elvis, Todd, anything else you want to say about that? Or
No. I thought like in terms of cinematography, I thought it was good, but it like I say, I'm struggling to kind of pick anything out that really like I was sat going, wow, that's phenomenal.
It wasn't it wasn't the standout part of the film for me anyway, specifically. That's fair. Yeah.
It was one of those that, like, if I'm honest, I wanted to rewatch, but with it being 3 hours, trying to find the time to rewatch it was
just watch it on 2 times like I did.
I tried watching Tar last night on 2 times, and I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I just don't get it. I watched it at like regular speed this morning, and I'd less of a panic attack.
I don't know how you do that. Like that's like some sort of ADHD kind of thing.
2 times is a bit much, but I can comfortably watch stuff on 1.5, comfortably.
That's wild.
With subtitles on, obviously.
Yeah, I watch everything.
Which is annoying. It's a film we're going to come to later, but After Sun didn't have subtitles, so I had to watch it at normal speed. Because those accents in 1.5 times were not very complimentary to one another.
Okay, cinematography. So the next one on the list is again a kind of a cinematography legend, Roger Deakins for Empire of Light.
That's why he's the GOAT.
That's all right. Empire of Light, Roger Deakins. Again, thinking about the film, I thought the film was okay. I thought that the cinematography, to be fair, was the best part of it. There's some lovely shots in what is a small film essentially set in one place, but I thought it was really, really well shot. Some of the overlooking, like the there's like the abandoned cinema bit with like the restaurant, the bit where the pump some of those shots I thought like were really interesting and are really visually kind of intriguing. What was your thoughts on the cinematography from Mr. Deakins?
I thought it was really interesting. Come back to a film that obviously we spoke about earlier and that, but for them to come from, so Sam Mendes and Roger Deakins, that is, to come from something like 1917 and prior to that Blade Runner and stuff like that for Deakins, to come and have to like direct and film something like this, I thought was very, very interesting, because it allowed, I mean, nobody ever is going to question how good Deakins is at what he does, but I thought it allowed him to show how good he is at everything when it comes to cinematography, whether it's amazing tracking shots in 1917 and stuff to this. I thought it was really, really good. Definitely the standout part of the film. I thought the film was okay. I thought the film was decent. It's one of those ones that I'll watch again should somebody suggest it. I don't think it's one I'm going to seek out much myself. But yeah, like exactly like you said, I don't have too much to say on it, but I thought the cinematography was a standout. I thought it was the best part about it. I think a lot of that's credit to the fact of who's doing it. You know what I mean? He's a master at his craft. And I don't think he's here because of who he is as much as Del Toro is, but I kind of feel like because he did something, he's nominated for it. You know, there's other films that are that I think maybe should have been nominated over this because they were better at what they showed as cinematography. But I think like I'm not objecting to the fact that he's here because he's here. He could direct, like, or sorry, not direct. I keep saying direct. He could be the cinematographer of anything, and it would probably be nominated. You know what I mean? Whereas, in my opinion, there's probably ones that we're going to come on to talk about that should have been nominated instead of him. But that being said, like I thoroughly enjoyed the film. Like I don't think it was nominated for nothing else, right?
No, nothing else.
So like I probably wouldn't have wanted to see, or sorry, wouldn't have been keen to discuss it like if it had been in like loads of other categories or whatever. So it was a good opportunity. I did see it in the cinema anyway, so it was a good opportunity to just rewatch it regardless, you know.
Interesting. Todd?
Yeah, like that. I like bits of it of the film. Sorry, just because we're not talking about it anywhere else. Like just in terms of the film itself, I thought there was 3 good ideas for a film in there. Do you know what I mean? Like as in it could have, if he could have delved into ideas better and made feature-length films about the racism side of it and bringing that in, about the cinema itself and bringing that back to life and her mental health, and they've just tried to cram too much in. And I think the fact that Deakins is involved is the kicker. Is like the fact that this is what's made it a half decent film, because it bored the life out of me.
Laura says really he makes the ordinary extraordinary, so I think like he does kind of bring what's probably like, I don't know, a high C maybe for like a Mendes film, because Mendes is a really good director. Deakins maybe brings it into the B tier for me personally, in terms of like I think it's a strong film because of him.
Yeah.
Yep. Agree. Okay, I'll just move on to the next one. Again, a film that we'll talk about a couple more times. We have the cinematography for Tar. I'm not even going to bother that. No, it's not too bad. I thought it was like a weirder name, but Florian Hofmeister. Cinematography for Tar. Todd, do you want to kick us off with this one?
Yeah, so like I watched this morning, like as a rewatch. I think in terms of, like we say, the simple, the subtle, I think it does a phenomenal job of cinematography. I think the conversations that Kate Blanchett, Lydia Tarr has with the people who she works with, the other composers and stuff, is really well shot, because I think that can be bland, it can be badly done, it can be kind of boring. And I think again in terms of orchestra and the way that kind of as it sort of moves around, the one where she's having that confrontation with the young lad about he has an issue with, was it Bach? It was he has an issue with the composer and being a misogynist and stuff, and you know the way that sort of panned out from being this awful confrontation between two people to panning around to this kind of, we're in a full class in front of a smaller orchestra, but still an orchestra. You know, yeah, I think they did a phenomenal job with it. Hofmeister.
The Hoff,
yeah. Yeah, and I think it'll get overlooked a little bit in terms of its cinema. I know it's been nominated for an Oscar. How much more can it be looked at? But like in terms of in the future, the cinematography will get overlooked because it's sold. But I think they did a phenomenal job.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Again, I think I'm not going to talk too much about it, but again, it wasn't the best part of the film. There's other things that I thought were stronger, but I think you're right. And again, it's about taking the as I said about Roger Deakins taking the ordinary, making it extraordinary. The, like you say, that first or sorry, that scene when it's kind of the tension's building just from the use of the camera, and it all feels like one shot. I don't know if it is one shot, but it feels like one shot, that whole scene. It must be close to it. Brilliant. And even like the sort of, not the claustrophobia, but like how tight the apartment kind of felt, even though it was obviously a massive apartment, and as the walls were closing in on her in her life, they were kind of showing that with the cinematography. I thought was really interesting. There was also I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but there's like and I didn't catch it when I was watching it, there's like a ghost that follows her around, but it's never actually like made. It's the ghost of the girl that she has like declined and stuff, but in like a few scenes there's actually like she's actually watching her, and again it's really interesting the fact that they never have that as the forefront or have that as the sort of main thing, but she's in the scene, if you know what I mean. And I thought it was a really interesting take cinematography wise. By your faces, I'm assuming you guys weren't aware of that.
I was aware of this. No.
So I thought it was like an interesting wee touch. Okay, anything else you want to add about the cinematography at all?
No. I think it's funny. You look at the Hoffmeister's like IMDb, and it's like Mordecai, the fucking Johnny Depp film, and Johnny English Strikes Again. So it's a fair. I think the last thing the director before this was like a horror or something like that. So it was an interesting way to get. I thought the way the cinematography definitely added to the film, because like it could have just been filmed like I was saying with a couple of the ones earlier, like it could just be filmed like a normal conversation or whatever, but like Todd says, with the sweeping shot to the small orchestra and those kind of things, I thought with a bit of flair on it, I thought it was pretty strong, and I'm glad for it to be in this category. I think it's good, but it's not the best thing about the film. So
okay, doke, shall we talk about what we think will be the what we think will win the cinematography and what we want to win? So Todd, first of all, what do you think will win, and what do you want to win?
I think All Quiet on the Western Front will win it. I think it's got it nailed on. But I really want Tar to win it.
Interesting. Collie?
All Quiet on the Western Front on both counts for me.
Interesting. So I want All Quiet on the Western Front, but I think Elvis will take it. I don't know. It was just a feeling I've got. But yeah, I really want
in my plums.
Exactly. We kind of discussed there a little bit about what potentially, and there's a little touch on what could have potentially been nominated in there instead. Was there any that you guys were surprised weren't there, or would potentially put in instead?
In terms of just like other Oscar nominated films, like even I'm just gonna glance through like Best Picture, like Banshees I thought would have been in it or could have been in it. Everything Everywhere All at Once, the way that film was filmed, I thought was class. And Top Gun, I think Top Gun would be a notable film to be put forward for cinematography.
Mm-hmm. There's one that I'll throw out that I actually was really surprised by, and I thought Living could have easily been in there for the cinematography side of it. I think well, obviously we'll get onto it, but I think that the cinematography in Living was really, really strong, and again in terms of elevating a film from what it maybe was, I think the cinematography for that was really, really good and could have easily been nominated.
Fair.
Todd?
Banshees. You're gonna hear that a lot from me tonight. Top Gun. Top Gun was brilliantly shot, and I was surprised when I was splitting them up, sort of that wasn't cinematography. I know the visual effects, and we'll get onto them, but I was really surprised. And again, Batman. I could see the Batman being in here as well. I thought I thought it was really, really well shot. And then some of the I think things like The Woman King. But that was some of the shots in that were phenomenal. And again, when you compare them to some of the others, I do think that should have been.
I've not seen The Woman King, to be honest, but again, it's one that like a lot of people think has been snubbed quite on a few different fronts. But I don't know. Can't say too much. Okay, we'll move on to the best visual effects. So there is one here that we've obviously just kind of spoken about. But the first one, in terms of visual effects, the nominee is All Quiet on the Western Front. So we've also kind of spoken about the cinematography. Now, visual effects are a wee bit different. Do you want to touch on kind of what the differences are in terms of cinematography compared to visual effects, or what your understanding of the differences are?
I loved All Quiet on the Western Front overall, but I don't know. I just, for it to be nominated in both categories, I thought was a bit, not annoying, but it's just kind of like something else could have taken its place in terms of the visual effects. For example, Everything Everywhere All at Once, like the whole sequency kind of stuff that we'll get onto when we actually talk about that later. Like, I thought that visual effects were probably more prominent than All Quiet on the Western Front. When you think of visual effects, I don't immediately think of All Quiet on the Western Front. So I've got not too much to say on this, because this is neither a want or a think in terms of me, in terms of what will win it. So I don't have too much else to say. It just when I seen that this was nominated for this category as well as cinematography, I was like, meh, like.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Todd.
Yeah, my assumption was that cinematography is obviously the overall sort of shot, visual effects being not necessarily the smaller things, because as we'll get onto like Avatar and stuff like that, there's obviously big things in there that can be part of visual effects, but it's just obviously it's the extra to add to the shot. But yeah, I suppose you could look at it and say somewhere like the deaths, the moments in it, even down to like I keep thinking about that in the trench, where it sort of, where it falls in and stuff. Good, very good. But I'm with you, Collie. I do think there will be other films that I'll put in here over it, because the cinematography was stronger. But yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say anything different. I completely agree. I think that in terms of visual effects, there maybe is, or there definitely is, more deserving ones. And as you say, Collie, in terms of it being up for cinematography, surely that is more relevant to what it should be going for, really. We won't stick around too much on the All Quiet on the Western Front then. So the next one that's up for visual effects is Avatar, The Way of Water. Now, Collie, I know you love the Avatar franchise, so I'll let you kick off with this one.
For me, I'm not going to be harsh on it, because like when it comes to visual effects, like Avatar 1 at the time and Avatar 2 now at this current time, they're like the film when it comes to VFX, because that is what the film is. It's just a massive showcase for visual effects and how they can be utilized in film and stuff like that. I thought when it comes to purely VFX on it, I thought it was fantastic. It blew me away purely when it comes to that. So I think, like, I don't know. I don't know what else to say if we're just talking about purely about the visual effects on it. But what James Cameron's been able to do, with the way that he shot things and the way that obviously there's all the supporting kind of people that work on the visual effects and that, but they're the kind of the best of the best when it comes to it, and it showed in the film. And we will get onto it with Best Picture, but like when every scene starts with 90 seconds of looking at the visual effects and ends the same, like I don't really blame them either, to be honest, because they're obviously spending so much money and time and effort to show it off. Why not show it off? It could have been better done, but like there's no question for me. This is like, as much as I didn't really particularly enjoy the film overall, I thought it was a bit shit. This is one I'll probably buy on 4K to watch it in 4K. Like, if I'm going to watch it again, if I'm going to sit there for 16 hours or however long it is, I want to watch it on a good TV and I want it to look good, you know what I mean? So it's just one of those ones. Like, I've got feelings about it because I wish James Cameron would be doing other things, but he's not. So, this is getting so much kudos for its visual effects, and deservedly so.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think when we're talking about it from purely visual effects, it's like a complete standout for me. Like, the film is 99.9% visual effects, and they've obviously taken a lot of time between the two, and it's paid off. It's unbelievable. Like, I when I watched it, it was on a smaller screen, but I would love to watch it on a massive screen, in a picture house, because I think it would be, in the way that the first one kind of took 3D and ran with it. I feel like this one is pretty much perfected it in terms of visual effects. I thought it was absolutely phenomenal in terms of the actual visual effect of it. Todd, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I won't take up much more time talking about it because, like you say, it's a tech demo. It's not, but it shows off what you can do. But I watched a short about it where like the thing around the hand. I can't remember what like it was some strap when they were getting on top of that sea beast thing or whatever it was, and
Yeah.
and where it was on the water and how much CGI they used, and yeah, there was some real work went into it. I don't doubt it, and it, like you said, did look brilliant. But that was the lure of the first one. I went to see it at the cinema, 3D. I was blown away by it. Thought it was incredible, and then watched it on DVD and hated it. And I think that's part of Avatar is that it is this sort of spectacle. But yeah, I won't waste any more time going over what we've already gone over. It looked incredible. Visual effects were fantastic. But
Perfect. Okay, so moving on to the next one. So a different film, a different one. The Batman. Visual effects for the Batman. Todd, do you want to start us off with this one?
yeah, so again, in terms of like the the sweeping shots of Gotham, everything down to sort of even the car, it was just brilliant. But like, and again, I'm not just talking about the film. I'm talking about the visual effect. It felt, I know, like it didn't feel as much of a tech demo. Sounds harsh. I'm not insulting it by saying that, but what I mean is it wasn't all of the bells and the whistles. It had that sort of level of subtlety to it. I saw this at the cinema on release, and then I think I've watched it twice since, maybe. And it just, I think good visual effects blend together. And like, Where the Water, it blended because, like you say, 90% of it was visual effects, so it blended nicely. Again, I don't think it's like nothing blew me away, but then again, if you want it to be part of a real world, it's not some fantastical, other world. It's technically Earth. Then I think they've done a good job with it.
Yep. Yeah, I completely agree. I think the subtlety of the visual effect is what makes it so interesting. Yeah, definitely. I think, again, I haven't actually rewatched it. I remember I just watched it in the cinema when it first came out, and being blown away by the things that they did with it, with effects and stuff, was and it's something that stuck with me since. It kind of says it all, really, to be perfectly honest. So yeah, I completely agree. Collie?
Yeah, I mean, kind of just echoing what you guys have said and stuff like that. Like, I thought it was good. It was good. I mean, it's kind of one of those films that it doesn't have to rely on the visual effects, but I think the visual effects are definitely utilized properly to recreate or not recreate, but create Gotham, and they definitely add to kind of exactly like Todd said. It's kind of like it blends the visual effects and the cinematography, kind of work hand in hand and stuff like that. So for example, like the opening scene when it's the Riddler in the guy's house and his guy's on the phone and stuff like that, and he's coming from the shadows and stuff like that. Like, I don't know, just the whole ensemble throughout the film. And then it comes to like the car chase, like the visual effects in the car chase were amazing. I thought like obviously a lot of work and effort went into the kind of the way that was planned out, step by step and stuff, and then it was just so chaotic, and the visual effects of that with the rain and the cars blowing up and all that kind of stuff worked really, really well. So I thought it was definitely a thing that the visual effects made the Batman good. They did. It's not the only thing that made it good, but definitely like it's a strong part of it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay, moving on to Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, now an MCU film. So I obviously expect it to win and want it to win. So I'm just going to say that now. Again, this is the thing with superhero films, is like obviously a big part of them are going to be the visual effects. In the same way that the Batman was obviously a little bit different with Black Panther, because of the type of film it is. But I thought it was kind of a weird one, because I feel like the story of Black Panther was more important than the visual effects that we got. We did obviously get, having Shuri in the suit and that sort of thing. Of course, that's pretty much all CGI, and the scene obviously Ironheart and even the fighting with the underwater people and all that stuff underwater and things as well was I thought was really well done. But again, it's kind of I struggled to I kind of compared it with Avatar: The Way of Water, because they're very similar in that side of things, and that the water side of it is obviously a big part of it. Avatar did it better in my eyes, to be perfectly honest. But I still think that, again, the visual effects, as with a lot of Marvel stuff, when they're not pushing their the visual artists to the brink of death and paying them minimum wage or even less than minimum wage, then when they don't do that, then it's normally pretty good. Todd, thoughts?
Yeah, for me, Marvel don't have an excuse sometimes when it goes wrong. Do you know what I mean? In terms of the backing that they've got and the money and all that kind of thing. And it takes me back to Infinity War, where I think it's Bruce Banner is in the Hulkbuster costume, and it looks like somebody has literally just cut him out and is holding the picture of him above the Hulk. And there was moments of that in Wakanda Forever where I was like, how are you getting it this sort of like almost video gamey, almost like Xbox 360 type, like, do you know what I mean? And it went from being absolutely stunning. It went for, like, I think the underwater city was incredible. Like, it looked amazing when they delved down. And then things like the suits were just, and the visual effects, the last, she did me head in. I can't remember her name now.
Ironheart.
Ironheart, yeah, sorry, thank you. The visual effects of her in her suit was just, I was just like, stop getting Marvel wrong. Like, you know, it wasn't great. And again, there was some amazing moments. I don't think it's Oscar worthy whatsoever. But maybe I'm being harsh because I didn't enjoy the film as much. But yeah,
Golly.
Yeah, I again, like the Namor in his underwater city was definitely a standout of the visual effects, and to just kind of reiterate, like, it's 15 years now they've been doing Marvel films, and I think they've got worse and worse at doing the people in suits kind of things. I think because, and this is maybe, I mean, I don't fully know this, but like early doors with Robert Downey Jr., they actually physically filmed him in a suit, like most of the time, even if it was just like there upwards when they were filming or that. Whereas like now they just CGI everything around them and stuff. It just looks cheap. It looks poor. But in terms of like the visual effects of like the fight at the end, I thought was really good with it on the ship and that. I thought that was like you could definitely tell the effort had went into making that look good, because obviously the CGI is not just the the VFX isn't just CGI. It's the combination of a lot of the costumes, etc. It's kind of amalgamated into one, and I thought like it was a strong part of the film. But like you say, Massey, was like, that's not what the film was about. The film was about the story and developing how the Black Panther character is going to be moving forward and stuff. So I don't have too much else to say that you guys haven't.
Yep. Okay, and then finally the visual effects. The last one here is Top Gun Maverick. Anyone want to jump in with this?
Colin, do you want to go for it?
Yeah, you sure? Like the visual effects, kind of when we're talking about cinematography, I thought it should have been nominated for that, and that's where these kind of two categories blend together. I thought the visual effects in it were class. I thought the shooting and obviously the onboard stuff when it comes to them actually being in their planes, and that was really well developed. It was like flashy without being in your face flashy. I thought it was like there was no dodgy shots that I can recall being like, oh, that doesn't look real and stuff. And I think I'm kind of like basing on the fact that most of it's not fake because, well, Tom Cruise is in it and he does everything in that. And I know he did lots of bits for this film that were legit, but the blending of reality and obviously not real planes and stuff, I thought it was really, really well done. I thought it was class. It's not one of those things though, like when I watch it, I'm like, oh yeah, the VFX are really good in this, because I think as much as Avatar's in your face, these are the visual effects. I think Top Gun's the complete opposite in terms of like, it doesn't want you to think anything is VFX, you know, so it's hard to talk on it when it's so impressive that you don't recognize it, sort of thing. So I was surprised that this was nominated for VFX, because I don't know, when I thought about it, I was like, is there like not is there any, but it was just like, surely there's like minimal VFX in Top Gun, but Maybe I'm just not as noticing it as much as others.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think it's I mean, it's not that you can tell what is VFX in or not that you should be able to tell, as we've spoken about Batman, it kind of blends in and stuff as well. But like genuinely with Top Gun Maverick, I'm like, well, what what is the VFX here? Why is this here? Not in a bad way, of course. But again, I think it was yourself that said that being in cinematography probably more relevant to the film. So yeah, again, not too much I want to say with that one. Todd, anything you want to add about that?
No, I can't. Like, just what you said. Cinematography, absolutely yes. VFX, nothing stands out. But yeah, don't want to take it any further than that.
Okay, perfect. Okay, doke. So then, yeah, with the VFX, what do you want to win? What we think will win? Collie, you can take this one first if you don't mind.
Avatar, both for me. I want it to win, and I think it should win, and I expect it to win.
Todd?
If Avatar doesn't win visual effects, then what's the fucking point in it?
Give it something to play for.
It's
yeah.
all for nothing, James.
I want the Batman to win it, mainly because it's got that Fincher about it, where it's it was Zodiac. There's a documentary about how he uses CGI in that, and it's phenomenal. And I think it has that about it. So yeah, I want the Batman to win it, but I think Avatar's got it nailed on.
Fair. I'm the same as you, Collie. I think I want Avatar to win it. Again, I mean, we will talk about Avatar and the story of it and the actual film overall. But in terms of VFX, it's an absolute like masterpiece. And yeah, as you say, you're absolutely spot on. If it doesn't win it, then what's the point? Like,
yeah.
like it's got to win it.
Just on a quick tangent to Zodiac. The GFT, like the Glasgow Independent Cinema, is doing a Fincher kind of series shortly, and Zodiac's going to be there, so I'm hopefully gonna go and see that with a few pals.
Zodiac's a phenomenal film. Love that.
Oh yeah,
so good.
Okay. Are you want to take a break or anything, or are you happy enough just to kind of move on to the next one, or?
I'm okay.
Yeah, good to push it.
Yeah, I just know Todd's got baby bladder, so like.
We'll give another category.
Right, okay. One more category. Okay, so the next category we've got is the Best Supporting Actress category. So the nominees, I'll quickly just run through each nominee just now for this one. So we've got Angela Bassett for Black Panther Wakanda Forever. We've got Hong Chow for The Whale. I can't... Did you guys see Ariana DeBose's rap at the BAFTAs, by the way?
This week.
Oh, phenomenal. Like,
yeah, like a couple of days ago, it's pissed me off.
It's so good.
I don't know who she is, and I fucking hate that woman. Like,
you don't know who she is? She's in fucking, what's it called? Collie's favorite film from last year, West Side Story.
Yeah.
Oh, she's in that.
She's
Best
on the
supporting
actress.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
And she's the bullet in Hamilton as well.
And she's what?
The bullet in Hamilton. You know, the one that runs around like with a bullet.
Hmm.
All right.
No, sorry, I can't extend it. Nah, not a clue. But yeah, didn't okay, but that really annoyed me. Carry on. Anyway, sorry, I apologize.
The only reason I say that is because she sings obviously about all the all the actresses and supporting actresses, and she does the whole Angela Bassett did the thing. Yeah, brilliant.
Is it bad?
It's horrible.
It's horrible. It's brilliant.
Oh god.
And Jamie Lee
this.
Curtis was asked about it, and she was like, she was like, I don't know why everyone's like raging. Like, I was just bopping away and stuff. It was, it's so good. Sorry. Anyway, best supporting actress: Angela Bassett for Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, Hong Chow for The Whale, Kerry Condon for The Banshees of Inisherin, Jamie Lee Curtis for Everything Everywhere All at Once, and Stephanie Hsu for Everything Everywhere All at Once as well. So,
are you supposed to be showing the graphic for these categories, or do you not have that?
I do. Thank you. Yes.
I'm just saying, if you've made the effort to make them, I want to make sure they're on screen.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So, first of all, Angela Bassett for Black Panther Wakanda Forever as Best Supporting Actress. Todd, fire away.
I think again, we'll keep saying this, but there's levels in each category, and I think Angela Bassett's sort of at the lower one. I think there was like plenty of emotion in there, and I get it. It was an emotionally driven film, especially because of what's happened with Chadwick Boseman and stuff. But like, I don't know, I didn't sort of. it didn't stand out to me as a performance that I cared about in particular. And I think when you see the strength of some of the other supporting actresses that have come through in the last year, I don't know, like she was fine. It didn't do anything where I was like, "Fuck off, that's not right." But like, it just didn't. She didn't buzz me at any point during Black Panther where I was like, "Wow, that's Oscar worthy."
Thank you.
Yeah. Collie, I don't know if you have.
I don't feel bad in saying this, but I think it was a token gesture to have something from Black Panther nominated in terms of the cast or something like that. I think we'll get onto the category later. I think there was a more deserving person to be nominated from this film when it comes to acting and stuff. I thought Angela Bassett was perfectly fine as Ramonda. I thought she was a good part of the film in that, but I don't know if she was just a stopgap to be put in this category because of the Boseman thing or not. I don't know, but I thought she was okay. Like, I thought it was decent, but nothing amazing. I didn't come out there going like, oh, what a powerhouse performance. Just because I think like she was as good in Wakanda Forever as she's been in any role. Any time that she's played Ramonda otherwise, and I don't think anyone's been screaming about how good she was there. So it's kind of weird that like all of a sudden, you know, it's oh my god, like this is like by far and away the favorite for the supporting actress Oscar and stuff. It's kind of, I don't know, like it's one of those ones that it's harsh in saying it because of like the Boseman thing and that, but I feel like it's kind of like almost not sympathy, but like I don't know if you guys are following like what I'm meaning, but I'm just meaning like I'm as a kind of token gesture kind of thing, like, oh, here you go, like obviously you tragically lost like your main man, like everyone else obviously had to pull together to make the film without him, and I guess Angela Bassett's like, oh yeah, well done to her, you know, like we'll nominate her to kind of as kind of like a, she's nominated more for being part of a cast that were grieving and still managed to pull off a good acting performance overall. We'll give it to her, sort of thing. So yeah, that's all I've got to say.
Yeah, I think I agree to that point. I do think that it's an emotionally charged film compared to obviously the last one in terms of what she has to do, in terms of being a more of a main character really than in the other one. Yeah, again, I think she was okay. I think she was all right. It's kind of surprising because really the only thing I think of is the first scene that like was the big one for me. The other parts kind of so the first scene when she was in the UN or whatever it was, I thought she was pretty good there, but then like the rest of it I'm kind of like, oh, what else actually happened with her? So I think you're right. I think there's probably like a kind of not a sympathy vote, but like a well, for instance, if they nominated, they couldn't have nominated her, but if they'd nominated Shuri for like best actress, firstly with all the stuff that was going on with her, the actress, and then also like compared to who are nominated, it would be a bit of a travesty. So I think you're right in that there's a kind of that side of it, like it's almost like a token gesture sort of thing.
If we're gonna briefly get into that, like Letitia Wright should have 100% been nominated for best actress. Like,
you think so?
In my opinion, yeah, and I think like it's for me. There's no two ways about it. I don't agree with like what she was saying or that, but it's been walked back by pretty much everyone in terms of on the cast was like, I don't know where all these rumors that she was running about the set screaming about COVID and all that kind of stuff. Like everyone was like, nah, she was just like, that's just her opinion. But she was like, like Angela Bassett came out and she was like, she never once said to me, you know, well, why are you getting the vaccine and stuff like that? It was just her choice to not get it or whatever, which is fine. But I don't know why that's got to come into like whether she should be nominated for main actress or that. Like there's like, let me just pull up the category 2 seconds. Like where are we?
I do think though, with all the controversy that the Oscars have had, like not necessarily with the actual nominees, but like with all the Will Smith stuff.
But then was it the Hollywood Reporter that like had her in an article comparing her to fucking people with like sexual assault allegations against them and stuff? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you've seen, like, she was just like, what the fuck's this agenda about, sort of thing. Like I just voiced my opinion and then deleted all my social media subsequently because of all the harassment that she got about it. And again, like, I'm not in any way agreeing with what she was saying. Like, I think she was categorically wrong with it, but like, for her to be not nominated and like fucking Anna de Armas and Michelle Williams are getting nominated. Nothing against either two of them, but I thought she carried this film herself personally. I thought there was nobody even close to her as good as acting. Like, the boy who played Namor was good, but like, he was supposed to be a kind of quiet, sullen guy. I thought, your man M'Baku, the guy who played him, he was class. I thought Letitia Wright in every scene that she was in was amazing. And if there was somebody to be nominated as a supporting actress, it should have been what's her name? Her from
Lupita Nyong'o.
Yeah, from
oh no, yeah, sorry, yeah, what was her name? Sorry.
Sorry.
Michelle something, right? No. Is it Michelle something?
Oh, the actress. I can tell you that.
But she was Michonne, is that right? Is that who you're thinking of?
Michonne, yeah. So she's the head of the Lassie Army or whatever. Like, I thought she was amazing in it, and the emotion that she displayed, and obviously in grieving for what's his name, T'Challa, and all that kind of stuff. Like, I thought, like, in my opinion, if there was one person to be nominated for supporting, it should have been her, and Letitia Wright should have been for men. But that's by the by. That's just my opinion. Wait, are we still talking about Angela Bassett? Yeah,
yeah.
We've not even talked about anyone else, right? Anyway, I think we should move on. But she was all right.
Todd, did you say about Angela Bassett? I don't think you did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Next one, Hong Chow for The Whale. Now, Mabel. Now, I don't know if it's an Oscar-worthy performance as a Best Supporting Actress. I thought she was good, but again, I think, and we'll get into him, I think Brendan Fraser was that film. Really, she was absolutely fine. I don't know if it's an Oscar-worthy performance in my eyes. I don't know about you guys. What do you think in terms of Hong Chow in The Whale?
Yeah,
on you go, Todd.
So I just saw you. I thought I'd jump in. I think, like you say, if she's not against, if she's not with Brendan Fraser, if you put her with somebody who is a weaker actor, is that going to be as strong of a performance? Are you going to feel the same thing that you did? I don't think she had a bad performance, and I think she deserves to be in this category more than Angela Bassett does. Sorry, I'm not shitting on Angela Bassett, but like in terms of levels, don't. She deserves to be in there more, and I think that there were better moments from her, but again, it was just moments. It wasn't anything that was like a kind of and I think, again, I won't go, but like sometimes you see Oscar performances as that one big monologue, that one loud sort of moment, and it's not. It should be a consistent performance right the way through the film. And she had a couple of moments where she was brilliant, but then she was like just a mate. Like, she was just you believe that she was his friend, you believe that she was a nurse. There wasn't anything spectacular there. So yeah, I thought she was good, but with a different lead actor, with a different situation, a different film, I don't know whether we'd be talking about the same person.
I would say as well, I think for me anyway, I thought that Sadie Sink was strong.
Man, that's going to be my point.
All right.
I can go back to you then, rather than come back to me, or go to me for the first time to talk about this film. Okay,
Colin,
cool.
do you want to take this one then?
Oh, you're fine. Carry on with your point.
I think Sadie Sink was a stronger actress, or is a stronger shout for Best Supporting Actress than Hong Chow. I thought she was phenomenal when she was kicking about. Collie, I don't know. Would you agree with something like that? Do you think?
I don't know if they thought that Hong Chow played his daughter or something like that, and they just got confused. But yeah, Sadie Sink, and I would even argue that Samantha Morton, who played his ex-wife. All three women in this film were solid, but I think like Sadie Sink was amazing. I thought like every scene that she was in with Brendan Fraser, she more than held her own with a guy who is a very good actor. You know, like I thought she stood out from this. So I think she's kind of been robbed, and that's not to take anything away from Hong Chow. I think like exactly what you said, Massey. Like the film is Brendan Fraser, obviously, because he's the main character, but the film is all about him. But I think like every interaction that all three women had in this film with him, I thought they were all really, really good and they held their own. I just think if anyone's to be nominated from this film for a supporting actress, it would be Sadie Sink. But yeah, so I don't have spoiler. I don't have Hong Chow down as think that she'll win or want to win, but it was good. I thought she was good. I'm not meaning to belittle what she did by saying that Sadie Sink should have been nominated instead. I just feel like her character was more integral to the story. And I think Sadie Sink's performance showed that. I think like you say yeah, she was just his mate and stuff like that, and yeah, she was connected to him because of the fact that the relationship they had with her brother and all that kind of stuff. But it's just I don't know. It was a strong performance, but one that is again within the category. There's tears, and it's just not up there with some of the others.
So just an interesting point there. You said that you don't have Hong Chow down as wanting to or thinking. If it was Sadie Sink instead, do you think?
Yes, I would want her to win.
Yeah,
I would want her to win this category. Yeah.
Todd?
No, I think she'd be up there, but I'm pretty sold on one person.
I can guess who it is. I think I know who it is. So moving on to the next one here, we have Kerry Condon for the Banshees of Inisherin. Todd, maybe do you want to take this one?
I won't go on for too long. Okay. I'm a McDonagh fanboy, through and through, and I tried to be as impartial as I could in terms of trying to pick every bit apart, if that makes sense. So trying to see Kerry Condon as best support and trying to see the different elements of it. And I thought she was phenomenal. And I think especially in this category, I think she's levels above. I know we'll get to the others in a bit, but I think Stephanie Hsu is close to her. But just, again, I like subtlety, and I like the fact that she's up against three very unsubtle characters. And when I never know how to say Barry's surname, so I'm just going to call him Barry as if I'm best mates with him.
It's Kean, isn't it? Barry Kean.
Kean, is that how? Yeah,
I'm sure it is.
I think it is. Yeah.
In that moment where them two were talking at this at the riverside, I could watch that scene on a loop, and not for Barry Keoghan. He's great in that scene, and we'll obviously talk about him in a bit. But I just think how vulnerable she is through this film. It screams that she was going to do what she does in the film from the beginning, and I think she signposts that really well. The whole thing blew me away, and like I say, it was hard to compartmentalize all of the different elements of it. But she was all right. She was canny.
She was all right.
Sure.
But yeah, no, I completely agree. I think she was really, really good. As you say, it's the subtlety of what she did as a character was something that really kind of took it from me. Even just little things and again we'll get on to Colin Farrell, but the scene in the pub when he's not having a go at Brendan Gleeson, but he's he's kind of drunk and stuff, and he says something about his sister, and even her little facial expressions then are just it's so well acted. In terms of best supporting actress, you're kind of when you think about what you want a supporting actress to do, and that's support the main cast, or she is part of the main cast, but support the main actors. I think she does it phenomenally, and as I say, without being bombastic and without being a big kind of outward kind of character, but the subtlety she brings is absolutely incredible. It's really, really moving and really, really interesting. Collie?
Yeah, I thought I can't really say too much that you guys haven't, but I thought she was fantastic. I think I've really mainly sorry I've seen her in Better Call Saul, where she plays Mike's daughter-in-law and stuff like that. So she always puts in a strong performance there, and then for her to be at the forefront of a film like this, I thought she was great. I thought every scene that she was in, she more than held her own with two powerhouses in Brendan and Colin, my two mates. And then there's the scene with Barry on like the side of the water, and she's looking across at like the women in that, and he comes up saying like pretty much, "Do you want to be with me?" And she handles it so like she's not patronizing him at all or anything like that. I think she's very gentle with him and stuff like that. And I think the way that she handles herself on screen is great. I thought she was one of the standouts of the film overall, not just being supporting actress.
Absolutely. Okay, moving on. So, the first of two for Everything Ever All at Once, we have Jamie Lee Curtis. Collie, do you want to kick off this one?
Yeah, like I wasn't surprised that she was nominated for this. Like, she's definitely quite prevalent in the film, but I don't know if there was somebody to be nominated in this. It was going to be Stephanie. Is it Sue?
Sue.
Sue.
It's kind of like Sue, but yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I like that's who I expected to be nominated automatically after watching the film. So I don't know, is Jamie Lee Curtis, for me personally, put in there just because it's Jamie Lee Curtis, maybe, but I thought she did a good performance. I just think that she's, for me, she's not even the best supporting actress in that film, never mind, not good enough to win the award, in my opinion. Not good enough, but in terms of like performance in that particular film, I just think that she's like third or fourth in line when it comes to how good of an acting performance that she put in that film.
See, I think this is where it gets interesting because you've got the two of them there that are nominated. It's kind of like, well, is it one or the other? Why are we nominating two? Like they're potentially going to be one above the other in my eyes. And yeah, I completely agree. I think she was good. And she brought quite a few little bits and pieces to the character. That were her choices, like even just things like the wrist strap, that was her. Okay. She chose that, so she's obviously done or had a big say in it as well. But I do think you're right. I think maybe it's just because it's Jamie Lee Curtis that she's getting. Although in interviews, I know she's been a big supporter of saying that it's Michelle Yeoh that's got her this nomination. Like she basically said that like if it wasn't for Michelle Yeoh, then she wouldn't be nominated.
100%. Like obviously we're gonna get onto Michelle Yeoh's performance in that, but I 100% agree.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I don't know if that's maybe her saying that she isn't expecting to win or doesn't is maybe not expecting the kind of win here. But yeah, I totally agree. I think in terms of supporting actresses, and obviously the next one is the one that we will be talking about in a wee second as well. I think Stephanie Hsu was more important and better to perform a better performance. Todd, Jamie Lee Curtis, thoughts?
Yeah, I can't really extend anything you said. I think it's like what like a legacy nomination almost.
So yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I would say, yeah,
like lifetime achievement. But and I think it hurts people. What was so I know massive. Have you seen The Woman King?
No,
Collie. I know you've seen massive.
Yes.
So it's Lashana Lynch. She was I thought she was amazing, and people like her who are missing out just so that people can go, and I think Jamie Lee Curtis got the nod over Stephanie Hsu in quite a lot of other places where she wasn't even nominated, and Jamie Lee Curtis was, and it just, I don't know, it feels, I don't know if unfair is the word, I don't know if I'm being childish about it, but yeah.
I 100% agree. If we're gonna jump before we're going to Stephanie Hsu, if we're gonna say like people that should have been nominated, I thought Olivia, I think it's DeJong, her that plays Priscilla Presley in Elvis.
Oh yeah,
I thought she would be a standout nomination for this category. I thought she was fantastic in it. In the scenes with Austin Butler, I thought she was amazing. Like the scene in where he's gonna be, she's leaving him and stuff like that, and then he's on the stairs and stuff, and then she like consoles him, and then it's like, I need to go. And then there's the car scene right at the end and stuff like that. I thought she was great. I'm surprised that she wasn't nominated for it after watching Elvis. Or sorry, watching Elvis, I was expecting her to be nominated, and then when she wasn't nominated, I was surprised.
Absolutely. Let's move on to Stephanie Hsu. Unbelievable. Like I was blown away by her performance. Again, we're talking about the difference between Kerry Condon, who was like more of like a kind of subtle, insular sort of performance. Stephanie Hsu's massive bombastic kind of performance that she put in, and I thought she was like insanely good. Like the whole thing about being just wanting her mother's acceptance. She was vulnerable at parts. She was hilarious at parts as well, and like I just thought it was an absolute powerhouse performance. I was blown away by Stephanie Hsu.
Yeah, I thought she kind of was like a good representation of the film overall. Like, coming from the absolutely like over the top kind of thing all the way down to the, like you say, the stuff with the mum's acceptance and that, and just wanting to be respected by her life choices and stuff like that. I thought she was great. I thought she was fantastic. I don't have like overly much to say about her because I guess we'll cover this film quite a lot moving forward in that. But she stood out and held her own. Throughout the whole film. I thought she was great, and it's just interesting, like you say, like some places she's not even been nominated, whereas Jamie Lee Curtis has. Which is nothing like Jamie Lee Curtis. That's not her fault per se, but it's just I don't know. I just feel like people are overlooking Stephanie Hsu a little bit, and I'm looking forward to seeing where she goes because she's 32 actually, so like she's not been around for too long, but she's got a great career ahead of her, I would say, in terms of what she can do next. I think there's a lot of potential, and even just being nominated, I guess, like kind of puts yourself out there a little bit, but it would have been class if she was the only one nominated from this and potentially could have been the one that won it,
And I think as well, it's going to be, I know we're going to talk about everything ever all at once in more detail, but I think what it's going to do for like Asian kind of actors or Asian actors and actresses and filmmakers is going to be really interesting because, it's pretty much sweeping everywhere. Or potentially, it's kind of up there anyway, and a lot of it has been brought up about the fact, like, because the when they won at, I don't know if it was BAFTAs or something, but the Granda, the guy that, the one who was in like Big Trouble in Little China and that sort of thing.
James Hong.
Yeah, James Hong, that's the one. He was saying how, like, the Asian representation in Hollywood has always been, you'd have like Mickey Rooney putting on in the fake teeth and doing that. Like now it's going to be a completely different landscape going forward. And
do you know how old he is?
He's like 90 odd, isn't he? He's like 92.
He's 94.
That's ridiculous.
He's class.
Actually ridiculous. And still walking around.
I remember him in Balls of Fury. That was class.
But yeah, definitely, I'm really excited to see what happens going forward. Todd, Stephanie Hsu.
Yeah, just it'll be like a soundbite, I suppose, for everything everywhere all at once. For all of the performances, is that like they've got this benefit of being able to play like a few different versions of the same character. So like we see with Stephanie Hsu, we see the over the top like villain that's like when she's walking down that corridor changing things with the fucking dildos that against that cop security guard, whatever he is, like that killed me. And then there's the vulnerable side of it. But the other thing is that can be a pitfall. Like, yeah, she gets to flex that she can act in a number of different ways and play a different version of these characters. But at the same time, if she balls that up, and again, same with all the other actors, it can, it can kill a film. And she was brilliant. She nailed every single version of that character. So, but that's all. Like, I can't really say anything much else on top of it.
Yep. Okay, look. So that was Best Supporting Actress. So again, who we want to win and who we think will win. Todd, let's start off with yourself.
Kerry Condon for both.
Collie?
I want Kerry Condon to win, but I think Angela Bassett might win it.
Interesting. So I want Stephanie Hsu to win, but I think Kerry Condon will take it. So yeah, interesting. Okay, look. So before we get into Best Supporting Actor, let's just have a quick break. A quick. Couple minute break. That's interesting, Mikey. Mikey's saying there, saw a factor that James Hong is older than the Oscars. Born in February 1929, first Oscars May 1929.
That's nuts.
That's crazy. That is actually crazy. Yes, so we'll go for a quick 5-minute break. Todd can have a wee because of the baby bladder. And yeah, we'll be back in just like 5 minutes. So.
Cool.
Baby bladder, baby bladder.
Right, back in a minute. We're back.
Yo.
JP, I dropped her off at like 2 o'clock, and she was like, I can't be arsed, I'm going to be back at 5 o'clock. She'll be out there now, she'll be absolutely hammered and having a class night. And I said, you'll fucking enjoy it once you get there. I won't see it till about 2 o'clock this morning.
Amazing. We'll still be streaming.
Yeah, I was going to say, to be fair, when Mark was like, you're an hour in, and you've only done one category, and I was like, oh, yeah. Oh, you can still hear us, Massey. Yeah.
Boo, boo this man, boo.
Yeah, I was like, oh god, here we go. But we're doing well. What are we, 4 categories in?
I think they can still hear us, by the way, because he's not deafened.
No. They said Jimbo and Lorna said, oh, and Rich. Is it just me that they can hear? Can you hear everybody? Hi everyone.
Why did you not deafen when we left? How come we didn't say any mean stuff? I was just talking about JP being bleeding. Somebody clip it. Somebody clip it.
She's out getting hammered.
Yeah. We're all back anyway now. It's all good. It's all
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, we're 3 down, right? Oh no, well, 4 kind of.
4 technically.
Yeah.
4 technically, yeah.
Yeah, 4 technically down. So
We're just almost halfway there.
yeah, and that's been what, 2 hours?
Yeah.
Not bad going. Okay, so let's just move on. Let's just move on to the next one, and I'll make sure I get the graphic up for it as well. So we are on to the best supporting actor. So the nominees are Brendan Gleeson for the Banshees of Inisherin. We've got Brian Tyree Henry for Causeway. We've got Judd Hirsch for The Fabelmans. We've got Barry Keoghan for the Banshees of Inisherin, and then we have Ki Hai Kwan for Everything Everywhere All at Once. So firstly, Brendan Gleeson for the Banshees of Inisherin. Todd, I believe you like that film, so do you want to take this away?
Yeah, like thing is with Brendan Gleeson, he does a job every single time, and I think he was he's exactly what you needed from this. He was stoic, he was miserable, and didn't play it like to any sort of like villain level, because that could have come into it. I think he could have sort of overplayed it a little bit, and that's not what McDonagh's films are about. It's not what McDonagh's about. But yeah, I think him and Colin Farrell have such a wonderful relationship anyway, and have such a good chemistry both on and off screen. I think it plays to his strength. I don't think he's the strongest in the category, but I do think he was. For me, there's more in this category that are hard to separate. You know, there's a good chunk here. But yeah, I thought he was phenomenal. I thought he was brilliant. Not much else I can say really, other than the fact that he's a fiddle player, and it was like this was written for him and Colin Farrell. So like, and you know, I just think it's class that they got that in there for him just to be able to fiddle away, I suppose.
Well, you get
For lack of a better phrase. Yeah.
He gets to for a little bit, doesn't he? Then, Collie, thoughts? Brendan Gleeson?
Yeah, like Todd says, he always puts in a shift. He always puts in a performance. There's a reason why he's a McDonagh brother, like, you know, favorite. It was just Brendan Gleeson, not being Brendan Gleeson as in a person, but it was just that's how he is, and it's not in terms of that he's a one-dimensional character, but he plays a grumpy, stoic, miserable guy perfectly, and that is what that character is. And I thought he was brilliant in it. Like, I thought that it was written for him, and rightfully so. He was perfect for the character. You know what I mean? I think him and Colin Farrell's like back and forth were great, and just him in general. I think he just did really, really well. I think he's rightfully nominated. He's not going to be, in my opinion, the winner of this category or that, because there's better ones, like Todd said, or not better ones, but like just better performances. But unlike Jamie Lee Curtis, I don't think he was nominated for this as a token gesture or whatever. I think he was nominated, and rightfully so.
Mm-hmm. Completely agree. And I think as well, you know, the whole plot surrounds the fact that he's the one that doesn't want to continue this friendship purely because of his he feels time ticking away for him to actually be able to create his magnum opus, and you completely believed it from him as well. You know, it wasn't ever like it's such a weird subject, because it's like, who would just say, nah, I'm not friends with you anymore, like, or just, he made that believable. And what was that? What are you trying to say, Collie?
I don't know. Don't invite me to your wedding. It's pretty easy for me to say don't be friends with me anymore.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, but I mean, like, in terms of, they were obviously,
I know what you mean.
They were obviously best pals.
Yeah. And it's out with the blue. It's out with the blue or whatever. Or, well, it's as much out of the blue as we know within the context of the film.
Yeah.
It might have been a long time coming or whatever, and Colin Farrell's just too stupid to realise it, but still.
I actually, after this film, so when I was doing training at work, the person that was taking the training was called Patrick, and I just kept saying Patrick, but yeah, absolutely. I thought Brendan Gleeson made it a relatively weird subject completely believable. I thought it was fantastic. And as you say, it's not a legacy nomination, because he is very, 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 very good in this film. Right, so moving on to what was kind of a left field sort of nomination for me, Brian Tyree Henry in Causeway. Todd, thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I didn't know this film existed until like the nominations came out and stuff. I rate Brian Tyree Henry, and I mainly rate him because he's so versatile. Like, I loved Bullet Train. I thought it was mental. Like, it was balls to the wall, daft, but like, it was played in a way that it didn't get too silly. Even when it did get too silly, it was still entertaining. I think it was down to the likes of Brian Tyree Henry and the way that he was. And it was interesting to see. That was like, from that was the last film I'd seen him in, to this, where he was like that caring sort of supportive. I keep using the word subtle, and I think it's because I like subtle characters. But again, there was nothing over the top. There was nothing huge about his character, and I think he did like a serviceable job. And I don't think he's. Again, I think it goes 3, Brian Tyree Henry 1, if that makes sense. Like 3 actors, then there's a bit of a gap, then Brian Tyree Henry, and then this like legacy thing. But yeah, I thought it was a great role. I thought it was a great performance. I don't think it was Oscar worthy necessarily, but I do think it was a good performance.
Yeah, I think you're right. The versatility of him is crazy. Like, have you seen Atlanta before? TV show?
No, I've never watched it.
Like, he plays this rapper. Like, it's so weird. Like, seeing him like doing that, and then you know, watching him in Causeway, and even things like voice acting for Spider-Verse and stuff as well. Like, it's great. Like, I think he's a really good actor, and yeah, I thought he was really like it's kind of hard to like put in words, but I thought like the fact that he was like playing like a disabled guy, without it being like his personality, if you know, or like, you know what I mean, it wasn't like a big part of the character. It was another part of him that he I thought was really really good at. And you're right, in terms of this film, I didn't know about it at all until, and I think that's the kind of the good thing about doing this, is that there's films that I watch that I would never even touch with a barge pole, and I thoroughly enjoyed this film as well as this performance, and in fact, I mean, again, we'll kind of touch on it at another point, but I thought Jennifer Lawrence was great as well, to be honest. So Collie, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with everything that you've said. I thought there was a film that, well, so I would have never have seen this film without us doing this. I thought he was brilliant. I thought like from when you first meet him and it's all about this truck getting fixed, to then he can obviously sense like a kindred spirit in Jennifer Lawrence's character, in terms of she's broken, like, and so's he. From what he's went through, both physically and obviously emotionally and mentally and stuff, he's been through a lot. And yeah, I just thought the both of them in scenes that they were in together were amazing. I thought they were fantastic. And just to touch on the Jennifer Lawrence thing, I this was Jennifer Lawrence as she was when she was earlier in her career.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhat lost it a little bit in terms of what she was doing. Certainly to me, I didn't really see her in anything that I thought she was very good in. Sorry, not that she wasn't very good in, but there was no good films that she was in for a while, I thought. And I thought this she was showing how good of an actress she could be, and I think she should have been nominated for Best Actress for this, personally.
Completely agree.
I thought she was amazing. So I'm just only talking about her now because it's the only opportunity that we're going to have to talk about this film. But I thought Brian Tyree Henry was great. I was trying to think, kind of like, who else could have had in this category? And throughout the other films, like, you could add a few other people. What's his? Oh God, Miles Teller, for example. Maybe he was really good in Top Gun. I thought, but he wasn't really like that prevalent in it. I know he was like one of the main characters, but there wasn't many scenes that I thought, oh my God, he's amazing in it. I thought he was just good because I thought in Top Gun, I know we'll talk about it a few more times, like, his character was more important than whether Miles Teller was good or not, and his character was integral to the story. I thought Miles was really good. He's a great actor, but maybe he could have been nominated instead. But I thought Tyree Henry, when I thought about that, and I was going through like the films, being like, oh, who could have been nominated? I think he stands alongside these people, and showcased what he's all about. And yeah, he's only been in, or about for films for the last 5 years or so. So it's going to be interesting to see where he goes. I mean, his first film was that fucking Widows film, Massey, that we went to see in the cinema, and I fucking hate that film. So it's only going to get better from here, surely.
Absolutely dog shit. Like, so bad. So bad.
Anyway,
why did you have to bring that up? I'm angry now.
But I thought, like, this is just kind of, after watching all the films for this exercise, it's just one of those ones I'm just, oh, thank fuck we do this, because I would have never have seen it otherwise, and I would have missed out on what's a really, really good film.
Agreed.
Hard-hitting film, of course, but it's one of those ones I would recommend anyone who's either never heard of it or is to and fro about watching it. It's only an hour and a half. It's only 90 minutes long. It's quite a short film, but there's some really, really good performances in it, and Jennifer Lawrence is great. Hopefully this is kind of a turning point almost for her to kind of come back and do some better films, because, like, what was that one that she was at? Red Sparrow and all that shite. They're just crap, I thought.
Have you seen the trailer for her newest film?
Yeah.
No. I have. Is this her with the just trying to seduce the guy?
Yeah. It looks like a lot of fun. Like,
it does.
But see, that's it. But it looks fun because she can do. Well, tell a lie. Actually, tell a lie. She was in Don't Look Up, and she was amazing in that.
Yeah.
I forgot. I completely forgot that was only within like last year or whatever. So I'm just looking up at her filmography now. But it was just like Dark Phoenix, like those fucking X-Men films went off the rails. Red Sparrow, pish. Mother, never seen it. Passengers, pish. X-Men. I didn't really like her in that Joy. Then it's like Hunger Games, but I'm looking like back through all of her films and stuff, like
Winter's Bone.
Silver Linings Playbook. Silver Linings Playbook is 11 years ago, and that's probably when I'm looking through that. Apart from Don't Look Up, that's probably our last performance that I was like, she's a good actress. She's not just like this name brand, like, or kind of like chuck her in your film and you've got an A-list actress in it, you know what I mean? Like, you do, but all those films in the last 10 years that she's done, in my opinion, don't utilize her. Whereas I think, like, Don't Look Up, I completely forgot about that, actually. And then Causeway, I thought she showed, like, proper vulnerability, but also strength as well. She was independent as well, but also when she was with Bai-Chi, and it's a compliment to Tyree Henry in terms of how they acted together in scenes and stuff like that. I thought they were both really, really good.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. I think we've spoken about him now.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Cool. On to the next one. So Judd Hirsch for the Fablemans. Like, I just quickly, I just want to say that like. I don't know why he's up for nomination, to be perfectly honest.
I have no fucking idea. No idea.
What, drops in for like 5 minutes?
Well, when I said he was nominated, I was like, who the fuck was he in that film? I can't even remember him being in it. But
like
I honestly, I've got nothing to say.
Yeah,
I've got nothing to say on it.
Well, at least you guys are the same then.
I'll say that he was probably the best bit of the fucking film.
I don't know.
Honestly, like, and I know we'll get to it. I don't understand, and I know that there's a lot of people who have a lot of love for this film, but at least he was in some way believable in that fight. I don't think he should be up here at all, and I think again, it's less of a he doesn't deserve it, as in it's a snub for other people to see him.
Yeah, absolutely.
But for me, like, at least he was believable. At least there was some level of like heart and. I don't know, like, I don't know what it was about this film that really fucked me off, but I thought, like, those 5 minutes that he was on the screen were, or whatever time it was, the limited time he was on the screen, was better than the majority of half the stuff that was in that film. And I know we'll get to it, but that's like, as in. Sorry, go on, Matt.
No, it's fine. I was going to say, it's funny to say that because I actually feel that, like, Paul Dano was much more deserving of like a nod for.
So that's why I scoffed when Todd was like, he's the best thing about the film. I was like, mate, like, Paul Dano could just stand there and do nothing. Yeah, and he's the best part of this film in my opinion. But,
he was great. I thought he was phenomenal as the father. I thought he was brilliant. Like Yeah,
but I'm like, Paul Dano to me is what Kerry Condon is to Todd. I think, you know what I mean. Like, he could fart and stand and do nothing in a room, and I'd be like, that man's the greatest actor of our time.
I mean,
and I probably want to shag him as much as Todd does Kerry. So.
And Brendan and Barry and Colin. Yeah.
All the pals friends. Yeah, we Paul.
It was a messy set then, wasn't it? Jesus.
Just
fucking hell, man.
Just like on that, like I think he would. And again, I'm not gonna like, but I feel like he was wasted, because I'm with you on Dano. Like, you know, from even in things like Swiss Army Man, which was a fucking left.
Well, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Talk about that later.
I think he was wasted. But anyway, I won't whinge. Like.
Oh well, you know, it fucking sounds like you would. Fuck, I know.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, Judd Hirsch. Okay, so then moving on to Barry Keoghan for the Banshees of Inisherin. Now, Collie, do you want to kick us off with? Barry.
Yeah, absolutely. So Barry Keoghan, like, just overall is an amazing actor. I think, like, he's strongly grown into, you know, being one of the best actors out there in terms of his age group and his category of like films that he goes in. It's very difficult. I mean, not being an actor, but it must be very difficult to play like a mentally challenged or like academically struggling. I don't know the best word to describe it politically or whatever, but it must be really hard to play a character like that and then not slip into stereotypes and all that kind of stuff, whether it's like putting on a voice or like deliberately like looking cross, like anything like that. And I think the way that he acts in this film is perfect. I think he does it so well. I think a lot of that, like, it'll be I've been guidance from McDonough as well, but I think him in his own right, like, he's just been told, oh, this is how I want you to play it, and he's went away and nailed it, frankly. I thought he was brilliant in this. In as much that he wasn't much in it, like, he wasn't like in it, but then I think he was in really like pivotal scenes in the film, though. I think like when him and Colin Farrell are having their conversations and it's just those two, and then it gets to the point of Colin Farrell does a certain thing and he's like, I can't be friends with you anymore. And it's just it's such like a, he's not playing, because the guy he's playing is not like a child or whatever, but like it's such a naive childlike line of, oh, I can't be friends with you anymore, or whatever the exact phrasing is, but that's the kind of crux of the line or whatever. And I think like he's kind of not the moral background, like but he's the character that sees this film and this friendship as well, you guys are friends. Why aren't you friends anymore? I don't understand it, sort of thing. And that's how Colin Farrell feels. But then there's that point that Barry Keoghan's character, what's his character's name again? I forget. Dominic says like he realizes like where Colin or how Colin Farrell is or who he is or whatever. And then there's like the whole like thing with his dad and stuff like that. I just think he was brilliant in this. Like, I'll let you guys talk on him now, but I thought he was fantastic, and I know he won the BAFTA for this, which was quite surprising, I think, for him to win the BAFTA, but deservedly so.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, he's again, it's the sort of the subtlety of the things that he does and how he portrays this character. As you say, it's like he's obviously like mentally challenged in some sort of way, but he never does it to the point of parody. It's never like Tropic Thunder. It's never
yeah, exactly.
You know,
parody.
Yeah. He, as you say as well, is the moral compass, like someone that's so naive and so, in terms of maybe not as intelligent, but can see the world at face value kind of thing. And
but he feels emotions and stuff like that, though. Absolutely.
Absolutely. I think he was phenomenal. And he's kind of come out of nowhere, really. The first thing I saw him in was Eternals, and you know, a big ensemble film. Yeah. An ensemble film that Wait,
did you not see Dunkirk?
Was he in Dunkirk?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I didn't even.
I know but like memes aside, Harry Styles was the best actor in Dunkirk, probably in my opinion. So,
yeah, he's great.
Like, and there was a lot of good actors in it and stuff, but no, he was in it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I didn't.
He was also. So I know that you're talking, but he was in that 71. Have you ever seen 71?
No.
It's got who's the young actor that was really good in that? Jack O'Connell is in that.
Oh, okay.
And it's all about like a riot in Belfast and stuff, and Barry Keoghan's in that. Not at the time he was very very like unknown, but then he was also in Killing of a Sacred Deer, which is really good, and The Green Knight as well. He was in The Green Knight, and
that's the Dev Patel one, right? Green Knight.
Yes.
Yeah, I've never seen that, but I heard it's pretty good. Like.
Yeah. But anyway, I know you're talking about your first experience with him, but I still would agree that he's come out of nowhere in terms of being like an actor to like not the actor either, but like he's just Banshees has definitely utilized him in a good way, and it's kind of elevated him a little bit, I think, for a lot of people.
Yep, definitely, and of course he's going to be the Joker in Batman 2. So that is going to be very, very interesting.
Yes,
I think,
of course. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Going forward, for him. Yeah, but absolutely, I thought he was phenomenal. Todd, I know you like Banshees.
Just on his filmography, Calm with Horses, if you have the chance, it's on Netflix, is a brilliant film. Like, it's is Kerry Condon? No.
Oh no, yeah, the boxing one. Yeah, he's amazing in that. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah,
he just plays a little bastard in it, but yeah, it is brilliant. No, so for me, I think like how dark the humor is in Banshees, like how, you know, McDonagh does like the gallows humor type stuff. Barry Keoghan plays like the sort of the lighter side of it, the lighter side of the comedy that I know Tolerable had said about the Daddy will kill us if we wake him when he's been wanking was like a great line, but it's, for me, it's the what is he, 12? He doesn't want to be a friend anymore. What is he, 12? And I audibly just like giggled me back off in a cinema that wasn't really laughing as much as I was. And I think to go from that to the, like, say, the scene with Kerry Condon at the side of the water, and the way that he talks to Colin Farrell, like, it is just brilliant how easily he switches between the two, and it is that naivety. I can't really add much more, but I just thought it was good that he can have that sort of lightheartedness in such a dark film and it not feel out of place.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okie doke. Let's move on to the final one in the Best Supporting Actor, and we have Ke Huy Quan for Everything Everywhere All at Once. Short round data. Obviously this is the whole kind of story is got him and Brendan Fraser making like their almost parallels in terms of comebacks. You know, he spoke about not having work for so long, from having from being such a prominent child actor in like Indiana Jones and your Goonies and things, and now seeing him in Everything Ever All at Once, like again, we've talked about the Stephanie Hughes performance, how she had different different versions of her character, but also like the kind of loud bombastic parts and the subtle kind of acceptance parts. I think anytime he's on screen is just absolutely like my eyes are drawn to him every single time. I think he's absolutely phenomenal as all parts of Waymond. The one that like fights with the
bum bag.
Bum bag, yeah, the bum bag.
Fanny pack, thank you very much.
Fanny pack, sorry, yeah. Or the one that's just like so again, almost childlike, similar to Barry Keane, dance in the background in the with Santa from I Think You Should Leave. Yeah. I think he is like absolutely unbelievable this whole film. I think it's like genuinely the performance absolutely like all the talk again was about the comeback and stuff, but I think that overshadows how great the performance was as well. Like the story of the comeback is fantastic, but his performance was just outstanding, and it's I loved him every time that he was on the screen. Todd, Collie?
So it was from the first, and I know it is about the performance, but just on the comeback, I don't remember which award it was that he won first, but that first acceptance speech of his, where it kind of, I think, became real for him that this was something. Do you know what I mean? That this was a moment for him. That blew me away. But yeah, like I say, it's that sound bite for Everything Everywhere. Like he could have really dropped the ball on one of these performances, on one of these versions of Waymond. But he was just brilliant. And I think, I don't know how much of it was him in terms of like stunts and stuff, but the fights, the Golden Globe, Lorna, thank you. When he won the Golden Globe. But yeah, the fight scenes, the way that he talks to Michelle Yeoh's character, like he was phenomenal. I don't think I can add anything other than saying how versatile he was just in that one character. Absolutely brilliant. Colin?
I thought he was class. Like the narrative behind him coming back, and that's amazing. Obviously, like I love the Indiana Jones series from when I was quite young, and he was always one of the funnier characters. Like Temple of Doom's my least favorite of the original trilogy, but he's definitely a highlight of it. And then to see it kind of however many years later, 40 years later, or almost, I think it was, because Temple of Doom was like 83 or something, to come round for him to now be recognised for what is an amazing performance. It's as if he never stopped acting. Almost, it's as if it's just what if the likes of whoever else, any other actor, I can't think of like anyone specific in my head right now, but if any other like great actor came out and done this performance, everyone would be like, this is amazing. And he's doing it as if he's like some sort of veteran or that. It's class. And like, yeah, we'll get to Brendan Fraser obviously, and yeah, you can just kind of lean on kind of like the Angela Bassett kind of thing of like, oh, is it just like, because it's a good story behind the nomination or the award or whatever, but it's not like you look through. I was just looking at his awards and nominations part of his Wikipedia, and he had 3 nominations of the Youth and Film Awards, Saturn Awards, and Youth and Film Awards in the 80s, and then obviously nothing subsequently. But he's honestly, there must be about 80 nominations for his performance in this throughout various, awards and categories and stuff, and quite like maybe 10 of them are still nominated because they've not obviously happened yet. But every single one bar one, which was part of the best ensemble, so not even involving him, is one. It's not like it's not runner up or nothing like that. It's just one. Like, every single category, every single awards is recognizing for what he's done and stuff like that. I thought he was fantastic. I think him and Michelle Yeoh just. This film would have been good, I think, regardless. And we'll get onto the directors. I think it was just a well put together film. But now I can't picture anybody else apart from those two as the main couple in the film. I thought they kind of made that film for what was always going to be a likely good film, but it kind of it put it into like S tier of film for me. I thought he was brilliant, and just the kind of, again, coming back to him being like as if he never stopped acting, the amount of talent that it must take to be a different version of a person throughout like different scenes and stuff like that, and to be able to just like swap between them must have been so difficult. But I don't think he tripped up once. I don't think there was one scene that I was just like, oh, I don't buy that as him being that kind of version of himself. And they were so like polar opposite, like all of them. They were all over the place, you know. And I thought he was class. And just as a person, like you say, Todd, with that acceptance speech, like he's a sweetheart of a guy, I think.
And you like that to me is like massive hats off to the casting for If Never All at Once, for them to like
100%.
you know, to pick up a guy who's not acted in 40 years and see that in him, to be able to put a performance like this is wild, obviously. And yeah, you know, as you say, I mean, this award season has been wonderful for so many ways, and there was actually, I don't know if you've seen it, but Varsity Variety do like a actors roundtable, and they did it with all like the nominees and stuff, and it was obviously he was there as well, and like just hearing him speak, like he is so like he's at this point now where he still can't believe that he's sat next to these people and getting the sort of the plaudits and stuff that he so rightly deserves. And yeah, I mean, absolutely, it's just he's unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Do you want to go? I mean, I can go first with who I want to win and who I think will win, because
of course.
we might be the same, to be perfectly honest. But I desperately hope that Key wins it. Like, I think that would be like just the ice on top of the cherry on top of the cake. And I think he'll win it as well. You know, as you say, Collie, there, that every single thing he's been nominated for, he seems to be taking. And I'm lucky enough that I got Monday off, so I'm getting to watch the Oscars live, and I really hope that I'm going to be in floods of tears listening to his acceptance speech. Collie?
Yeah, I'm the same. I want and think he will win it.
Todd?
Yeah, like from a performance point, I want Barry to win it, but from a like just to see him win it would be amazing. So I'm kind of torn between them, but he'll win it. He's got it nailed on. I don't think there's any question.
So who do you think? Who do you want to win it? Sorry.
Right. I'll be different. I want Barry Keoghan to win it.
Always has to be different.
I'll stay on brand.
Shocking. What a shite bag.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Change that with a lifetime. Yeah.
Okay, doc. So let's move on to the next category. Collie, are you alright there? I'll wait till Collie comes back just to make sure.
Just moving. I'm making space for my pizza.
Okay, cool. Oh, pizza. What kind?
I don't know.
Wait.
Know.
Actually,
you said there's pizza in 15 minutes.
Again.
I don't know when I remember when I last had pizza.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So moving on to the next category, we have Best Actress. So Best Actress nominees here: Cate Blanchett for Tar, Ana de Armas for Blonde, Andrea Riseborough for To Leslie, Michelle Williams for The Fabelmans, and then Michelle Yeoh for Everything Everywhere All at Once. I just want to preface this with saying that this is such a weird category for me. Like, I think it's so fucking strange. But we'll get into it in more detail. So, first of all, Cate Blanchett for Tar. Todd, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I think she was. I think she was phenomenal. Like, it's so hard to pin down. So this and After Sun for me were two films that I watched and loved both of them, and just couldn't figure out why. And I know that sounds like a really stupid thing to say, but I was just really like taken in by it. By them for two different reasons, but this was for Cate Blanchett's performance. I thought she was phenomenal. I think she's she's subtle when she needs to be, she's big, and she's like mean when she needs to be, and not in a sense of like, when I say big, I don't mean performance wise over the top or loud. I like that the scene with that lad when she's talking about the misogynistic compos or whatever. Like, the way that she speaks to him is like damaging almost, and you can believe I know it's easy to make comparisons to Whiplash, but with what's he called?
J.K. Simmons.
Yeah, J.K. Simmons. Thank you. With his character, you're told step by step what he's done to people, and you see it. Like, you see him throw the symbol at the head, and it's believable as to what he's done when it transpires at the end. Where with Tar, you've got to kind of put that together yourself, and you put it together through Cate Blanchett's performance. Like, for me, she was phenomenal. She was unbelievable, and I don't think there's a lot that'll touch her. There's people that are up there, but I think she's a standout for me. Yeah. Sorry.
No, absolutely. I completely agree. I think again we'll get into Tara. It's obviously the best picture in terms of the film, but when talking about best actress, I think Cate Blanchett was insanely good. You genuinely thought that Lydia Tarr was this real person. It felt more like a biopic than a fictional story, which is not an easy feat. I genuinely had to Google her just to make sure she wasn't a real person, which is just testament to the performance that she put on. So I mean, absolutely deserved of a nomination, and yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she does potentially, or is in the running to win, really. Collie, thoughts? Cate Blanchett.
I mean, Cate Blanchett, as you guys have said it, and as we all know, is an amazing actress, and I think this is possibly one of her strongest performances throughout her whole career. I thought she was amazing. It just kind of is testament to how much that she can carry a film almost single-handedly. Like, the whole cast and that, like, were good, but I thought she was unbelievable. Again, like, not too much more than I can say, like, in terms of examples or that, because you guys have spoke about it really well. But I think she was brilliant. I think she's one of two standouts in this category, and it's like it's a coin flip as to who wins it. And if she was to win it, I'm absolutely chuffed, and I think she deserves it. I nothing more to say than that. And like, you could think that because she's been about for so long and acting at such a high level that she's just nominated because she's Cate Blanchett, but it's not that case at all. I think she's well deserving of nomination here. Yep.
And again, she is mentioned in the song by Ariana DeBose. So yeah,
I can't wait to watch this.
Blanchett, Katie the genius.
Please, just
and Jamie Lee, you're all of us.
live your life without needing to hear Angela Bassett did the thing, Viola Davis, my woman king.
It's so good. It's so good. Right, moving on to the next one. Oh God.
I need to go lie down for fucking.
Yeah. Right. Ana de Armas for Blonde, obviously playing Marilyn Monroe. Todd, I kind of know your thoughts on this. Collie, I'd be interested to hear what you think of Ana de Armas.
So, Blonde, in my opinion, is not a very good film, but Ana de Armas is a good actress, and I think she did well as to what she was given. There's only so much that she could do. I think in other stuff that she's been in, like what's it called, the investigation thing, Knives Out. I thought she was class in that, and she was a bit part in a James Bond film, and she's becoming more and more prevalent in English speaking films and stuff like that. I certainly hope for her sake, I hope this doesn't dent her reputation and her career trajectory and stuff. But I thought the film was shite, but she was like the best of it, if you know what I mean. Like, I thought she did really well. I think like the direction that she was given, she probably nailed it in that, but it was just completely misguided as a film. I thought it was a very poorly made film. Almost to the point of being disrespectful. I think, like, I don't know much about Marilyn Monroe and that, but from a lot of the stuff that's come out subsequently from the film about what's true and what's not true and what's embellished and what's not, I just don't like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like, if you're not aware of what Blonde is, and I had to Google this because I fucking hate that film with a passion, but essentially it's based on a fictional retelling of Marilyn Monroe's life.
Yeah, I
Which is
don't know
like-
what that's all about.
Like what? There's so much wrong with the film. Like the problematic, like forced things that she has to, or that JFK makes her do and stuff. Like it's just fucking horrendous. I do think that she did the best with what she was given. Which was okay, but I still I don't understand how she's nominated. For me, she sounded like Jennifer Coolidge half the time. You could also hear her actual, like, her accent as well at points, and I was just totally baffled by. I mean, of course, firstly her nomination, but then just the film overall. It's really interesting to hear you say, I hope this doesn't dent her performance, because dent her reputation, because I think she's a fantastic actress. I think she's been great in a lot of things. But this is such a misstep in her career in my eyes.
What in terms of like her performance?
No. In terms of the taking on that role, and doing that film.
But the thing is, like I think if there was to be a biopic about Marilyn Monroe, I think she would have nailed it if it was a better film. I don't think she's done anything wrong in that regard.
I don't know. I'm not convinced. I don't know. Again, I don't know if it is because of the film potentially. And I just couldn't get past that the fact that the film is so bad. That I felt her performance wasn't as good. But yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough.
No, absolutely. But yeah, I'm baffled by her getting nominated, to be honest. Todd.
Yeah, I just thought it was like a poor impression. It didn't feel like, this is going to sound really harsh, because I'm sure there was a lot of work that went into the role for her, because the way she's talked about it and all that kind of stuff. But it just felt like she turned up on the set and somebody went, do a Marilyn Monroe, and that's what she did. Like, again, like you said, what does she work with? What does she? Because like you say, I thought the film. I like the fact that it's pitched as I didn't know that. I knew that there was bits embellished. I didn't know that it was a fictional retelling. Which, why would you make that film? Make a fictional film about a person that doesn't exist, rather than I don't know. But
Or
yeah,
market it that way as well. Market it as Marilyn Monroe's life was such a so unreal it felt almost fictional. This is this is a fiction story.
And go that way.
Yeah.
Go lean into it. But they didn't. They didn't at all. Like, yeah, and like I say, it wasn't. I don't think it was a great performance. I don't think it was a good performance, to be honest. There wasn't a point where I was like, this again. It's hard to separate, but there wasn't a point where I was like, that's Marilyn Monroe. There's Marilyn Monroe. There's Ana de Armas doing a Marilyn Monroe. It was nothing for me. It baffles me that she's up here, and again, I know that we keep dipping in and out, but I said her name yesterday. I watched it last night. The lass from After Sun, the kid.
Yeah,
I know she's
Frankie
13.
Choreo.
That, yeah. What? Like, how is she not involved in this conversation? How is she not up here? And Ana de Armas says it just doesn't. It doesn't. And maybe she's been nominated. I don't know, to go like, right, look, she's done the best that she can with this. I don't know. I don't know where that nomination's come from. I know that.
It's kind of nuts. The guy who did Blonde, he has only directed a handful of films, but he directed Chopper, Derek Bana, The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford,
Fantastic
and Killing
film.
Them Softly, which are like three like solid films. And he's done this, and he also did the 2 documentaries about Nick Cave as well. So like, he's obviously a really talented guy, but I don't know, like, Blonde's just fart, man. It's just pish. Like, it's just, I don't know. I'm never gonna watch it again.
No. I struggled to get through it, to be perfectly honest. Like,
There's a couple of screenshots from it, maybe, and that's why.
Yeah. There's 2 points of it that are good.
Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway,
This next one's interesting.
yeah. So Yeah, the next one is Andrea Riseborough for To Leslie. Again, a film that I didn't even know, and there's I don't know what the controversy is.
So the controversy, as far as I know, and from briefly reading the Wikipedia section about it, is that the filmmakers, or the studio behind the film, never funded a campaign for her to be nominated. So I think it was the director and his wife started like a crowdfundme.
Wow.
Can everyone endorse Andrea Riseborough to be nominated for Best Actress, and then she was subsequently. And there's like there's been an investigation by the Oscars as to you're not allowed to do that sort of thing, and it could change going forward the way that like how people are nominated for, because I think so for example, like Jamie Lee Curtis and Stephanie Hsu, the studio behind the film, they've paid / they've put them forward as potential nominees together,
right?
Whereas like there's been films in the past that the studio again has decided, if there's two people that are like supporting actor or whatever, they'll push for one to be nominated because they're maybe more likely to win the award than both. Whereas like obviously for Banshees as well, they've went, oh no, like maybe they've just went, oh fuck it, like they're both deserving of it. Like we don't necessarily mean that either of them have to win, but they should be recognized for it. Whereas this is kind of some sort of unsolicited kind of weird way to do things. Apparently, I don't know how the inner workings of the Oscars work. It's always came across as quite corrupt and weird. Like you have to essentially fund or pay for a nomination. But anyway,
that's capitalism for you, boys and girls.
Oh, shut up.
We should all get nominations. We should all be equal and all get nominations.
Massey, what was your thoughts on Andrea Riseborough's performance in To Leslie?
I thought she was fantastic. I thought she was really, really interesting. I thought it was a brilliant performance. Taking us through and obviously a kind of inherently broken person who has obviously struggled with lots of things. Addiction obviously being one of them, and the performance when she is with or at the point of having to contact her son to support her, and then and then the way that she acts around him and stuff as well is like it's incredible to see somebody do that so well, for you to also feel sympathetic towards the fact that she is an addict, and it's not necessarily her choice to be doing the things that she's doing. I thought she was phenomenal, and again I thought the film was pretty good, but I thought she was brilliant, especially in like the bar scenes as well. And there's a scene with there's like a song that's playing about that very much again parallels kind of her life, and the way she reacts to the song is it was brilliant. Like it's a really, really strong, really interesting performance for me. Definitely. Collie?
Yeah, I thought she was fantastic. When I looked into the whole controversy about her being nominated, I don't understand why that had to be the case. When you look at like Savannah de Sarmas getting nominated and this performance didn't off its own back, I thought it was completely bizarre. So yeah, I think you've nailed it. I think like just performing this suffering of this disease, essentially with what it is and how that affects the people around her and that, and then the way that she reacts to the whole, like, I don't know, just like the journey and stuff. I thought like she's essentially like we're talking about Key and Everything Everywhere All at Once and all these folk playing different characters and stuff. It was almost as if she did, like from beginning to end. There's a few different iterations of Leslie, or I thought she was great. I don't. There's not too much more to say about it because this is the first time talking about the film. But overall, I thought the film was great, and she was the starring person in it. But obviously, she was the best part of it by far.
Mm-hmm. Todd?
Yeah, I rate Angela Riseborough. I rate her anyway. I can't say her name, but I rate her. I think like addiction's been done a lot, and I think you can, like Barry Keoghan in Banshees, you can kind of fall into the stereotypes a little bit, and it can be a bit hammy and a little bit over the top and disrespectful. And I think she nailed it. I think she was spot on. Again, I'm just echoing the kind of I know why the controversy around like the way that you're supposed to do things, but in terms of actual nomination, in terms of performance and talent, she should be up there. She's, for me, one of the most deserving out of the category. Yeah, it was just absolutely phenomenal. I think I like Mark Moron as well. Like he was, the first thing I saw him was Glow.
Glow, yeah.
And I love that sort of the dryness that he brings to everything. And I think him and her against each other, not against each other, but bouncing off each other and working with each other, and that build up of the chemistry between them was really good. Yeah, really rare, and would say that she's in the top. There's two outstanding, and then she kind of, just to say, comes underneath those two.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, into the next one. We have Michelle Williams for The Fabelmans. Todd, I think you like this film, so do you want to take this away?
Oh, I'm not gonna go to the top, but like for me, I go back to WandaVision, and that like I really struggled with those first two episodes, right? And it took me a little bit. Then I got into the third one and loved it. But this felt like that. This felt like a 50s sitcom, and that's how. And I know it's set, I know when it's set, and I get that, but it was acted like that as well, and it really pissed me off. And I don't think Michelle Williams is a good actress. Not looking at her IMDb, just trying to go from what can I remember her in? What was really memorable? There's nothing that stands out for me as being like, wow, she was great in. Do you know what I mean? And I think she was bland. I think it was hammy. I think it was like overdone. And it was not just Michelle Williams. I think right the way across the film, I really didn't rate it whatsoever. But yeah, I've got nothing else to say. I thought she was bland. I thought it was sitcom acting at best.
I mean, I agree to a point. I thought the film was good overall. We'll get into it in more detail. But I did think she was weak. Like I didn't. The whole thing in the film was between the relationship between her and wee Stevie, whatever his name was. I can't remember his name in the actual film, but the surrogate Steven Spielberg. And I didn't think she was that great in it, to be perfectly honest. I do think it was a bit hammy, like even the accent and stuff as well. It just felt, again, almost parody of that kind of like 50s housewife sort of thing. And then the relationship that she had with Paul Dano and also Seth Rogen as well. Like the Seth Rogen side of it didn't feel. I know we're seeing it from Steven Spielberg's eye, or Stephen Fabelman, whatever, his eyes, but I didn't believe it, to be perfectly honest. And I think you're right. There's like there's definite two frontrunners, and then there's Andrea Riseborough, and then I think it's Michelle Williams and Ana de Armas for me, to be perfectly honest. Coming up at the rear, so to speak. But yeah, I thought in terms of acting performances and nominations, I don't think she was one of the stronger ones in the film, to be honest. But yeah, Collie, thoughts?
I pretty much echo what you say. Like, I enjoyed the film thoroughly, but I didn't think she was great. Like, she was okay. I didn't think she was crap. But I thought she was all right. Oscar nomination worthy? Absolutely not. But yeah, I don't have much to say, to be honest. Like, because I know we're about to speak for a little bit on the next person. So yeah, GG's to her for getting a nomination, I guess. But she's nowhere near any of the other performances in this category.
Fair. Okay, and then the final nomination we have here, Michelle Yeoh for Everything Everywhere All at Once. Enough said. Okay, moving on. No, I'm joking. I mean, we've kind of touched on the other performances in Everything Everywhere All at Once. You know, Stephanie Hsu, Jamie Lee Curtis even saying that Michelle Yeoh was the reason that she's even nominated. We've kind of touched on her as well, the fact that she is obviously playing the other half of the relationship with Key, with Waymond. Like, and again, we spoke about the fact that you're playing different versions of yourself across different multiverse or different universes. What a performance! Like just again on as like a foil to Stephanie's shoes, like wanting of acceptance. It's her trying to do everything else and while also trying to understand her daughter and trying to and almost learning to accept along the way. Again, the whole, because I believe the action side of it she also did or has done certainly in the past as well. She was like a stunt woman or is a martial arts practitioner, and a very good one at that as well. So I believe she did quite a lot of stunts and things as well. Like, it's a complete performance for me from the first moment on screen to the end. She is an absolute powerhouse, and like I was absolutely blown away. I thought she was unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Todd?
Yeah, echoing everything you say. Like, I think obviously because of who she plays and her character having to kind of figure out what's going on, and like not only having to deal with the family side of things, a dad, a daughter, a husband, everything like that, but also then having to understand how the multiverse works, and the majority of these other characters either don't have a clue how it works or know everything about it already. Like, it all, you know, that thing where the I can't remember what they refer to it as, but you know, the paper cuts and then they press and they go. Like, that feels like a light bulb moment for her, and it feels like that gets stronger and stronger through the film. So like, she's, like you say, absolutely clueless at the beginning, and then has it nailed on at the end. And I just think that, for me, again, you can write that into a film. You can give that to an actress. You can write that in a book, and it's believable. But she grabbed me with it. And again, I think the strength of the cast around her are phenomenal. Like we've said, there's a chance that the 3 or 4 that are nominated around her could win it. But you put anybody in that film with Michelle Yeoh, and she's fucking smashing it every time. Like, she's gonna be phenomenal regardless of who she's up with. So yeah, she was brilliant. Colin?
Yeah, I thought she was fantastic. She carried along exactly like you say with help from an amazing supporting cast. But I thought she was fantastic. She's an amazing like conduit for us into this multiverse, in terms of like, we know nothing and she knows nothing, and we're learning at her speed as well, and we're trying to figure it out at the same time that she's trying to figure it out. And then, like you say, Todd, that kind of click light bulb moment is almost like when we start to realize and understand what's going on. And it's we've kind of spoken it with every actor and actress nominated for this, is like the ability to play multiple versions and stuff is impressive, but it's also just as impressive, I think, to act alongside people that are like doing different versions of themselves. Like, you're changing, they're changing, and it's all about like finding that balance, like scene to scene, and depending on what variant is what variant and stuff like that. I think it was amazing, and she's the best of an amazing bunch in terms of like I know she's the main character and stuff, but I thought she was above and beyond everyone. And you look through her IMDb and stuff like that, and she's been acting like hardcore for like a long time, and this is finally, I think, recognition of like how good she is. She's amazing, and I'm a bit biased because like she's the main actress in my favorite James Bond film, so I really like her. She's cool.
What was that? Is that Gold? No.
Tomorrow Never Dies.
Oh, Tomorrow Never Dies. Yeah. Is that?
Yeah.
That's not the one with the crystal guy. No.
Crystal guy? What do you
mean?
mean?
The guy's blown up and then his face all crystals and stuff.
No, that's Die Another Day. No, Tomorrow Never Dies is oh god, your man from Game of Thrones and stuff, like the religious guy. But he's Elliot Carver in the James Bond.
Yes.
He owns the news. He's got the stealth ship and stuff like that. Yeah, because a lot of it's obviously it's based in like East Asia, you know.
Ah, right.
And so she's working for whatever their secret service is.
Right.
And her and Bond meet and stuff like that. So yeah, so I've been a massive fan of hers for like 25 years, or I think I was 97 or something like that. Tomorrow Never Dies came out. So, and I'm seeing her in like stuff like Crouching Tiger, and then she's done quite a lot of voice acting in that, and then she was in Shang-Chi. She was amazing in that, and then this is like a culmination and a celebration, I think, of and we talked about it earlier, like Asian acting and stuff like that, and for her to be nominated for this is highly deserving. And you know, I think because it's the end of a category, we're a way to move on to it, but I hope she wins it, and I expect her to win it.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same, hoping want and think that she'll win it. Absolutely.
I wouldn't feel put out if Kate Blanchett does win it, as I said when we're talking about her, but I think it's more of a like symbol, kind of like important win. I think Michelle Yeoh winning's going to be, you know, awesome.
I completely agree. That's the thing. It's like when we were saying about the actual people that are nominated. So Michelle Yeoh and Kate Blanchett are the two that like I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind at all if they won. But yeah, I want, and I think Michelle Yeoh will win. Todd,
I'm with you. I loved Kate Blanchett, and I think it's a performance that'll like kind of last. I think it's something that'll stand out. But yeah, I'm with you. I want Michelle Yeoh to win it, and I think she will.
I feel bad for Kate Blanchett that she's come up against, you know, a performance like that. You know, I feel bad because the thing is, like, when we're saying like, oh, it's Kate Blanchett's best ever performance, but we don't think that, or we don't quote unquote want her to win it. Like, first and foremost is saying something, but that's not to take away about how like good she was in Tar. Like none of us will feel, oh, for fuck's sake, like if she doesn't win it, you know, or, if Michelle Yeoh wins it and Kate Blanchett doesn't. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's hard when we're using the language. We want her. We don't want her to win it. We want Michelle Yeoh to win it. I want Kate Blanchett to win it. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a level of me that wants her to get it, but you know, yeah.
Richard's asking if she's won. I feel like she has, hasn't she? She's won Best Actress.
Best Actress 2014. She won it.
What was that for? I'll Google it. Fine. Yeah, Best Actress 2014.
Is it Blue Jasmine?
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, she won it, but it was a Woody Allen film, so I didn't watch it. But yeah, that's what it was for.
Blue Jasmine. I've never seen it, to be fair.
Never even heard of it.
Yeah. Interesting. Okie doke. So let's move on to the next category, which is the Best Actor. So the nominations that we have are Austin Butler for Elvis. We've got Colin Farrell for The Banshees of Inisherin. We've got Brendan Fraser for The Whale. We've got Paul Mescal, or I think he said it's Mescal is how it's pronounced, but although Mescal sounds more posh, for Aftersun. And then
is it Mescal a drink?
I think it is, yeah.
I think Mescal is like a version of tequila or some shit.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Anyway,
I wouldn't know. I don't drink.
All right, I don't drink. Okay, yeah, carry on.
And then Bill Nighy for Living. Really strong category in my eyes. Really strong category. Collie, do you want to take us away with Mr. Butler and his beautiful brown eyes?
Yeah, sure. I think. Well, we're going to talk. I think like when we get to Best Picture, it's just going to be like, well, we've kind of talked the film to death. Like, we're going to run through that pretty fast.
Yeah.
So I'll kind of talk on, like, I loved like Elvis overall as a film. I thought it was amazing, and I visited Graceland like right before COVID. So what Graceland is like, it's his mansion and stuff, but then it's also across the road within the last X amount of years they've built like a museum about him. But it's funny when I'm watching the Graceland scenes in Elvis, like you can kind of see like the dining room and stuff like that. You get to look into that when you visit Graceland and stuff. So I'm not a fan of Elvis, but I'm not a fan of Elvis in terms of like I would very rarely chuck on an Elvis song or whatever. But through visiting Graceland, I became interested in the story, because not only did we visit Graceland, but in the surrounding area, you can kind of visit where he was born, visit the church that he went to when he was young, and it's basically like it's like an Elvis tour that you can do, just going place to place to place, visiting Sun City Studios and all that kind of jazz. So for me, when I was like this was announced and stuff like that, like Austin Butler's relatively unknown, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or prior to this, he was. I couldn't really picture him playing Elvis because Elvis is quite a unique looking guy, I would say. But now finally coming on to Austin, but I thought he was class. Like, I thought he was amazing, from the voice to the body movement to the actual acting between scenes. Like I was talking earlier about the scenes with Priscilla and that, whether it was the car when he was like really vulnerable or anything like that, or when like she was leaving him and stuff. I kind of see him like from the start where, like in terms of the whole film, like when he like obeys everything that his mum says, like his mum's word is that is it and stuff, and then becomes more confident and stuff, obviously, as he becomes some like the sex symbol for all these women and stuff like that. And then it goes through like the obviously, because the basis of the film is the relationship with him and the Colonel. That's kind of the basis of the film, but it's a biopic of Elvis, so he's shown him from a young talented guy all the way through to how he was broken at the end of his life. And there's a couple of the scenes when he's talking about I'm going to be 40 and stuff like that, like, and there's a I can't remember who he says it to off the top of my head. Is it Priscilla? Or he says it to someone, but he's just like, when I'm gone, everyone's going to forget me, or whatever it is. Like, he says, like, I'll never be remembered. And like us, obviously, however many years later, we're like, what the fuck is that about? But that is genuinely, like, by all accounts, he was terrified that he was going to be forgotten because he hadn't made this amazing Hollywood film, and he considered his music like okay or whatever. It's interesting. This is the film that probably like that I was really invested in personally for it to be good, and for Elvis to be good in terms of like whoever was playing Elvis. And I thought Austin Butler was amazing, and I know he won the BAFTA, right?
Yeah.
The BAFTA he won for this, and I thought
yeah.
I wasn't like surprised by that. I know that it was surprising in terms of like who's favorite and stuff, but when he did, it was kind of what we were just talking about with Cate Blanchett. Like, I wasn't begrudging that at all, because I thought he was really, really, really good, and he deserves to be nominated here. And I'm really excited to see what he's going to do going forward. I actually watched him on Hot Ones when it was out a couple of weeks ago, and he comes across as a really, really nice, like, down-to-earth, hard-working dude. So I'm intrigued to see where he goes next. Like, I'd love for him to work with, Nolan or Villeneuve or, like, all these, like top directors. I'd love to see him in a film, like, where he's not playing a real person, if you know what I mean. Like, if he's playing like a character where he can develop it a bit more himself, because obviously, like, when you go to be you're in a biopic, you're kind of like shoehorned into how that person was. You can't really show your own take on characters or flair or whatever. So
yeah,
I think, and for him to be nominated, I mean, how old is he again? He's
maybe 30.
He's 31, right? Yeah. So he's still like really early into his career, pretty much. Mm-hmm. So like for him moving forward, even if this is like not, I don't think this is like a token nominee, but it's just a surprising nominee in terms of how young he is and stuff like that, in terms of where he can go in that. So I think, like, even if he doesn't win it, I think this is just like the first step to kick on to something massive for him, I think.
Definitely. And a lot's been made of the voice, in that, like, because his voice has actually changed to almost, he's still kind of got that kind of drawl and stuff. When you're method acting to stuff like that, like no wonder it bleeds into it. Because exactly. I know some folk have criticised, going, "Oh, why is he still speaking in the fake voice or whatever?" But if he's lived and breathed Elvis for however long he was prior to filming, and then like post filming or whatever, like, it must be hard to come out of that, Yeah, that's it, and that's exactly what I was gonna say. It's like. That shouldn't be something you criticize. That should be something that you're like, you've actually, like, you've gone so far in this character and you've done so much for it that should be like applauded. I mean, there's a conversation to be had around method acting, and like when it's suitable, when it's pointless, when you're Jared Leto, I suppose. But like, things like that. That's like a thing that he's sacrificed, or.
Yeah,
I'm talking about a voice.
Well, I would say it's a sacrifice in terms of like your life and stuff at the time. Yeah, I would say so.
Absolutely. So like, I think that should be applauded because of what he did. And yeah, absolutely, I completely agree. I think he was unbelievable as Elvis. Like, and what I thought was so good, because I thought the film was great. I thought there was one glaring thing that was horrendous, and that was Mr. Tom Hanks as the Colonel. I thought he was poop.
But I think like that is genuinely how that guy was though.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So I think like as much as Tom Hanks, it was ham and stuff. I think that's how that guy was because, and spoiler alert for the story, he wasn't really who he claimed to be.
Yeah. And
all that. So like he was. Tom Hanks is there acting as a guy who was acting for his whole life, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So the Colonel was always, and this is from like the reports and all the background stuff that like I've read up on, and that he was always like larger than life and always tried to big him, like, you know, like be over the top and stuff like that. And that's how Tom Hanks played. I was definitely jarred by the way that Tom Hanks played him though, but I think that's because like Tom Hanks was playing this guy who was like that, but it was kind of bizarre as well. No, I do take that for sure.
Yeah, it was the fake nose and the accent that did it for me. But like going back to Austin Butler, I think that's like a testament to him in that I was still fully invested in the film because of like obviously the story and stuff, but his performance and something like, as you say, like a jarring performance from Tom Hanks for whatever reason, you know, if that is the reason because of the actual Colonel, but like that didn't take it away because Austin Butler's performance was so strong. It almost like made up for Tom Hanks's performance in my eyes. But yeah, I thought it was absolutely phenomenal. I thought it was such a as you say, for someone who doesn't really have like the resume already, to put in a performance so like confident, really, as a real person. Yeah, I was absolutely blown away by Mr. Butler, and I think he's a very well deserving nominee, if not a winner of an Oscar. Todd?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think you can tell, like, not just the method acting side of things, but also the like the research, the way that he moves. Like, I'm with you that like there's a couple of Elvis songs that I really like, but I wouldn't call myself a fan by any stretch of the imagination.
No, 100%. Like, yeah.
Like in my big playlist on Spotify, there's a couple of Elvis songs in there. But you know Elvis, you know he's an icon, and I think it's ballsy to put somebody who is actually, it's two sides of a coin. It's ballsy to put somebody in who's so unknown into a role like Elvis because what
I only laughed because I looked at the stream and I seen you do it again, and you're like.
Last year earlier when we were talking about the water, did this, and I used to the piss out of myself. Yeah, like you put somebody unknown into a role like as big as Elvis, a character as big as Elvis, and it's a risk. But then at the same time, you're not looking and thinking, "Oh, that's Austin Butler as Elvis." You know, he embodies that role, and it's. But yeah, I thought he was phenomenal. Mike said a little bit earlier about best biopic role since Joaquin doing Cash. And I'm with you there. I can't think of anybody who has kind of taken that on. And I'm obsessed in like sort of musicals or films about music, about like, did they do the singing? Mm-hmm. You know, like it that's big for me. And although there was some of Elvis mixed in, so there is some of his real music and real voice mixed into some of the songs, it is still Austin Butler singing. You know, he has nailed it. And he was. Like you said, for somebody who is relatively unknown, and it's brilliant that he's been nominated, that it's not like, oh, well, you haven't been acting for very long, so you can't be nominated in this category. Like,
absolutely, yeah.
It's so good that, like, you know, we can have that just based on a performance. Yeah,
just to come back to what I was saying, I'd love him to work with Villeneuve. He's actually been cast in Dune 2. He's playing the same character that Sting played in the old... one, and so I won't go into too much detail for like spoilers or whatever. But the only issue with that, or not the only issue with that, is but like when it comes to like Dune Part 1, the cast for that was amazing and the film was amazing. But I thought oh god, what's his name? Him from Game of Thrones, an Aquaman.
Jason Momoa.
Jason Momoa. Like obviously he's a big name in that, but he was like. His character wasn't very prominent, so I worry that Austin Butler's character won't be as well utilized as if he was like a main actor for a Villeneuve film. And that's not like a problem or whatever, but as much as I'm excited that he's going to be working with Villeneuve, I'm also just like, well, he's not going to be kind of like showcased as much as he would have been if he was like a main character in a Villeneuve film, but still, like, it's still a good chance for him to again get another good acting kind of performance under his belt and work with, you know, a really, really good director and stuff. So yeah, absolutely.
Okay, doke. We will move on to the next one. So we have Colin Farrell from the Banshees of Inisherin. Relatively unknown actor, Colin Farrell. I don't know. Again, Todd, I don't know if you quite like this film, or do you want to? Yeah. Do you want to kick off with that?
So, the thing about Colin Farrell for me, right, is the use of his eyebrows deserves an Oscar on its own. He does this thing where it's like two people's eyebrows at the same time. You know, like I don't know how he does it, but it just, that for me is amazing. But Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson are given so much opportunity, and as much as I've gushed over this film and I love everything about it,
I think so.
And there'll be more. I think like McDonagh gives them that opportunity. But for me, this is as much as other things are brilliant. Like,
I like that.
I'm on mobile here, so I'm having a bit out. Yeah, like it was just, again, it was so measured. He could have gone either way. He could have been silly with it, and it was just for me, in a film of just strength after strength, a bit like Everything Everywhere with Michelle Yeoh. You've got these phenomenal actors, this amazing setting, a brilliant story, and writing that's as sharp as it's ever going to get. He was the highlight for me, just in how he was vulnerable, how he was angry. Again, it wasn't like a big shouty, but again, Colin Farrell's Colin Farrell. The boy's has gone just from strength to strength, and then he did Daredevil, and then he was amazing again. No, I'm joking. I love Bullseye. But like, yeah, and I just think he was in a film called After Yang, which if you haven't seen, I would recommend. Bit weird, bit out of the left field, but really good film. And again, he's the best bit about it. And I feel like now he's found his niche, he's found his way. So yeah, absolutely phenomenal for me.
And that's the thing as well. I think for a lot of actors and or filmmakers anyway, once you find that group of people that you can work with and give a performance each time, it's you kind of think, like, why do anything else? You know, McDonagh, Farrell, and Gleeson, just give them the keys to it all. Like, just let them do whatever they want till the end of time. They can just make film after film after film, and it's going to be great every single time, isn't it? But yeah, absolutely. I completely. I think Colin Farrell was such an interesting part of the film. You know, I can't remember which one was it said it. I think it was yourself, Colin. Like, in terms of the plot, we don't actually know what's been bubbling behind the scenes in terms of their relationship, and Colin Farrell plays it so well that, like, you want to be on his side, or you're on his side. You're like, well, why is Brendan Gleeson's character just kind of being done with him? But there's always that, you always feel that there's something more. There's something that we're not seeing or haven't seen or aren't being told, that from Colin Farrell's performance, that you could potentially be like, yeah, you know, he might get a bit annoying after a wee while. Like, you kind of see why Brendan Gleeson maybe just wants to fiddle himself away.
Excuse me?
What?
Fiddle himself?
But yeah, I thought it was a phenomenal performance, and Jenny as well. You know, like, Colin Farrell's relationship with Jenny was so lovely. I won't go into too much. I don't want to spoil it.
Why wasn't Jenny nominated?
Yeah, I know, absolutely. Collie, thoughts on Colin Farrell's performance?
It's kind of, he's only 46. Colin Farrell, like, yeah,
wow.
like I see, like 46 isn't old at all, except for when I'm slagging Rich for being old. But you think there's 40 years more of him to go as an actor or whatever, like, and he's only gone on strength to strength. I certainly think he's kind of like DiCaprio in the fact that, like, he's always the best thing in his films, I would say. But for the first, like, I don't know, however many years, and up until maybe Unbruised, like when he was in Miami Vice, Alexander, Phone Booth he was really good in, but like SWAT and Daredevil, like, he was good, but the films weren't very good or whatever. But then it was kind of like in Bruges, it kind of kicked into him being, you know, the best thing and being in better films and stuff like that. Like even when he was in the Fantastic Beasts film, he was really good in that. And Saving Mr. Banks, I don't know if either of you have seen Saving Mr. Banks.
I watched it.
He's amazing in that. Like he's the best part of that film because he plays
The dad, isn't it?
the dad. Yeah, exactly. And he's got his alcoholism and stuff like that. Is it? He's got, so the way he plays him is really good. He's in that shit Widows film. But he's amazing in The Gentleman, and like he's an amazing actor.
Oh, The Gentleman! I totally forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
God.
But to come back to what we spoke about earlier, that McDonagh wrote this film for Farrell and for Gleeson, and kind of like when we're talking about Gleeson, like he is Brendan Gleeson, and I think like Colin Farrell's good at playing other types of characters, like for example the guy in Horrible Bosses. Is the stuff like that, like completely off the chain, like comedy stuff. But when it comes to stuff like this for me is like Colin Farrell's like bread and butter. And if he was to come out of this with a bad performance, like I wouldn't have been able to comprehend it, because it's the director that he works best with, and it's the actor that he works best alongside. So I think like the triangle, I would say, like of those three geniuses and stuff like that, to then culminate with nominations for all three of them, I think's awesome. Like it would be class. It would be class if they were in weaker categories, Gleeson and Farrell, that is, and like them two and McDonagh would all be able to win Oscars together. I think that would be amazing, and so well deserved. But yeah, even within Banshees, he plays like you were saying, like a silly character, an emotional character, an angry character, like all within the one guy. And even he plays not obviously as kind of on the nose as Barry Keoghan did, in terms of like he's not all there either. But I always feel that with some of the or some characters with Colin Farrell, I think he plays like a slightly unhinged person really, really well, because from interviews and stuff with him, he's pretty unhinged also. Like he's kind of like a bit wacky and a bit zany and a bit something, and I think he always brings that to his characters really well. Like I know he's not nominated for it, but him as the Penguin is amazing. Like he's so good as the Penguin. And was it on Tins last night we were talking about it, or I was talking about it with Percy at least. No, I was talking about it with somebody, I think it was Percy. And some people were saying that the prosthetics and stuff of him as Penguin looked terrible. And I could tell that it was Colin Farrell, and I was like, "There's not a fucking chance that you can tell that's Colin Farrell. It's not his eyes. It doesn't even look anything like him, alien-like." And I was like, and also, the Batman's all dark and stuff like that. Like it's, if it looks crap in the light, it's because it's never shown in the light properly. So I think they must have seen set photos or whatever of it. So like for the fact that he's going to be in this TV series as him and stuff like that, I think it's going to be really good, because I love when like big screen actors come to TV and do really well. Like he was in the second season of True Detective, which is like, it was always going to be tough for that to follow season 1 of True Detective, because that's so good. But it wasn't the best series, but he was really good in it, and it just kind of shows like, and this is kind of like quite a lot of the nominees, it's kind of a culmination of, you know, his career and stuff like that. Because I can't remember if he's been nominated and won before. I know he won the Golden Globe for In Bruges, but I don't know if he was ever Oscar nominated or whatever for it. So I don't know if this is his first like big award or whatever. But regardless of whether it is or not, I think it's so well deserved for him, as much as a celebration of his body of work, but also like a celebration of his partnership with Martin McDonagh and Brendan Gleeson. Like when you're seeing all the backgrounds or the behind the scenes stuff of him and Gleeson like fucking about and like chatting and stuff like that, I think they're proper like brothers, if you know what I mean. Like they feel like that relationship is so close, and if you feel like that with somebody in real life, it must be pretty quote unquote easy to act like so well. If you're already an amazing actor like Brendan Gleeson and Colin Farrell are, if you then feel naturally, you know, close to the person you're acting across, like from or whatever, it's when you're gonna act magic and stuff like that. So yeah.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I digress.
No, absolutely fine. I just want to make a quick. Sorry, it's going to be a terrible joke. You said the triangle of Mark McDonagh, Brendan Gleeson, and Colin Farrell. Would you
Don't
say
say
it's not
sadness,
quite a
mate.
triangle of
Fuck off.
sadness?
Fuck off.
Going back, you're gonna leave, aren't you? Going back to
Because that triangle's good. Spoiler alert.
you were saying about obviously Colin Farrell, like behind the scenes and all that sort of thing, being a bit zany and stuff. Again, going back to the actors round table, he's brilliant. Like he's like so like intuitive to people as well. Like you can tell he's got like a really high emotional intelligence. And obviously you see that taking it through into the performance as well. There's a great one as well where he sits down with Jamie Lee Curtis, and they talk, and like even just in that, he's so like charismatic. Like you listen to him and you watch him, and the way that he talks with Jamie Lee Curtis, and the way that he not just talks but converses with her and listens to her and stuff as well, you're like you can't help but feel drawn to that man. He's amazing.
He was great on Hot Ones as well. He was amazing.
I can
on Hot
imagine.
Ones
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. I've not seen it, but I'll definitely check
like,
it out.
like anything. Like I think he's class.
Yeah, absolutely.
That round table was like, because you see the behind the scenes stuff, and you see him having crack with people like Brendan Gleeson, and like you said, they are brothers essentially the way that they work. But it was it was kind of the way that he was reacting to like Kihei Kwan's, like when Kihei Kwan was speaking and he's going nowhere, and it's a genuine reaction that he gives a shit about what's being said. It's not just that he's there as
He's
some
not
big time chat.
He's not like, oh, I'm Colin Farrell, I don't give a shit about anybody
Yeah.
else, sort of thing. Yeah.
And what he said was he was like that, and I think you can
Well,
see
yeah.
it. in both,
That's what I was about to say. Like, for me, like you can kind of tell. There's two halves to his career almost. So, like that's what I was like. He was in Daredevil and blah 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 because he was like a handsome guy, up and coming, good actor. But then I think genuinely, and I don't know how much he's spoken on this, but like I think when he was in Bruges, I think that, and working with Gleeson, I think that really like, and I'm only judging this from his subsequent performances, but that really must have like turned a page for him in terms of, or flipped a switch for him in terms of like what acting seems to be. I think because like since then, again, like I just, even if he's been in like something that's not that great, like he's amazing in it, Yeah,
absolutely. Okay, so we've talked about Colin Farrell into for quite a while there. So let's move on to the next one, Brendan Fraser for The Whale. I mean, I think there's two standouts, or sorry, not two standouts, but I think there's two that it's between. I think it's between Austin Butler and Brendan Fraser. I think Fraser was like he wrecked me, man.
Disrespectful to my boy Bill Nighy, but apart from that,
Brendan Fraser's performance wrecked me, like absolutely unbelievable. We spoke about like Hong Chow and Sadie Singh and stuff. This is like, this whole movie is Brendan Fraser. It basically runs like a play, of course, but the physicality he brought to the role, the emotion that he brought to the role is like no other I've seen. Like, again, we've talked about how someone taking a step away from like filmmaking and making a massive comeback. This, of course, is Brendan's as well. To do what he did in The Whale, like, I can't comprehend, again, having the almost the confidence again to do what he did is just unbelievable. Like it completely, like, as I say, absolutely wrecked me. Again, I kind of know Todd's thoughts on this, so again, call it be interesting to find out what your thoughts were of Brendan Fraser in The Whale.
I mean, it's hard. It was hard to kind of, because I think a lot of the stuff that came out about, well, there was the standing ovation at, what was it, Cannes and stuff like that. So that came out prior to us being able to see it. So there was all this hype and all this narrative about, oh, Brendan Fraser's back, and it's like the culmination of, all this dark time throughout his career where he was being blacklisted for loads of stuff, right? Like loads of narrative, and it's a very feel good story about this is him back and stuff. And it's easy to be like, oh yeah, like it's just because it's like his first film back, like whatever, like. You know, like, oh yeah, he's playing this fat guy and he's all sad. Oh yeah, blah. And then you watch it, and it's complete. No, but you know what I mean though. Like,
no, totally.
Like, it's so easy to be like, oh, it's just what it's like in Extras. Ricky Gervais's character jokes to Kate Winslet about, or in order to get nominated for an Oscar, you could do a Holocaust film or something like that. So it's always like, if you want to get an Oscar, you play. You know, whether it's like Dustin Hoffman as Rain Man, or you know, like all those stereotypical like pull on your heartstrings ones. So it'd be easy to be like, oh yeah, Brendan Fraser is just like playing a tragic character, therefore he doesn't really have to do much. The character's the sad part. But then you watch it and he's unbelievably good in it. Like there's this, and again, it's kind of when we're talking about the supporting actresses and stuff like that. He has to play a different character or different version of Charlie with each of these three women. And I know there's the church guy as well, but the interaction with these three women, I think, is kind of like the key to the story. So he's covering, he's like or with Liz is the nurse. He's like really, obviously he's close friends with her through tragedy with her brother, etc. She stuck around him and looked after him and all that kind of stuff. And he kind of, it's quite a frictional relationship because she wants what's best for him, but he's like, no, I don't want to do that. And it's the financial thing is what he's lying about, and they find out that it's not true, blah, 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 and what's true and what's not. So there's that one, and then there's the one with his ex-wife, which they have a really like lovely scene when they sit down together, and then all of a sudden it breaks down when they start arguing about why the relationship broke and all that kind of stuff, and then she admits to him about seeing Guy and all that kind of stuff. So like that's really emotional for him to realize. And then there's the main crux of the story, which is him and his daughter. And there's the scene with it when he turns around, he's just, I just want to know that I've done something right in life. And that's just like horrendous. Like, that's just completely like devastating. Well, there's other relationships. There's a relationship with this pizza guy who's never seen him, and then all of a sudden the pizza guy, for whatever reason, which is a really cunty thing in my opinion, stays and looks to see what he looks like, and then he's just like, oh, like it's just this like look at you kind of thing, and then obviously he goes into this massive binge eating thing and all that kind of stuff. But it's a performance that if Brendan Fraser were to do it and do it one kind of 1D, I say like one dimensional, he could easily do it. And again, it's just a fat guy who's like sad because he's fat, you know, like that's how it could have been played. But he plays it in so many different ways and in so many different kind of levels that you can't help but be like, this guy's the runaway nominee for this award, in my opinion. Like, Austin Butler is excellent, but again, he's excellent as Elvis, but he's not playing an original character, whereas like Brendan Fraser had to come up with how Charlie would think about this, how Charlie would think about that. And it's the same with like every other actor who's playing like original, like Colin Farrell and stuff like that. They're playing original characters as well. But I think like Brendan Fraser plays the loner and all that kind of stuff. He's tried to protect himself. He's tried to protect his daughter. I just think like it's so well done. It's so like subtle the way that he does it. And I was, again, coming back to what I originally started the conversation with, was I was kind of cynical because I was like, oh, Brendan Fraser, the guy with the mummy. Oh, I love that guy because he was in The Mummy and he's funny and like he's just a good actor or whatever. And oh yeah, he was good in George of the Jungle and he's just this kind of funny guy or whatever. And then, you know, like the story behind him and stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, it's just pulling on my heartstrings, but he's class. He's absolutely class. And if this is like the first film of the next 10 years and we're getting a couple other good performances out of him, then I'm over the moon about that, because I think he's absolutely brilliant.
Yep. Absolutely. Todd?
Yeah, like you've absolutely nailed it.
You shouldn't go to me first, honestly.
No. The
reason I did that is because because again, Todd, I kind of know your thought. We kind of talked about it a little bit. And
Todd tweets his film life, you know.
Well, there's that as well. Yeah, exactly.
My thought process.
I've got a copy of Todd's little black book, so I read it in there.
Bloody hell.
Book. Anyway, no, yeah, I seem to be working on a lot of hyperbole. Like, if they weren't working with this person, and if they weren't, it would still. I think you could have the what's his mouth, the director,
Darren
Aronofsky,
yeah.
who for me has had a bit of a checkered filmography. Like, it's all over the place. You could have him walk on the screen at the beginning of the film and go, "We want you to suspend your belief for however many minutes this film is, that Brendan Fraser is playing a morbidly obese, like bigger than you could imagine, man. We haven't done the prosthetics, we haven't put the fat suit on him. He's massive, right? And you would believe the performance still. Like, that's how good Brendan Fraser was. Like, it was in every part of his performance. I love what you said about, because I never thought about that before, Collie, about these three characters that he's having to play and the sort of stories and the bullshit that he has to sort of pull, depending on who he's talking to. And now I need to go back and watch the film through that lens, like knowing that and thinking about that, because I didn't really think about it when all I was thinking about was, you're in a cinema, there are people around. If you audibly cry, there's going to be people looking at you, and I was a mess. I was broken by it. And do you know what it was with Marcel and with After Sun a little bit? I built up this level of emotion. Like, I could feel myself going like, oh, it's, do you know what I mean? And like, and being up and down emotionally. I loved the performance and I was there for it. And it wasn't until the sort of last 3 minutes, and it felt like a fucking gut punch. Like, it felt like I'd just been leveled, and it was down to him. It wasn't down to this amazing moment. And again, I won't sort of spoil anything, because I think the foreshadowing and stuff works really nicely towards the end. But again, it was how he was emoting. It was how he was working with Sadie Sink. It rocked me, and it was down to him. And I think it is. Sadie Sink was brilliant, and I agree she should have been up there, but he was phenomenal, absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Oh no, I mean, I kind of touched on the start there, but yeah, I was totally broken by it as well. Like, I think, yeah, there's only so much you can really say about the performance, isn't there? You kind of almost have to see it. Like, that's the way that I feel. Like, it's just so spectacular without being like such a big, you know, there's all the, as you say, there's a story behind Brendan Fraser, but for him to come back and just drop this on us, like, it's just like, that is astounding to me. Like, I can't even imagine how much you'd have to go through to get to this point and come up with that. Like, genuinely, if you've not seen The Whale, like, again, I quite enjoyed the film. I thought it was a good film, but it's him. Like, it's something that you genuinely, you have to see it to almost believe it, as to how good it is. So yeah. Okay, moving on before I start crying. Is Paul Mescal for After Sun. After Sun, I after watching After Sun, I wasn't sure how I felt about it, because I felt like it was good, and then I was like, definitely Paul Mescal is great in it. I think he's brilliant. I think when I first watched it, I thought he was the best part of it, but there's so much to that film. Like, the more that I thought about it, and his performance as, like, again, someone who's dealing with, like, obviously, like, depression and stuff, but also still try to keep himself together to make sure that the last sort of, like, or the holiday that he has with his daughter is a good time for her. Like, is again, it's heartbreaking, like, to see him with having these fleeting moments of, like, I just want to lie here. I'm just like, or I don't have the energy to go and do this, or I just want to, you know what I mean? Like, the few times the karaoke and stuff as well. And like, I think he's unbelievable in this film. Like, and again, we spoke about the young girl, Frankie. What was it you said?
Oreo, I think it is.
Choreo. That's it. And I believe that they actually they basically went on a holiday themselves, like to prepare for the role, and you can tell like the performance, the chemistry between them, and you genuinely believe they're father and daughter. Like it's insane. And he's naturally Northern Irish, I believe, as well, and his has come from a Scotsman. Like his accent, I fully believed it. It wasn't one of those where I was like, yeah. It was that sort of like, it was Edinburgh accent, wasn't it? Because
Yes.
Yeah. I fully believed it, and I thought he like, you could tell there was the stuff bubbling underneath the surface for him. I thought he was absolutely astounding. And after thinking about Aftersun, sorry,
He's from the Republic, just so you know.
the Republic is sorry, he's from Ireland. Cover all bases there. After thinking about it, I actually, and again we'll talk about this, but I was actually surprised that, I would have actually quite liked to see this get a Best Picture nom as well, to be perfectly honest. But yes, that's my thoughts on Paul from the Republic of Ireland. We'll go Todd first. Todd.
Yeah, Todd first.
Yeah, so I didn't think anything about this film, to be honest, and it was somebody who we all know, Obi, who was like raving about it, and I thought I'd give it a go. And like I say, I really found it hard to pin down what it was that made me just like absolutely just fall in. I just wanted to like just not just watch it over and over again, but see more in this life. And like Banshees, it's this like sort of slice of life that we get. We could have seen this dad and daughter at any point, you know, and still got a similar sort of feel for it. For me, it felt like he was on the verge of tears throughout the entire film, like, and held it back for his daughter, for himself, and just on it, because I know we're not going to get to talk about it anymore. I think it deserves a best picture nomination. The moment where obviously it's cut with the
strobe dance.
Yeah, the dance scenes, yeah, and how it goes from her watching it as a kid to her watching it now. Like, again, that was what like just went over me. And the second time watching it, when I can get out to like Newcastle or wherever where you can get a decent amount of Blu-rays and stuff like that, like our town, but I'll be getting it on physical and I'll be watching that film to death. It'll become one of those regular. I feel so passionately about it, and I think it's down to Paul Mescal. Like I say, I think Frankie Corio should have got a Best Actress, but I think it's down to him. Like I fell in love with him. Just couldn't stop watching where he was going to break, if he was going to break. And I love this is a minor sort of spoiler, and I apologise, but that there wasn't that massive breaking point, and it like couldn't breathe by the end of the film, and it didn't let me do that. He didn't let me do that. He was, for me, he's up there with the rest of them. It's not as big of a performance, but I think it's as good. Collie, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like you guys have nailed it. Like the verge of tears thing is spot on. Like the way I would describe it is, he's just wondering about, and this is a cool reflection on depression and how it makes you feel and stuff. But he's walking about as if like he's got like the whole world on his shoulders, and he's just got this cloud over him. And then there's the scene in the mud baths where it kind of like the cloud kind of dissipates for a second, and there's sun, and they reconcile rather, and then and that's near, like, again, I don't want to spoil anything, but it just, there's no, permanent respite for him. It's a case of trying to catch these fleeting moments with his daughter and try and, that's why they're on holiday, is to get away from his day-to-day issues, whether it be, like financial or any kind of woes that the guy's going through. Like, the guy he just seems like a broken guy all the way through, and he's trying to shield it for his daughter, as like, anyone who suffers from anything, whether it be, depression or just like having bad days, but you would always try and like shield the ones that are closest to you from it, especially in his case, his daughter, who's like all he wants to appear to her is like this strong, all put together kind of guy who like like just is there to protect her and help her with anything, and it's just it's a tragic film. I thought it was a great film, and again I would say that it should be up there nominated with all the rest of the Best Picture ones, but yeah, it's just a heartbreaking film at the end of the day, but it's real though. It's a real film. Like Elvis is so over the top and bombastic, and the whale is like, it's real, but it's exaggerated in the fact that it's just this massive like obese guy or whatever, and like Banshees it's not set in modern times, so it's not as real to us. Whereas like I know After Sunset, what was it, 20 years ago or whatever, it was set in the 90s or whatever, but it's still like quote unquote like modern times to us, so it's as real as anyone that like everyone, or not everyone, but like there's so many people that are going through that day to day, like just having to get yourself up in the morning and survive until bedtime at night sort of thing. I thought it was an amazing film. I thought it was so good, and I'm glad when we spoke, was it Thursday, Todd? I think it was, and I was like, oh, what ones are you going to rewatch before? And you were like, oh, watch. It was After Sun and Marcel.
Yeah.
And I rewatched them both yesterday, like Thursday night and yesterday. And I'm so glad that I rewatched it like for another time, like because it's one of those films that like it's tough. It's one of those films that I'm like, I never want to see that again. But I don't want to not see it again because it was bad. I just don't want to see it again because it's like a sore film. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those. There's like a couple like that. There's like A Monster Calls and About Time. Like those are films that I must confess I've seen them both twice. But that's because I wanted to share them with. It was me and Gabby that watched them. And then I was like, because I was a wreck after them both times, I was like, I never want to watch those films like ever again. And After Sun's probably in that category for me. It's a tough watch, but I think it's a very important watch and stuff for sure.
Absolutely. I think I'm gonna watch it tomorrow. Actually, like just talking about it just now, I'm just like that's the one that's like sticking out to me. It's like I need to watch it again because it's so. I think
it's yeah. Like I just I wouldn't sit on my own and sit and watch it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Whereas if like it was to be a film in the Peach Gang for movie night, like I would be like, oh yeah, absolutely, let's watch this like as a community or a group thing, or if Gabby wanted to watch it, or like if either of us or whatever were together and we're wanting to fucking cry, like
hold each other,
like but like it's again coming back to it's because it's real. It's too real at some points, probably almost, but it's a real film, and Paul Mescal, like I'd love to see him in other stuff because it's almost like you say, Todd, it's like a slice of their life, but it's like it's only a small slice of him, and this she's like 13 or something like that.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Like hopefully she continues to do whatever she's doing and stuff like that, and then when she comes to being in more and more and bigger films, like. She'll come on to a good career,
And she is Scottish as well, so it'd be good to have her Scottish lady.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So, yeah.
No, absolutely, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. It's interesting as well. We'll say about Paul Mescal because, like, I was looking back at like what he's done, and he was actually in The Lost Daughter from last year's. The one that Olivia Colman was.
Which is on holiday and stuff.
Yes, yeah. And I
Who's he in that?
He's the Irish guy. He's like basically at the resort when she comes in. And I looked at like my because I also
Northern Irish guy.
Yeah, I do Letterboxd, obviously, as you all know.
Yeah.
And I try to write a review for each one, and I actually looked at it and I wrote that like the fact that there was some horrendous performances, Dakota Johnson and the Irish guy, and then I'm like, look at this now, and I'm like, how is the person that I actually saw to think he was fucking dog shit is now the one that I'm watching and being like I
wouldn't have even clicked that was him. I'm just like googling it, an image from the film.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have even clicked that's the same guy.
Wild.
That's insane.
Yeah. So like just to see that like a year's difference is insane compared to what he did in Lost Daughter. So yeah.
Fucking hell! I didn't even look up his IMDb because I was like, I didn't think this guy had done anything, you know. So
He actually,
shit, okay.
so on TikTok, I don't know if you use TikTok much, but like, I know you do, Collie, but Todd, sometimes you have like people put up like clips or like drawn out scenes from like TV shows or movies, and it's like part 8, and there's like a weird like,
and they never fucking title
Yes!
with what the actual
Yes,
film or TV
exactly,
show is.
exactly.
There's loads of comments going, "What's the show? What's the show?" It fucking tells you.
So I seen one the other day, which is called, I don't know what it's called, but it's about him going to Italy, and there's like he meets up with like an old school friend and stuff like that, and it has that feelings of like a mix between The Lost Daughter and After Sun, sort of like, I don't know exactly what it's about, but I watched like the 3 minutes or so of that scene that it was, and he looked really good in that. So I'm gonna find out what's it
Paul
called.
Mescal's in it.
Yeah. It's like a TV show.
Normal People.
That's the one. Normal People.
Okay, it's a BBC Three thing.
Oh, is it? Okay, interesting.
Wait, no, it doesn't. No, it must be a different show then.
I'm sure it was that.
The Deceived, maybe.
No, I'm sure it was
Normal
normal.
People,
No, it's Normal People. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was, because that girl. Yeah. I don't know if it was like just one that was set in Italy or something like that, but like
That's why I'm confused, because I'm trying to see where the Italy reference is. Right. Okay.
it's like the scene was in Italy, definitely.
Okay,
Talking about that
okay,
stuff.
okay.
But yeah, I definitely want to search it out because it looked like really, really interesting. And again, it looked like a kind of measured performance from him. So, yeah, just throwing that one out there. It's Jimbo's seen it. Saying that it was a BBC Three show and it was brilliant.
Nice one, Jimbo. Thank you, mate.
Yes, definitely. Okay, into the final nominee for Best Actor, we have Mr. Bill Nighy for Living. Again, I kind of know sort of what Todd thought of at least the film anyway. So
Off Twitter for the fucking
I
last
know you need
6
to.
weeks.
I'll give you back your black book. Don't worry.
Cheers.
So, Collie, thoughts on Bill Nighy, Best Actor for Living?
If we're talking about, like, strictly speaking, just him, I thought he was great. I thought he was good. I thought he did exactly what he was asked to do in this film. Whether you like the film or not is a different thing, but I think as an actor, he's got such a pedigree coming into this, and I think, like, it's a very dry film. It's a very dry film, very slow burn kind of deal. But I think Bill Nighy kind of sits in that kind of category of guys that I think can do big acting stuff and can come all the way to being like quite subtle. So I thought he was good. Like I've got not too much to say about it, to be honest. Like, I thought overall the film was all right. Like I say, a bit slow, but that's the kind of film that I expected. Like with what it's about at the end of the day, you know, it's not a big bombastic kind of exciting action film or whatever. It's kind of is what it is sort of thing. But I thought he was class in it. I thought he was good. But then I think even if a film was shit, like, he would be the best thing in it, sort of thing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, so we were kind of messaging. We got a little group message, a little group chat, and we're kind of messaging. I was like 20 minutes in, and I was like bored as fuck. That's what I said again, living more like dying or something like that.
Yeah.
And as I said as well in that chat, it's like it was just like olden day men talking like with like a slight whistle, you know, like how that old people sometimes do, like, and it was that at that point. But I think as the film went on, I kind of understood more about Bill Nighy. I thought it was a good performance. There's a few things that stood out, like when he was at this bar with like a piano, and he did this, and the song that his mother used to sing to him, like this kind of Scottish, like, I thought that was really, really well done. Like, I thought that was like a really hard hitting kind of scene, and the fact he couldn't finish it and that sort of thing, and then obviously it paying off at the end as well with like when he's on the spoiler the swing sort of thing. I don't think it was a performance again looking at the other nominees, I don't think it's up there with the ones that are there, to be perfectly honest. And again, I said with the cinematography, I think it could have easily been in there for the film. But yeah, I think it was a serviceable performance. Again, as you say, with Bill Nighy, he has got that pedigree, and you know, I don't think he's ever going to put in like a horrendously bad performance or anything. But thinking about him in that role, it was just kind of tough for me to see it as a nominee for best actor. But again, there was points where I was like, yeah, you know what, I kind of get it. But sorry.
So on you go first.
I was
going to go first.
I was gonna say I should say Amy Lou Wood, who's in that, who is in Sex Education as well. She's phenomenal. She's brilliant.
Yeah, she was great.
Like she is. Again, when you talk about charisma, like she is absolutely chock full of it. Have either of you seen Sex Education at all, or
no?
So she's in that. She's
God just teaches it.
Sorry. Oh,
God just teaches it.
Fair enough. Yeah, she plays a completely different character in this. Still a bubbly sort of character. Sorry, in Sex Education. But yeah, in Living, she's phenomenal. Like I think she's the best part of that film. Todd.
Yeah. In that Twitter chat, I'd said about how like about Bill Nye and him not having like a great range, because I stand by what I said, and I don't mean it in like a sort of he's a shit actor, because he's not, because there's a little film called Shaun of the Dead that he's in.
Oh, I thought you were saying Pirates of
Heard
the
of it?
Caribbean. Dead Man's Chest.
And like, you know, anyway, that's not one of his performances. But About Time, I love him in About Time. In The Boat That Rocked, like that for me is a painfully underrated film. I don't know if you've seen it, about the pirate radio station.
I know what it is.
I've
I've
seen
not
it,
seen
yeah,
it.
it's class. It's class.
Love it. And he's so good in it. Like, but he plays the same character. Like, he plays that sort of like cheeky older fella. And this was Bill Nye without the cheek for me. Like, I was just like again, I wasn't walking away like Michelle Williams going, that was dog shit. That, like, how's he anywhere near this? Because he was fine. But I like I say, I think there's a lot more deserving. Mike calls Bill Nye bumbling pish. I like I say, I like him. I just didn't think it was anything to write home about. It's not somebody that that I would put up here.
Absolutely. Do you say is Nick Frost? He's in The Boat That Rocked as well, right?
Is he?
Todd?
I'm leaving because I'm going. I'm
asking a question.
Because I know where it's going to go.
I'm asking a genuine question.
Rock. Aye. Which of the film was he in? Fucking Paul.
Aye, is Nick Frost in The Boat That Rocked?
Yes, he is.
You should watch a film he's in called Paul. It's a beautiful...
Oh God, that's terrible. That is crap. That is rubbish, Massey. Even for you, that's bad. Shut the fuck up. Like, oh my God.
Oh God.
Who else is in The Boat That Rocked? It's Philip Seymour Hoffman's in it.
Yeah.
And Rhys Ifans is in it as well.
Him versus Rhys Ifans. It's so good.
And Kenneth Branagh, that's a class cast. Yeah, I've not seen it for years. It came out. When did it come out? 2009. Wow. Bloody hell.
It's one of my Chris O'Dowd's in it as well, and he's out of the IT crowd, and he's fantastic. It's one of my comfort films in terms of like
nice.
I'd like just stick it on. You know, I can have it on in the background. But yeah, if you haven't seen The Boat That Rocked, please.
I think I've seen bits of it, but I've never actually sat down and watched it. I definitely will. That's like
Massey will watch it in 15 parts on TikTok. Be like, what's this film? Jimmy, tell me what this film is.
In the comments, part 2, please.
Yeah. Oh God.
Okay, look. So, I mean, that's us talked about the best actors.
If we're gonna quickly just touch on like who maybe should have been nominated.
Oh yeah, sure. Sorry. Yeah.
I thought Tom Cruise should have been nominated for Maverick. I thought he was amazing in Maverick. I thought he was absolutely class. Like, I know it's Tom Cruise being Tom Cruise and he only does like certain, but I thought he was class. I thought he was amazing.
The relationship with him and Iceman.
Iceman, yeah,
brilliant. Like, oh God. So...
But even like just in general, like him being insubordinate, and then him with your lassie in the bar,
yeah,
and the way then his relationship with Miles Teller and stuff. I love Tom Cruise. In the more recent Mission Impossible films, Todd, I know that you've recently watched them. I think he's so underrated as an actor. Like, I don't think he's got massive range, perhaps, or anything like that, but what he does in terms of just being an action star, there's nobody better than him. Like, nobody better than him. And I would have loved him, like, because the thing is, like, he's coming back to a character that he's not played for 30 years or however long, like 30 odd years or whatever since the first Top Gun, like, and then he's coming back to have to play it, and I just think he's awesome. I think he's great. Like the thing is, like, that's where we're talking about best actress. We didn't really go back to her, but like I thought Letitia Wright would have been a better nominee than half the folk that were. And the only thing is, like, there's only really Bill Nighy that I would take out of this.
Yeah.
For somebody being Tom Cruise. So like, I don't think Tom Cruise would have a chance of winning it, but I think, like, just as a recognition, because I don't know how many Tom Cruise, like, nominations he's ever had because of his acting or anything like that. I'd love to look that up maybe after the stream or whatever, but I just don't think he's a widely acclaimed actor in terms of, like, awards and stuff. Like obviously everyone knows who he is, but in terms of his actual acting, I think he was really, really good in Top Gun, and he just didn't phone it in or anything. I don't think he ever does.
I think that's the thing. It's easy. It would be easy to phone it in, wouldn't it, for like something like that, like a legacy action kind of sequel.
But that's the thing. Like he funds like a lot of his films now. He's part funding. Same with the Mission Impossible films and stuff, I think, or he's at least like producing them or whatever.
Yeah. So he's got more right on it than just an actor.
Well, he's emotionally invested in these characters and how, like, he's so precious, or he is precious about them, because like he wouldn't want anyone else to play them, and he like it's his baby essentially. Are these characters and stuff. I just want him to do a spin-off of Tropic Thunder. That's all the world wants is a spin-off of that.
Yep, absolutely. I think that's a Simpsons reference, isn't it? From Jimbo there.
Yeah. I'm with Retox as well. Like, I watched Top Gun a long time ago, like pre-uni sort of time. That's the only time.
Jesus,
that
is ages ago. Yeah.
Is that when it first came out?
No. But I rewatched it and I was like, I don't feel much for it. Like, it was a good film, but I wasn't like blown away. And because then I watched Maverick pretty much straight after, if not like one film in between or whatever, it just felt like it was almost a setup. Like, if it was made a couple of years ago, it would be like, we've got this amazing film in the pipeline, but we need to kind of establish these characters and who they are. So we'll make this film first, and then we'll give you the real shit. Like, that's how it felt to me. But I'm with you, and I'm not like you say, I'm new to the Mission Impossible films, especially the newer ones. And I'm not like a big Tom Cruise fan in terms of what he does. But yeah, I would have him up there, definitely.
Well, don't you insult my Tom?
I'm also surprised just on the. No, anyway, I'll wait. We'll get best picture.
Oh,
stick around, guys.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Can we move on, Todd? Yeah.
By all means.
Perfect. Okay. So think will win and want to win. Can I start off here? I'll just start. Okay. No. So I want. Again, this was tough because the four, Butler, Farrell, Fraser, and Mescal, like, are so deserving. But I really want Brendan Fraser to do it again, just for the I know it's pulling the heartstrings, I know it's the story and stuff, but I really want Brendan Fraser to do it. And I think he will as well. I know Austin Butler has had, as I said, won the BAFTA, I think it was, which is normally a pretty good indicator as to who will win the Oscar, but I think it's so razor close that I think Brendan Fraser will take it. Collie?
Brendan for both for me.
Todd?
But I would object to any of the other ones apart from maybe Bill Nighy getting it. Like, if any of the other ones get it, I'd be happy with that.
Completely agree.
Yeah, I'm with you on that for like different reasons, in terms of, like you say, Farrell for the sort of the way that he's worked with them, Austin Butler being like a new and bold, Paul Mescal that start of the career. I think any one of them could win it, and I'd be absolutely chuffed for them. But yeah, I'm with you on Brendan for both of them.
Perfect. Okay, doke. So on to the penultimate category of the evening. We're on to. Sorry.
I know it's getting late. Would you mind? Like, I can still hear you. I'll mute myself and stuff. I'll just let Mavis out just 2 minutes. Just because she hasn't.
I can
been
take
out.
a quick break then if you want. Do you want a quick break?
No, I can listen in. I'll literally I'll be 2 minutes if you just want to talk, and I can still hear you. But yeah, it's just so because she hasn't been out since the start of the stream.
That's fine.
Yeah, fine.
Go for it.
Cool.
God's sake, he's a nightmare, isn't he?
You need a PD.
No, no, I'm actually fine.
Do you so?
No, I'm fine.
Like this, you're like,
I've soaked it back in. I'm fine.
God, fucking hell for that.
Oh me, I can't believe we're at 4 hours and
I can wholeheartedly believe that.
I think we've done all right. To be fair, like
I think we're done fine. I think we'll only be half an hour or something like that on these last two, and that'll be it.
yeah, yep, I agree.
Because kind of like, well, this one's a little bit more involved to discuss, but then the other ones are more like just an amalgamation of what we've already like talked about, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Jimbo, I'll be fine. Trust me, I'll be fine. Don't worry. But yeah, I'm very excited. Are you going to be watching it, or are you?
Jimbo. No, I will. In hindsight, I should have organised Monday to be my working from home day. I'm doing a little bit of work tomorrow during the day. So I'll maybe see how it is. I might message my boss and be like, "Oh, can I move days around just so I'm at home?" Because I can, and then just do like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in the office or something like that. So I'll see how I feel, because I'd love to watch the Last of Us finale live as well.
Yeah, so when does that come out? Like in terms of our time?
It's 2 a.m. our time, I think.
Okay.
I don't know if they'll change it for the Oscars though.
Yeah.
I know they changed it for the Super Bowl.
Right. Okay.
But I don't know if they'll change it for the Oscars. I'll look up that in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, because I've been watching along as well. Like on the Monday, I've been watching the Last of Us.
Well, what I've normally done is I've just watched it first thing on a Monday before I start work.
Mm-hmm. I waited for the first 4, I think it was. So the first 4 weeks I didn't touch it, and then because I was like, I don't know. I was kind of like, I think I've said before about what I thought about the game, and I hate the game. But I always said that the best part of it was the story, and I was like, is it gonna do anything different or blah blah blah? But I watched the first one, I was like, fucking yes, like I'm totally hooked. And I pumped through the 4, and then I've watched it every week since. But
so just despite the 2023 Oscars airing live on Sunday evening, The Last of Us finale is sticking to its usual time slot.
Perfect.
That means you'll be able to watch episode 9 at 9 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday 12th of March. At 6 p.m. West Coast, Central's 8, and then UK it's 2 a.m.
Perfect, excellent. So I'll
watch
wait,
sorry, no, wait. However, the clocks have changed in the US, which might have meant the finale will be out an hour earlier over in the UK. Looking at Sky's schedule for on Monday, March the 12th, this isn't the case, as it's still down to air. So we might get it at either 1 a.m. because it's actually out at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Or 2 a.m.
But the Oscars start at 1 a.m.
Yeah, but it's saying like the clocks have changed, which might have meant that the finale will be out an hour earlier over here, so that would be 1 a.m.
Right.
But Sky's still keeping it to 2 a.m. apparently, judging by their Sky Guide or whatever.
Right. Okay.
But regardless, it's streaming tomorrow night in the States, so we'll get it on Monday.
Cool. Perfect.
I'm so excited for it.
Yeah. Is it a long one? I'm assuming. I'm guessing it'll be.
Oh, I don't know. But it's Last of Us is the best game adaptation in media ever, I would say.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Apart from the Halo series, maybe.
I've not watched the Halo stuff, to be honest.
It's crap. Don't watch it.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's almost as bad as Assassin's Creed.
What? I thought it was a great film, Assassin's Creed.
As a film, it might be good, but it's definitely not an Assassin's Creed film, that's for sure.
Retox, thank you so much for watching.
Anyway, we actually didn't talk about the film stud.
Yeah.
I could hear the whole time. That's why I was like,
Retox, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. We watched it for 3.5 hours. Very enjoyable discussion. Glad you tuned in. I mean, we're glad you tuned in too. Right, okay.
I know you just VIP'd him, but can you un-VIP Rich, please?
Right, we will move on to the penultimate category. So it's Best Director. So we have the nominees: Martin McDonagh for The Banshees of Inisherin, Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert, so the Daniels as they're commonly known, for Everything Everywhere All at Once, Steven Spielberg for The Fabelmans, Todd Field for Tar, and then Ruben Östlund for Triangle of Sadness. So Martin McDonagh for Banshees of Inisherin. Like, now, Todd, I don't know how you feel about this film. So do you want me to take this over for us?
So as much as I've like I say, I'm a pure fanboy of McDonagh's. But one thing that I genuinely do think, and I know we're getting into it, but I genuinely do think he is the outstanding one here, and I think it's largely because of the way that the time that he gives and the expectation and the kind of freedom that that the actors have got from McDonough. I think I know it's directing, but the way he's written this is second to none. It was just a phenomenal script. I want a physical copy of it so I can read through it. But yeah, I think the time that he gives the actors is phenomenal. I don't know. I don't know what else I can say without just going, it was amazing, it was brilliant, it was phenomenal, it was fantastic. Because I was just taken in by it. I was taken in by Colin on that. There's like a featurette. If you get the chance, it's on Film 4, so I imagine it'll be available on like all 4 or whatever. I was like, oh my god, Banshees is on the telly. Flicked to Film 4, and it was just a little featurette, like I say. And because he comes from a theatre background, Colin Farrell was saying that McDonough, what he does is he understands blocking. He understands where people should be and how space is used, and you can see it. And for me, I want, ideally, Banshees to win everything. I don't, but I do at the same time. But I think this is, for me, it should be nailed on for him. I don't think it will be, but I'm going to stick with me gut. I think it was brilliantly directed, and it's the best he's done in terms of direction.
Colin?
Yeah, that last sentence, Tom was saying the best he's done in directing. I think it's kind of like, it's almost like a culmination of work that started within Bruges with Farrell and Gleeson, and then where they've came in the last 15 years or however, like, I think it's 2008, like 15 years since then. Like, obviously their career trajectories, they've they've not always, like, he's not always been in, like, Farrell's not always been in the films, Gleeson's not always been in the films and stuff like that, and they've done other films subsequently. Donna did like 3 Billboards, all that kind of stuff. Like, they've kind of weaved around each other for the last 15 years, and then they've kind of come back together to produce this, which is kind of like not a lessons learned from In Bruges, because In Bruges is really good, but like it's a more mature In Bruges, I think. Like, the relationship between the two characters in Bruges is great, like, don't get me wrong, but they're friends, but they're hitmen at the end of the day, so they're kind of bad guys. And whereas I think in Banshees, the friendship between Gleeson and Farrell's characters, it's more simple because it's a more simple time, but I think it's a much more mature, developed relationship to kind of observe and analyze throughout the film and stuff. And exactly like Todd says, it's you can tell that he's a play director, or like it's a play that he is directing, rather, like from scene to scene, and the kind of sets and stuff like that, and the way it's filmed and that, you can tell it's kind of a lot of the scenes that were filmed when they were in the pub or whatever, and he was playing the fiddle and then he had no fingers and all that kind of stuff. It reminded me of a little bit, not, I don't know why, but because it was like one big room, it reminded me of The Hateful Eight of Tarantino's, which is a play pretty much as well, and it really clicked with me. I was like, oh yeah, you can tell that this guy, not only just through his strength as like script writing and stuff like that, but just like exactly like Todd said, the way things are shot and the use of space and that, it's amazing. And then to finish on the same line as Todd, it's the best he's done in terms of direction, at least for sure.
Yeah.
What do you think, Massey?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say anything that you already haven't said. I mean, I think what it kind of, and again, best director kind of ties in a bit of best picture, but for a subject like that, and I know there's like obviously allegories to like the Irish Civil War and all that sort of things as well, but for a subject like that to be that engaging and that like interesting to watch unfold, just shows how well directed it is from him. And yeah, I totally agree. I think as you said, with them all coming back together, and this is the best thing that they've done, that McDonough's done. It's just so I think it's outstanding what he's been able to do with the subject matter. And the thing is, the allegory as well, it's not it's not ham-fisted. Like I never clicked. I didn't know anything about the Irish Civil War and stuff, and I knew there was obviously fighting they were doing like off the from side, you know, to Ireland compared to the island they were at. But after reading about the whole parallels to the war, I think it doesn't click until I've read it. So I think it's another layer to it, which it's masterfully done, really. So yeah, McDonald's something else, absolutely something else.
But funnily enough, just in this Discord, in the interesting things last night, there was a video posted in it about what's the title of the video? The war allegory in the Banshees of Inisherin explained.
That might be the one I've seen, to be honest, as well. Then yeah.
Yeah. So Tyner, who's organising the Irish Cancer Society stuff with Dax and that, he posted it in there. I've yet to check it out. But he was saying much the same that you are. So I'll have to watch that.
Definitely, it's really interesting. Absolutely. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. So we have the Daniel Kwan and Daniel Steiner for Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Collie, do you want to take this one?
Yeah. So these two guys prior to this had done Swiss Army Man, which is a bizarre film to say the least. And this is and Everything Everywhere All at Once is like bizarre and outlandish and just off the wall, strange, like times 10 when it comes to compared to Swiss Army Man. In order for them to weave the kind of the timeline and the story and all that and make it into a semi-cohesive, even not a fully cohesive film it's a work of art in itself, and it's a big commendation to them that they were able to pull it off. I think they're geniuses, and I'm interested to see what they've got up their sleeve next. I don't have too much to say because we've kind of covered the film quite a lot, but these are kind of the guys that are the brains behind all the performances that we've talked about, and I think they wrote everything really, really well, and obviously did a great job of directing everyone, because like we're commending all the actors and actresses on being able to play all the different characters, but it has to come from the director's brain via the script, via discussions, all that kind of stuff, on to the actors who then perform them really well. So the concept and the beginning and the kind of like the start of this all comes from them, and like there's the big bang of just everything spreading out from them to whether it's like the art department or the visual effects department, all that, everything like at the end of the day ties back to the director, and for them to come away with something as memorable as Everything Everywhere All at Once is class. It's so impressive, especially for like relatively new directors, because it's literally this and Swiss Army Man they've done together, right?
Yeah.
So you know it's going to be class to see where they go from here.
Absolutely. And I think as well, you know, you're saying about a cohesive thing, but also for having a multiverse film that isn't like there's so much different like there's so much different layers to it as well. And for something like Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, that's the only other thing I can think of in terms of a multiverse film. Like, it was so messy because it had to deal with all these different multiverses and things, and trying to get us to buy into it as well proved really difficult. With Everything Everywhere All at Once, like, you totally get it. Like, they lay it out to you in a way that it's like it's so easy to understand. The most random thing you do, the more random the better, the easier it is to jump to another thing. Perfect. You know what I mean? It's just like it's so well laid out for us in what could be such a troubling sort of, like, you know, they could go into PIM particles or all that sort of like thing, bits and pieces that could make it all messy. But I think they do it in a way that it is completely is able for us to get straight in. And talking about the Swiss Army Man as well, like the way that they if you've not seen Swiss Army Man, it's literally like a guy befriends a corpse in a deserted island, and the way that they lay that out to us as well is so believable, and it's phenomenal. So I think they've done a phenomenal job to actually, you know, as you said, the word for it is cohesive, to give us a cohesive 3-part and 3 distinct part film that is silly, is introspective, is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Todd?
Yeah, just on top of what you've already said again, so we're not like going on and on and saying the same things. I think the little subtleties, the things that they've like, the little things they've chucked in. Again, it was through our group chat. I think it was you, Matthew, who said everything good about everywhere,
Yeah.
everywhere, like those videos. And I just like I watched it on my lunch break, and it was like the little sort of references and things that you don't see. It's I think that's what helps as well, that like you sort of you oh, that's class. And watching it in Peach Gang, so like we did it as a movie night film, and it was like it was so good seeing the chat move. I didn't really put anything in the chat for that one, but just watching people talking about like where's that butt plug gonna go? Oh, like just silly shit like that. How do you make a film where butt plugs and dildos are so prominent and yet it still be so like heart wrenching and like and so serious and have the themes that it does, and I think like Collie said, you can't. You can only have good actors can only do so much. The direction has to be there, regardless of whether you're talking actors who've got this legacy behind them. They still need that direction to sort of bring that vision to life. And the Daniels, you know, clearly have a vision, and have a vision that, like you say, the other one is Spider-Verse in terms of like multiverse, but they have the benefit of being meta. Of being able to go, hi, I'm from another universe, and outright laying it out for the audience. Like this doesn't have the benefit of that. So yeah, I'm with you. It was just so well put together. Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. But nothing else I can say on top of what you've already said.
Perfect. Okay, so we'll move on then to the next one, which is Steven Spielberg for The Fabelmans. Now, Todd, I believe you quite like this film. Do you want to take it from me?
Like, right, I can't believe. Maybe it looks different in post. I don't know, but I can't believe that somebody like Spielberg, who has created some of the most like untouchable, like just unbelievable films of all time, and keeps doing it. And even if they're not your cup of tea, you can still see why. He is so good. You can still see in every single film. I can't believe he'd let performances slip through the net in the way that they have in this film. For me, like as a director, there's nobody there that's bigger than Spielberg. If that makes sense. Like, I don't agree with it, but I imagine that on some film sets, for example, Tom Cruise, who knows what he's doing. This is his baby. It's his film. That the director might be a little bit, you know, apprehensive to say, Tom, that wasn't as good, can we redo it in this way, or can you move here? There's nobody there that Steven Spielberg should be letting get through like that. And like I said, for me, maybe he was going for the 50s sitcom style, or maybe I've just misinterpreted it, because like I say, I've seen a lot of people who love the film and really rate the majority of it. But for me, I think he dropped. Maybe he didn't drop the ball, but like it just feels like a bit slipped through the net from somebody who creates such perfection over such a massive span of time. But yeah.
Colin?
I mean, I think if there was ever a film that you wouldn't let anything like that slip through, it's this one, because it's a biopic almost.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on that kind of stuff. So when you're saying about the 50s sitcom stuff and that, I'd love to know and find out if it was a deliberate style choice, because I 100% agree and understand like where you're coming from with that, for sure. But is that because that's his memory from the time and that's how it came through to him, or is he comparing it to media that he was consuming at the time? And there's probably like loads and loads of layers to it that either he's not explained yet or will never explain or whatever. But yeah, I understand why he's here to an extent, but I kind of feel like this is just a token, oh yeah, you're Steven Spielberg, you've made a film this year, we'll nominate you. Like I don't think he's anywhere near the quality of film of Everything Everywhere All at Once or Banshees, so for like McDonough or the Daniels. So I think it's pretty much a token like, oh, here you go sort of thing. you know, there's directors of, and I don't hate saying this, but like I would even have put James Cameron in this before Spielberg personally. For Avatar, if we're talking about like passion projects or like quote unquote better films, Avatar's a better film than The Fabelmans in that regard, as a whole thing. But I don't know. He's maybe just here just because of who he is or whatever. But there's but not even just like talking about like James Cameron, but like even directors of like Baz Luhrmann, like Elvis's Class, and even I don't know off the top of my head, but like the director of Aftersun, for example,
Charlotte
or
Wells, yeah, I was going to say,
or Causeway, or all these films that are nominated like randomly bits and pieces here and there for like different actors' performances and stuff like that, or like screenplays or all that kind of jazz. Like I don't know. I think there's more deserving people in this than and I think there's somebody else in here who's kind of the same, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You have hit the nail on the head for me anyway. Like, I think it's a legacy one. I think it is because it's Steven Spielberg directing Steven Spielberg's life. I think that's why he's in there for me. There was things in the film that I enjoyed, and obviously we'll get into the actual film in general. But I think directorial wise, there's absolutely more deserving people. As I said, there's Charlotte Wells for Aftersun. James Cameron's a fantastic shout. You know, like. That again, that is his baby. That's him. He's done it from day dot and pushed the envelope in terms of technology and stuff as well. So yeah, totally. Yeah, I think it's a nomination for Steven Spielberg because he's Steven Spielberg directing the life of Steven Spielberg. That's the way that I saw it as well. Yeah, completely agree. I won't stick around too much on that, to be honest, but we'll move on to the next nominee, which is Todd Field for Tar. We've kind of touched obviously on Tar and stuff like that with Cate Blanchett, and the cinematography side of it as well. So I'll be interested to see what you think in terms of direction. Todd, seeing as it's you.
Yeah, great. Yeah, again, I think you take somebody like Cate Blanchett and you give her sort of an idea of who Lydia Tarr is, because like you say, she's not a real person. And as far as I'm not into classical music whatsoever, so it's not a world that I would ever say, oh yes, well maybe she's based on, or there's ideas are revolving around this person or whatever. But I think more so than anything, when she's conducting is where I think Todd Field's doing his job there. Those sort of wild arm movements aren't what Lydia Tarr is. When you hear Lydia Tarr speaking and you hear her like having that conversation, and it's quite measured and sort of slow and methodical, and then when she's up and conducting and the arms are going, and it just, I don't know, it's like a completely different person, almost like Lydia is playing a character while she, and I think that will have come from Todd Field. I don't know that, but I think there's something there about this performance in a film that honestly, subject matter wise, I couldn't give a fuck about. Like, if you'd have said, oh, it's a film about a conductor, classical music, a life starts by, I'd be like, okay, so what? It's Whiplash with classical music, which is how it has been sort of talked about here and there. I think it's totally different to that. I think it's, and I think he's done a phenomenal job with it. I keep using the word phenomenal, but I think it's because I don't want to say great or amazing. I think that phenom is part of it.
Coley?
Yeah, I mean, like it's a really really like solid good film. And kind of like what I was talking about earlier, like that can only come from guy at the top, directing it properly and stuff, and whether that's generating performances from Cate Blanchett all the way through to like the screenwriting and the way that it's filmed and stuff, which we've talked about previously and all commended. So yeah, I think like rightfully nominated. Not again in the tier in the category of the Daniels or McDonough, but I think rightfully here. Not too much to say on top of that, because we've kind of covered a lot to do with Tar, but yeah, I think Todd Field did a great job, and yeah, GG's.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think as well, like, again, and we'll get into it. I wasn't exactly a fan of the film as such. Like, it was very hard going. It was tough to like watch in terms of the subject matter, when especially when she was talking about all these like different names and sonnets and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, cool, no worries. But like, I think there was enough in there that he gave us, people who don't know like your classical music and all that sort of stuff, he gave us enough to enjoy the story as well. So I thought that was very well done of him anyway. But yeah, I completely agree. I think in terms of the direction, it's again not a touch on the other two that we've, or three I suppose, one's a duo that we've kind of spoken about. So yeah,
I've never seen any of his two other films either. In the Bedroom and Little Children from like 20 years ago. I've never heard of them.
no,
Nah, me neither.
But it'd be interesting to see, like, because I enjoyed Tar in terms of like as a film. I would say I enjoyed it. You know, it was a good film in that. So like, I'd be interested to see what he does going ahead.
yeah, definitely. Okay, and we'll move on to the final best director. This is Mr. Ruben Östlund for Triangle of Sadness.
I think because you can say his name so well, I think you should start us off with this.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine.
Just say his name as many times as you possibly can.
So Ruben Östlund, he came to us with his film Triangle of Sadness. Now Ruben, what he did,
He does with this film. What? Came up to us three personally. Like, here's a film for you boys. Like, what do you mean?
yeah, Ruben Östlund. No, so like it was. I found this to be a really messy film. I was kind of. It felt like three different films, three separate acts, but three different kind of films. Obviously, the fucking what's the start? The modeling agency, then the boat, and then the island. Like it felt so. I don't think it knew what it wanted to be. You know, it was obviously like a kind of a play on like socialism and the rich, and I mean there was literally Woody Harrelson drinking champagne talking about socialism, like he's literally a champagne socialist and stuff like that. Like it just felt so messy from the start, and I really struggled with it. I really did. It was so wild and out there for me anyway. There was one scene that I absolutely loved, and that was the vomit scene. like how can you not enjoy that? That was great fun. But overall, I really struggled with it. I don't know. Like I thought probably. Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to talk about a film that like I struggled so much with, and I felt was such a like give us one of those films, like give us a full thing of one of those films. Like that's the way I see it. I think he's tried to cram too much stuff into one, and it did not work for me whatsoever. Collie, Todd.
Yeah, messy was probably like a great way to describe it. I've no idea why this is nominated for Best Director and Best Picture. I've no idea. It's bizarre that a film's nominated for Best Director and Best Picture, yet none of the cast are, and there's no other I think it got Original Screenplay nominated.
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah.
But it's up against Banshees, Everything Everywhere, Fabelmans, and Tar. So it's like the fifth. It's the fifth out of those five already, and it's the same here. There's two guys, and then there's two guys, and then there's Mr. Östlund at the bottom there. So I thought it was okay. Like I thought it was all right. Like I was just like, oh, it's a film. I have watched it. Okay, never to be watched again. Like well done, but I would never recommend somebody watch that. You know, I would never be like, somebody comes, oh, do you have a film to recommend? I'll be like, no. Sorry, no, I wouldn't say that. Sorry, would you recommend this film? No, not. Would you? Sorry, they were like, oh, that Triangle of Sadness is on fucking whatever. If you seen it, I'd be like, yeah, should I watch it? No, that's what I meant to say. Not, do you have a recommend a film? No, I have no films to recommend you whatsoever. Yeah, Todd, what about you?
Like it's. I know I'm one for hyperbole, and I apologize, but I would put it up there as top 5 worst I've seen this year. I can't believe it's anywhere near. I thought the only good bit was the very heavy-handed conversation between Woody Harrelson and your man about socialism and being a
It's
socialist.
very on the nose. It's very on the nose, and I'm like, sorry to interrupt, but I was kind of
No,
like,
no.
surely this is deliberately on the nose. Surely they can't be like, surely they're like bamming that up like deliberately. But I genuinely think they were like, oh yeah, let's be really smart and subtle about this. You know, it's just not.
Yeah, and pick a lane, because then there was the bit where I can't remember specifically how it happened, if somebody threw it or if something exploded, but then there was a grenade landed on the thing on the boat, and she went, "Oh, is this one of ours?" Oh my God! Like the rich are killing themselves by it just, and I want films about like eat the rich. I want films that like suggest about the world that we're living in, and you know how fucked things can be and are, and I think it started strongly. And I'll say this now so that I don't have to talk about it best picture. Like I can skip my go type thing, because like genuinely I think the direction was it just didn't. It started off well. I didn't mind the supermodel bit, and then it just fell to pieces. I thought I don't know. Have you seen the Bottom film, Guest House Paradiso? Have you seen that? You know, Bottom, Rick Mail and
I know
Nate
Bottom,
Edmonds.
but I've never seen the film.
The own a guest house, and everybody gets food poisoning. They start being sick. They did it better. Bottom did it better, right? Like, please go and watch Guest House. I have a recommendation. It is Guest House Paradiso. It's 90 minutes of Bottom. Yeah, fuck this film.
I get that on the weekend.
Fuck's sake. Yeah, sorry. I don't mean to chunder and rant, but it was just a piece of shit from start to finish. I thought it was at times it was heavy-handed. Didn't know what to do. Pick a lane. It really pissed me off.
Absolutely fair enough.
Lauren's out of control in the chat.
I know. Should I ban her? Right, okay, so we'll go on to who we want to win and who we think will win. Collective unit.
I want Martin McDonagh to win it, but I think the Daniels will win it.
Todd?
I'm going Martin. I want Martin McDonagh to win it. I think he will.
So I've gone for I want the Daniels to win it, but I think Spielberg will get it. I think they'll give him the. I know I don't want that, but I think they'll give him it. Okay, doke. Wait, was there any? Sorry, before we go on, was there any that you think should have been there? Director wise.
I mean, like I think I kind of touched on it about Spielberg, but like I can't remember all their names, but like the Whale director, After Sun, even fucking Living's director, Causeway's director, like pretty much any other film that was nominated for the Oscars, I'm just like, yeah, fucking chuck them in instead of like Bardo's director. Maybe no, it's too far. But like I just think like I don't know, like All Quiet on the Western Front's director even. There's so many that could have been in this that you could take out, especially fucking Rubin. Get him to fuck. But I mean, even like questionable. I think Spielberg being nominated is questionable, but.
I would also chuck in. She said, like it hasn't been. It was nominated elsewhere, I think, in terms of BAFTAs and stuff. About Weinstein. It felt very similar to Spotlight. I'll be honest, but
really?
I'd even.
I'll have to check that
not as good. It's not as good of a film. Like I'm not saying that it's on,
like
on the same level.
An investigative journalist kind of thing. Okay.
It's the two women who broke the Weinstein story and trying to get other women to come forward. It's really well directed. It's a great film, and it's got what you call him from Brooklyn Nine-Nine, the chief.
Oh, Raymond Holt.
Yeah. It's got him in it, and he's brilliant. And Carey Mulligan.
Oh.
Absolutely fantastic. I'd put that best director, best picture over a couple of them. But yes, anyway, let's move on, because I know we.
Interesting.
What's the dog doing?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we will move on to the final the category. God, my mind went blank there.
All right.
And yeah, I'm fine. So it's been 4.5 hours. It's past my bedtime. I'm tired. No, it's fine. Okay, so we have the best picture. Now the nominees for this are All Quiet on the Western Front, Avatar: The Way of Water, The Banshees of Inisherin, Elvis, Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Fabelmans, Tar, Top Gun Maverick, Triangle of Sadness, and Women Talking. Now we have obviously spoken about most of these films, so it kind of will be more like a kind of sort of like triangle catch up, put them all together sort of thing.
Well, I think like we can kind of just say, can we just say who we think like and won, and then we can kind of break it down from there.
Yeah, sure. Collie,
So I want Banshees to win it, but I think Everything Everywhere All at Once will win it.
Todd.
I'm with you. I want Banshees to win it, but I think everywhere will take it.
So I think I want Everything Everywhere All at Once to win it. But again, with Banshees, like absolutely fine. I think those two are the two that like.
Yeah. I think like as overall as pictures, they're the standouts of them all. Like All Quiet on the Western Front is I'm just gonna run through like the nominees, but like All Quiet on the Western Front was great, like fantastic, but it's the tiers thing that we've talked about in all these categories. It's like Banshees and Everything are like up here, and then like All Quiet on the Western Front, Elvis, maybe even Top Gun for me are like this like up there, and then after that follows with like Fableman's Tar, and then like Avatar somewhere around there, and the Fablemans and stuff like that. Like they're all the kind of the tier below or whatever. But yeah, that's how I would categorize it. I think like a lot of them here are deserving of Best Picture nominations. There's maybe just Triangle of Sadness, get rid of that. But apart from that, I think like the overall category is pretty good.
How about yourself, Todd?
Yeah, I think Women Talking's an interesting one because it was a heavy film, and there was some like for me, I couldn't rate it like poorly because it wasn't a bad film by any stretch of the imagination, but it wasn't for me whatsoever. Like not in terms of like Turner Red where it wasn't made for me, as in it's not my type of film, and where most of them on that list, if not all of them, are very much like types of, if you give a general description that I'd be into, Women Talking wouldn't be. There was some moments in it that I was like taken aback by. I do think it could, like you say, tears again, it isn't quite up there with everything else, but I do think it was a very strong film with some amazing performances. Again, could have had, I don't know how Best Actress hasn't been, at least a shout hasn't been put in there for one of them.
What do you want?
But everything else, you what, sorry?
What do you mean one of them? Do you want to? It's a bit misogynist, isn't it?
Shut up! Don't listen to him, Todd.
He's on his soapbox. He's had a bit of sugar. No, for me, we've talked about them to death. Like I say, I'm not going to go like on the negatives. I think Banshees and Everything Everywhere All at Once are the front runners. I don't think I'm really surprised The Whale isn't in there. But they're the front runners, and I don't think anybody's. I think Elvis and Tar are close, but they're the ones that are going to stick it.
Mm-hmm. Women Talking was interesting for me because not that long ago, or it must be a couple of months ago, I watched 12 Angry Men, and it obviously is kind of comparable in the sense that it's like one room and it's just people talking pretty much, literally, and it felt to me like there was a lot of influence with 12 Angry Men and Women Talking. But yeah, I was saying the film was so hard going. Like it was, I couldn't enjoy it as such, if that makes sense. Like I couldn't like actually let myself get too immersed in it because it was such a heavy topic and stuff. But it was a really well done film. I don't think it helped that I was maybe working at the time I was watching it. I think that was I couldn't really concentrate as much, I suppose. But yeah, it was quite an interesting one. And as you say, I think when we're looking at Best Actress, there's a shout in there somewhere for someone. Surely, I don't know if it's maybe the fact that there was so many, or at least
It's more ensemble.
yeah, exactly. There was like maybe
Francis McDormand's always good and stuff like that, and then Rooney Mara was good as well.
yeah, and even Claire Foy and
Oh, and her, what was her name? We were talking about her last year.
Jessie Buckley.
Jessie Buckley, yeah. So
Yeah.
I think it's maybe like too much of a good thing, maybe perhaps for that to be. It's similar to what we were talking about earlier, where like putting forward two actors or actresses from the same film isn't a common thing to do. I think it's becoming more common actually, but like it didn't always used to be the way. You would always like push one of them or whatever.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. I'm trying to think what else we haven't really spoken about. Avatar. So we spoke about the VFX for it. What about the story? Collie, do you want to?
Yeah, it was kind of a paint by numbers kind of thing. Like it's a big spectacle in that. Like, don't get me wrong, and it looks amazing and stuff. I'd seen it in like the what's it called again? Super screen, like not IMAX, but like the super screen at Cineworld. And it looked and sounded fantastic. Like it was good. I would say it's definitely better than the first one, in my opinion. It's definitely better than the first one. It's so long though. Like it's so long. I felt like there's films that you'll watch that are 3 hours, and you'll just be like, oh, that was like a long film, but I was enthralled enough. Whereas I felt in bits it was just dragging.
Mm-hmm. And I think again, it's kind of similar to Triangle of Sadness. I felt there was like 3 separate movies in there.
It definitely could have split into at least 2 movies, at least 2 2-hour movies. But he's already making fucking 4 more or whatever.
Well, that's
so like it's just fuck. Oh god, how long's the next one gonna be? 5 hours or some shite.
Hopefully 5 hours.
So self-indulgent. Like I just think he's so wrapped up in this world, and like, how is he going to make a Terminator?
Oh god, don't fucking start this again. I talked about this on Smash Eggman. It got me so annoyed. you look at his fucking filmography, and you're like, class. Titanic. Oh, okay, I guess like whatever. As a film, it's good, and then it's just. What's he done for 20 years? 2 Blue People films. It's like, but True Lies is 30 years old next year.
Wow.
That's his last good film, in my opinion. Like Titanic, like from a standalone point of view, like it's not my kind of film, but it's a well-made film. Don't get me wrong. But like 1997 to now, Avatar, Way of the Water, 2024, Avatar 3, 2026, Avatar 4. Like, why?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like
it's Terminator, Aliens, Abyss, Terminator 2, True Lies. That's 5. Like I'd love to look at other directors and see how many would stand up with like 5 for 5 in that realm. Not 5 for 5 in terms of, because he made Piranha 2, that was his first film technically, but I mean in like as a 5-film run, I'd love to see how many directors have nailed
and
5 for 5. Like Nolan and Villeneuve spring to mind. Even Spielberg can be a bit scatter, like in terms of like good. Everything's good with Spielberg to an extent, but there's like levels of good with him, and there's like it's always like a standard of like here or whatever. But then there's some films that are like way up there for him, but it never drops below a certain level. You know what I mean? So.
Well, if you think about 2 of those 5, like literally genre-defining films, Terminator and Aliens, you know what I mean? Like that's like they're literally held up as some of the best.
It's so bizarre, just for like a James Cameron quick analysis thing, but like Alien and the Terminator, the first ones, they're both kind of like horror films, and then Aliens, the sequel, obviously, and then Terminator 2, the sequel, they're like action films. So it's funny, like. He kind of did the same as Alien 1 with the Terminator. It was more of a horror kind of film, and then he was in charge of, or he directed both sequels, and they're amazing action films. It's so interesting.
And
so interesting. The Abyss is amazing. Like,
yeah, I've never seen it, but like I know about all the stories behind the
you've
scenes
never
and stuff.
seen it?
No, I've never seen it.
End stream.
You've never seen a Moana,
cancelled.
so.
Hey, there's Moana, and then there's the Abyss. Like.
But no, like I've seen about the what went on behind the scenes in the Abyss and stuff like that, and like you can never fault the guy for throwing himself into like into his films, like properly throwing himself into the films and stuff. Like,
that's the thing, like for ages after the Abyss and that, he was like flying down the fire, doing things at the bottom of the trench. At least that's like contributing to science. Avatar is not contributing to science. It's contributing to the fucking degradation of my brain, but apart from that, like, oh my god, like, I was actually wanting to speak positive about Avatar, but you've just wound me up about James Cameron now. No wonder his wife divorced him.
Whoa, Jesus.
Stop making blue films, James.
Fair enough. So we've kind of spoken about a lot of these. I'm just trying to think about if there's anything that we haven't touched on, or don't want. I mean,
Todd, what is this in chat? What the fuck?
Never seen
I've
either
never
of them.
seen either of them though.
No.
Like, oh, you're a fucking disgrace. Honestly, there's times, Todd, that I'm just like, you call yourself a movie fan with you. I swear
And
to
then
God, like you'll be like, I've not seen this. I was like, what do you mean? Yeah, you pay for months of Shudder and watch fucking shite on Shudder, like.
So little on Shudder as well.
And you tweet about it, hating every single film on Shudder. And I'm like, well, don't fucking watch Shudder then, Todd. Like, cancel the
Watch True
subscription, you
Lies.
fucking idiot. Oh my God. Yeah, this is a shambles. No wonder we're never going to do a movie podcast for you two fucking idiots.
Oi.
Well, you're half an idiot then. If
I'm
you've
going to do a
I've-
James Cameron retrospective, and
have
I'm
you seen
gonna...
True Lies, Massey? That's
I've
okay.
not seen True Lies.
What do you mean? Like, oh God.
I've seen
That's it.
Paul though.
What?
I've seen Paul. It's good
Right,
fun.
that's right. Okay, the stream's over. The stream's over.
Right. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Any other films you want to talk about in here? Not True Lies. Any other Best Picture nominees? Or anything that you want to touch on before we finish up?
No, not that I can think of. I mean, like probably in this last 12 months, I've watched the least amount of like new films than I have for a long time. A lot of time I've been spending like watching old films or old series and stuff like that. Like, yeah, not really. Glass Onion would have fallen into this category of awards and stuff. I'm surprised it's not nominated at all for any of the ones we spoke about.
Yeah,
at
it
least.
got a screenplay, didn't it? It was adapted original. I'm not sure which one.
Adapted, yeah.
Adapted, yeah.
So I would have thought like I don't know. I thought it was good. I honestly like actually thinking about that because I didn't think about it earlier. Where's the actors? Oh, the actors. No, actors is pretty full up actually. But I would have put Daniel Craig maybe in front of Bill Nighy or something like that because I thought he was class. Like I thought he was really really good as your man. What's his fucking name? What's his name?
Benoit Blanc.
Yeah.
Oh.
That would have been a good name for you to say, Massey, with the accent and stuff as well.
I'll leave you. I'll tease that.
Have you seen Glass Onion?
Yeah. Loved it.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
I prefer
Knives Out
yeah,
though.
Yeah.
I prefer Knives Out though, but like, I thought it was good. I thought Edward Norton's good in it
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
because he plays an insufferable cunt, and I think that's what he's supposed to be like in person. So yeah.
Jimbo says, did the menu get any nominations? That's a good shout, actually.
Oh, I don't know. Actually, I just closed it.
Menu's brilliant.
Horror in it, like horror just tends to, as a blanket. I know Nope isn't as I loved it, but I know like in general it hasn't been rated as highly.
Yeah.
But I think looking at the likes of Get Out and Us from years gone by, I don't know how they haven't been more highly
And
sort of.
the thing is,
sought after.
we would talk about GDT being Oscar's darling, like Jordan Peele as well. He is an Oscar's darling, or like a filmmaker's darling. So even like a cinematography nod or something like that potentially, maybe. But I mean, talking about the menu there, like I didn't realize that Hong Chow is the wifey in the menu as well. Like it didn't click for me. So I suppose technically they've got an Oscar nominee in their ranks now. But yeah, I think that was everything I want to cover. You guys happy enough if we finish off
Yeah, that's
there?
fine.
Yeah, excellent. Okay. Okay, doke. Well, yes, thank you very much, Todd and Collie, for coming on here and doing this again. I'll keep doing this every year as long as you guys are wanting to. And I know we've kind of spoke about doing bits and pieces maybe at some point as well. So
I think it'd be good for us every so often to do like a actor's perspective or a retrospective or director, and like obviously like Villeneuve ones you could probably cover in one, but if we were to do Spielberg, we would probably pick like 5 films to discuss or whatever.
Yeah.
A couple of parts, so
Yeah.
eras or whatever.
well, I mean,
I'd be bang up for any of that.
That's good. I think we'll have kind of like there's been things going on and stuff like that, which have meant that it maybe not been as able to be like.
Yeah, but they can just be like pop-up things, though.
Yeah, exactly. So
Sorry, lads. Just give us 2 minutes. Like, I'm still listening in.
Okay.
So yeah,
I mean, and you've got your Marvel podcast. I've got my NFL one. You know, they keep us busy.
yeah, exactly, absolutely. But yeah, I'm sure we'll
I said to Gabby the other day, "Are we still paying £2 a month to
Yeah,
Massey?"
so-
She's like, "Yes." I'm like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!"
don't worry. I'm gonna do a draw. I've got all the notes down. I'm gonna be doing draws for each one that I've missed and stuff. So don't worry.
Every so often, I get a little Google Play receipt that says you have paid £2 to you. Sorry,
What?
doxing you, but you have
Honestly,
paid.
Massey, it's been so weird for me to call you Massey all night and not call you Ewan at any point.
Who's you in? Sounds like a
Shut up.
lovely guy.
Because I knew that was you. Who's Ewan? Who's Ewan?
No, say it with an accent, like I did with Ruben Osterlund.
Who's Ewan? South African accent. Aye.
Hi, JP.
JP's been on the beers.
She has been on the videos as well.
Well, yes. Anyway. Enough of the docs.
Yeah, we'll dip out and let you finish stream.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Right, bye.
Thanks for
Tom.
having us, Massey.
No worries. Thank you for being here. Bye. So yes. So that is us. I'm still on Discord, but it's fine. That is us. Done for the day. Thank you very much for everyone for being here. It's almost 5 hours we've been going, so I've had an absolute blast. Reminder: the Oscars are on Monday morning, so Monday 1 a.m. And I'm gonna be staying up to watch it, so I'm really excited and I can't wait to see what happens. But if you want to let me know, tweet me or anything about who you think will win, who you want to win, what your thoughts are on the movies and stuff. I know I've not been kind of talking to chat too much. I apologise, but it's just when we're talking like a podcast setting, it's kind of hard to kind of keep an eye on chat and stuff from there. So I do appreciate everyone that's been here, and everyone that's spoke, subbed, liked, Collie Raiden, Mikey for the resub and gifting sub to Lorna and Stunner for the follow as well. Really appreciate it. I had a blast. I had an absolute blast. Need to find out the small independent cinemas keep. Yeah, I'll let you know. There's a few in Aberdeen. I'll let you know, Jimbo. But guys, thank you so much for today. We're gonna go and raid. I don't actually know who's live. Let's have a quick look and see who's live. We'll just do a quick raid, just to share the love. I'm glad that internet's held up as well, so I changed a couple of things. So hopefully my streams should stop disconnecting. But yeah, I'm pretty chuffed for that. So we will go and raid. Let's go raid Kim. I do like raiding Kim. Kim's lovely. So we'll go and raid the average Kim. I think she was in chat at one point as well. But yeah, massive thank you, of course, to Collie and Todd for being here and being my my partners in crime. Guys, thank you so much for today. I really appreciate it. I'll hopefully be back on Tuesday. Again, COVID, as you can tell, my voice and stuff's kind of messing up. I haven't been coughing as much, which is good. But we'll see how it goes. But guys, thank you so much. Take care, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye bye.
Weapons. I'm just picking up weapons.